The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. All full tour players converged on the European capital of Bucharest for the first classical event of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the Super Chess Classic Romania. Blows were traded early with half the field tied for first after 3 rounds, but German phenom Vincent Keymer finally broke through to claim clear first. Two-time tour champ Alireza Firouzja valiantly continued after suffering an ankle injury, but eventually withdrew from the event, gifting buys and a free point to his remaining opponents, sending a ripple effect through the standings. Following Alireza's departure, Keymer was in the driver's seat but quickly sputtered with a loss, allowing a surging Fabiano Caruana to catch the front runner. Each contender controlled their fate going into the final round as long as they could outpace their co-leader. After missing a game-winning move, Caruana settled for a draw, hoping his rival would also come up short and force a playoff. But Vincent Keymer did not flinch, calmly securing the win he needed to claim his first GCT trophy. Another incredible event is concluded, and now it's on to Zagreb for the faster time controls of the next leg of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the Super Rapid Blitz Croatia.
Welcome to the Super Rapid Blitz here in Croatia, the middle stop on the Grand Chess Tour. Well, the whole world is following World Cup soccer at the moment, and certainly they are too here in Zagreb as the Croatian team is into the knockout round. But the chess fans here are super excited as well, as some of the best players on the planet come to their city to compete. We've got superstars galore. We got Alireza Firouzja, 2-time Grand Chess Tour champion, Vincent Keymer, who just won in Romania, and also the world champion, Gukesh Dommaraju. Well, to call all the action, we're going to jump to the studio with Nazi, Yasser, and Cristian.
Welcome, chess fans, to beautiful and historic Zagreb, Croatia, host of the third leg of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the Super Rapid Blitz. I am Cristian Chirila, and it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you, chess fans, to our beautiful studio in St. Louis for coverage of the 2026 Super Rapid Blitz. Alongside my co-commentators, the brilliant Yasser Seirawan and Nazi Paikidze, we will be bringing you all the action for the next 5 days.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm so happy to be here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
I feel you are the one and only Nazi.
It's great to be back.
Great to be with you too. Welcome also to you, Cristian. Hello everyone and welcome back to our Grand Chess Tour coverage. Really, I have been missing the action and I can't wait to get started. But before we do, let's remind ourselves of the GCT Tour standings. Who's leading the events?
Let's have a look, Yasser. After 2 events already, we have a sole leader, Fabiano Caruana. He has 20 Grand Chess Tour points. In second, it's another American, Wesley So, with 15.5. But these 2 players have played both events.
Right.
Take a look at that player in third place, Vincent Keymer, with 13 points, but he's only played 1 event.
And for a rookie, he's doing incredibly well. And tell us about the roster for this Super Rapid Blitz.
We have a very strong field in this event. Top seed is Alireza Firouzja with URS rating of 27.85. In second, it's Uzbek's #1, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. He's playing here as a wild card. Then we have a veteran of the Grand Chess Tour, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Dutch #1, Anish Giri, German #1, Vincent Keymer, who's doing really well so far.
Yes.
Then 2 superstars from India, Praggnanandhaa, and of course, world champion Gukesh.
Welcome, Gukesh.
Always pleasure to have him with us. Then Dutch #2, Jorden van Foreest, and 2 more wild cards, Bogdan-Daniel Deac from Romania, and Croatia's top seed, Ivan Saric.
Really happy to see Alireza recovering from his injury, still in the event.
Absolutely. We're very glad that he's doing well. He's back. He's only 22 years old, URS rating 27.85. And wow, he's already won the Grand Chess Tour twice, Yasser.
22, simply outstanding. Tell us about the format for this event.
It's going to be a 10-player event. Round robin time control is 25 minutes plus 10-second increment for the rapid portion.
Right.
And the scoring system, 2 points for a win and 1 for a draw. In Blitz, it'll be a faster time control, 5+2, with a regular scoring system.
And our schedule.
We are here to witness 5 days of very exciting chess. First 3 days will be rapid, 3 games per day. After that, we move on to Blitz, 9 games per day. And if we don't have a clear winner, we'll see playoffs.
Oh, it's going to be great. And Cristian, it's wonderful to have you in studio. I know this is your first time. I'm used to you as almost a pixel, a digital entity.
It's great to be here. I was a bit jealous of Maurice and Peter getting all the action here in the beautiful studio, so I'm finally here. It's amazing. Speaking of the players, at the Grand Chess Tour, we always have the best chess players, but in each event, some of them are missing. So let's take a look at which ones of the full tour participants are missing here in Croatia. And as you can see, the top 2, Fabiano Caruana and Wesley So, alongside Javohir Sindarov, all 3 of them played already 2 events and will be missing in Croatia. But take a look at that Vincent Keymer, and I do want to see his player card because he's just an incredible player and we will be following him along the way. 21 years of age, URS rating 2743, and of course, just an incredible result in Bucharest. I was there to call it. It was just amazing. 2026 Super Chess Classic champion. Another player that I'm having my eyes on is, of course, one Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who was a bit unlucky. He did not get the invitation as a full tour participant because he had a very rough 2025. But right now in 2026, he's exploding. His rating is climbing. As you can see, he's ranked 4th in the world right now. URS rating 2717, and he's only 21 years of age. And of course, a player that globally everybody will be watching is one Gukesh Dommaraju, the current world champion, who has been performing a bit under his standards, subpar for his standards. 20 years of age, only 20 years of age, URS rating 2732, and he is, of course, the current world chess champion. But for more on that, as well as the atmosphere in Croatia, we will be welcoming Anastasiya and Maurice. Take it away.
Well, thank you so much, Cristian. And you talk about the atmosphere here. Anastasiya, it's all been the buzz of the World Cup. Everyone's following soccer or football, as they say, in the rest of the world. And Zagreb and all of Croatia is a buzz because their country is still in it, lined up to play Portugal. Of course, the chess players here are from all these different countries as well. Some, couple at least, are happy. Others, not so much. As you see this list here, some already eliminated. Uzbekistan gone, Germany also gone, and the Netherlands gone as well. Germany in an upset, by the way, against Paraguay. But happy faces you see there. Alireza, Firouzja, and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave from France. They are still in it. Dominant result yesterday, winning 3-0. And at the bottom of this list, you see Ivan Saric. He is also happy, the local boy, because, as we said, Croatia is still in it. A lot of excitement, of course, with the soccer, but we also have a lot of excitement with the chess, Anastasiya, and you've been checking out some of the goings on here.
Absolutely, Maurice. And to tell you the truth, I mean, I'm so happy, first of all, to be in Zagreb and see also Alireza walking by. Finally, he feels much better, just a little bit of pain, and he shared with us some news that it still will take 6 months to the full recovery. Nevertheless, of course, we have so many different side events here. As usually, Croatian Chess Federation, together with organizers of GCT and Super Foundation, organized many side events for kids and adults. So it's great to be a football fan these days. But it's also great to be a chess fan. As you can see, Maurice, so many kids showed up today in the Westin Hotel, the official hotel of GCT, and played many Blitz games, and of course took away some trophies. I'm sure they will show up very soon in the playing venue because the games are about to start.
Yes, indeed, games are about to start. We should make a point, although France is sitting pretty and Alireza and Maxime may be happy, they're not so happy in the standings. They're only at 7 points after 2 tournaments. They've got to prove that they can accomplish their goals as well by probably first and second in this event. And we'll throw it back to you as Gary is making the first move.
Thank you, Anastasiya and Maurice, as we see Garry Kasparov making the ceremonial first move for Maxime in his game against world champion
I'm
Gukesh.
surprised he played d4.
Yeah, like what was that? I mean, he made a career out of e2, e4. How did...
Both him and Maxime, right?
Right?
He might actually go for d4.
Quickly, if you don't mind, tell us the pairings for this round one, Nazi.
Yes, let's have a quick look before the games begin. We have Jorden van Foreest playing against Anish Giri, two Dutchmen facing each other. Pragg against Vincent Keymer, Nodirbek face Bogdan, Alireza against Ivan, and MVL against world champ Gukesh. Let's start with that game.
Absolutely.
Jump right into MVL Gukesh's game.
As we believe round one has begun, as we see the players. A beautiful stage, by the way. I mean, I've got to say, the organizers have done it great. I'm sure the players appreciate the efforts.
And this announces itself to be quite a competitive event as well. Both of the previous events at the Grand Chess Tour were decided in the final round.
Right.
If you remember in Poland, Hans and Fabi battling for supremacy in that last round, and Hans actually winning on demand to take the title. That was just incredible. And of course, Bucharest with Vincent winning on demand
against Jorden
to win that one. So definitely this one announces itself to be a competitive affair as well.
A knight c3 London.
Very interesting opening in this game.
Absolutely. E2,
Got that
e3. So Gukesh is just putting the kibosh on any of these knight b5 tricky ideas, but at the cost of a tempo. And check this out, g2, g4, knight e2, and the players are blitzing right along as if this is all common knowledge. It's definitely not common for me.
I do see there are still games in the database, 217 in this position.
217. Is clipping the pawn a bad idea?
As you can see on our screen, there are 35 games with knight g4, but it's not the top choice. Black has mostly castled instead. But of course, yes, so you're looking for ways to kill that extra pawn.
100%. I'm just thinking, I can do this, can't I? I mean, after knight g4.
Rook g1 definitely seems like the right response.
And then queen h4? And then what happens?
What if I kick you out, bishop g3?
And then I just
Where would you
go back.
Oh, you go all the way back.
Well, not all the way, just
okay.
I'm better off on e7 than I was.
And I think White just claims that I have some compensation on g-file. I'm not convincing you. e3?
Yes, you definitely could win the bishop pair if you would like.
And we can see that Maxime's not at his board. This is his prep. Okay. I'm sure both players are familiar with this position.
Let me just refresh the board for just a moment.
Gukesh looks maybe a little bit nervous. Or he's trying to remember the lines.
I think that's the problem. Is especially in rapids, you got to be really, really fast in recalling your prep, especially in complicated, tricky lines like this London that they have on the board.
You just don't have enough time to figure out what to do at the board.
You said knight g4 wasn't the most popular move. What is the most popular move?
Just castle. But it's hard to do, right, when White just played
castle.
g4.
That isn't that like walking into it?
I'm with you. Yes, I would be hesitant to castle.
Wow. Well, I can understand why the world champion is hesitant. And Cristian, as round one gets underway, what of the other?
Well, I'm also trying to understand exactly what's happening in this particular game, because this one is crucial. And I have to say, I do believe that Gukesh is a bit surprised by this opening choice.
G4
I
and
did see a game by Alireza in this one with the white pieces, so this could be some shared ideas between Alireza and MVL, of course, both the Frenchmen, perhaps occasionally work together. So right now, after knight to e2, castle seems to be the main line. A lot of people don't want to take on g4 because it just looks so risky. So, for example, if you go castle, a3 has been the main option. Of course, once you play the move knight to e2, generally you want to follow up with a question for the bishop on b4, because of course now if you take on c3, I take back with the knight and I have the best position ever with the white pieces. I defended my pawn on g4 with the queen and I took the bishop there. So what else can I ask for with the white pieces out of the opening? After a3, generally you go back to e7 and then the attack continues. And as you were showing as well, Yasser, knight comes to g3, it starts to look very, very promising.
Scary.
And I do think we have a
Gukesh
move.
didn't want this, and he played knight e4, something we didn't consider.
Not that many
like the
games have been played in this one, but still, some games on chess.com and in the online database. I don't see a lot of games played over the board, but I see a lot of online games. And after knight to e4, still a3 seems to be the best, or at least the most played move. Bishop to g2 as well, but it does seem, at least according to the engine, that perhaps knight to e4 was a slight inaccuracy, especially after this move a3. And take a look at this. After a3, you don't want to give up the bishop, you don't want to move the bishop. What you do is create the checkmating threat with queen to h4. That's the key move that Gukesh perhaps understands. Perhaps that's why he played the move knight to e4, opening up that line, that diagonal for the queen, and ready to jump to h4 and create the mating threat. Of course, bishop to g3. Now you have to take with the check, knight takes c3, take on g3, and f takes g3. And we have this very, very weird pawn structure, right? I took with the f-pawn, which is generally something that coaches tell you not to do. Take towards the center, take with the h-pawn. Of course, that's not possible in this case because queen to h1 just wins the rook. So after f takes g3, white is going to focus perhaps on opening things up with e4 at the right moment. Of course, bishop to g2. Some other ideas that white could be considering are also perhaps just castling long and focusing on the attack against the black king. So very, very intriguing position, and it does seem like perhaps Maxime does not remember specifically what to do against this move, knight to e4. Let's take a look at the lifetime between these two players.
Thank you, Cristian. Let's have a look. And I'm guessing this will be their lifetime in their rapid games.
Solely, yeah.
Yes, solely. So only 7 games, 4 draws, but 2 wins for Maxime and 1 win for Gukesh. So it's nice to have a positive result against the world champion.
Absolutely, yes. So very, very nice result there for MVL. Knight e4, a challenge to be sure, but it does strike me something feels wrong about Black's play.
But at the same time, maybe practically that was a good choice just to get Maxime out of his book, because you don't want to walk into a preparation in a rapid game.
Right. True. I mean, it's tough.
And he did play bishop g2, not a3, as Cristian was showing us.
Yeah, developing made a little bit more sense, especially in view of the move queen h4. Strikingly, I don't see this as much of a threat. The threat of doubling the pawns. I might be tempted myself to simply play h2, h4, and just say to Black, "You're not castling. I just don't believe that you're ever going to castle, and you're welcome to capture on c3 if you like." None of this took place because we do see the move bishop g2. And Nazi, what?
Let's go to the game of 2 Dutchmen, Jorden and Anish.
Their rivalry.
They're kind of playing fast, and I think we're going to see this game end very quickly now.
It's funny. I've actually played a blitz game that featured this exact sequence with bishop to h3. I like it when they play, in this moment, queen e6 check, and then I play king f1. I like that position for white. Bishop h3, however, for me, I know that this is a drawing
I think
line
their players are repeating right now.
after king g1 because you've got to defend, pardon me.
The only question in this position is whether you can go king to e2, right? You don't have any other alternatives right now. If you take on d2, especially with the knight or the bishop, after queen takes h1, then I'm an exchange up, but I'm also going to exchange the queens. So that's just simply not possible.
Not enough compensation, yeah.
So the option is either king to g1, which allows the repetition, and king to e2. What's the play after king to e2?
I don't like white's position.
Having the king on d2 is not wonderful.
Such a weird position.
But Black is also so behind in development. Maybe we can somehow get to safety, put the king on c2 after c3.
True.
If you really wanted to continue to play, this would be the way.
And guess what? He really wants to play.
Because they repeated once, and I was expecting to see a draw, but Jorden said, no, let's play.
So no draw. King e2.
We're happy to see that.
Pause for a moment because, okay, knight takes b1, is a bit ridiculous.
No, actually, let's take a look, because if you take the knight back, you lose the bishop.
That's the check, right.
So after knight b1, white has to defend the bishop first. Luckily, the knight is trapped. It's not going anywhere.
Well, defending the bishop isn't
Only
that
move is
easy.
bishop g4, maybe?
Queen d1?
Queen f1?
Queen, sorry. Queen
Then
f1.
after, let's say, I don't know. I'm not loving the queen on f1.
No, the only reason I do like it there, because I do have a bishop g2. But
But it's like refuting the draw to get this position doesn't seem like a good idea.
are you right? I mean, okay, let's say black just plays a move like this. Do we really like this position as white?
Is a2 pawn takeable at all?
Yes, because again, the king is kind of stuck. The c4, there's...
Very sharp position.
I don't like it. I don't like...
Now let's try bishop g4 though after knight b1. I think that might be... Because you can play bishop f3 and still get to the diagonal quickly.
Okay, so bishop g4. Are we on fresh territory, Cristian? This, I mean, if I showed a player this position, they say, "Oh, you set up the pieces wrong." It's a white knight.
It has been played once.
It has been played once.
Yes, and I do think this is an online game, most likely. Queen to h5, of course, was the move played after king to e2. I don't think this is something that Jorden knows, specifically because I see his time spent here.
Right.
So it tells me that perhaps he's feeling the position is still playable, and that's why he wants to keep going. But I don't know how much knowledge he has from home.
Yeah, I see there's only one game, and looks like it ended in a draw.
Peace.
I like how the accuracy says white it's down from 100 to 99.6, probably because the king is in the center.
Well, I was thinking that the repetition might have. You might,
right.
you know, like it wasn't a perfect move to allow
Should
a
have gone king
repetition.
e2 right away.
Right away. That's the accuracy. Okay, well, we'll let the players stew over this one. I am just going to go.
I think we should definitely look at Alireza versus Ivan Saric.
Let's check it
Took
out.
the words right out of my mouth.
That
Quote
one is
Meatloaf.
definitely heating up, I would say, and especially out of the opening, given the choice of the opening coming from Alireza with f3, which we know it's a very dynamic way of playing. Generally, right now, especially in classical chess, this is considered not to yield too much advantage for white. But take a look at this, b5, and Ivan, I was monitoring his clock as well, and he was spending quite a lot of time. So he definitely perhaps is not quite comfortable with the position. e5, this is quite an interesting way of dealing with this one. e5, knight to e2. So you go knight to f4, you provoke the move, e5. Now that you close the center, you go back to e2 and to g3. After taking on c4, bishop takes c4. It's somewhat of a maneuvering game for the moment, but this one will explode. Take a look at that. Knight to g8, bring knight to e7, and of course focusing on the expansion with f5. That's the way to try to get something, try to get some dynamic play with the black pieces. So this is what we have right now. After knight e7, f4 was Alireza's choice, and e takes f4, bishop takes f4. It's quite an intriguing position because black has his trumps as well, specifically that square e5, exactly, the one that you're drawing the arrows towards. Yasser, knight to g6, and I do think that he's going to start focusing on that. Knight g6, kick the bishop away. You probably don't want to give the bishop. You can give the bishop if you want, but let's see what Alireza's choice will be. And the other knight finally will find a home in the center of the board. At the same time, white has a lot of dynamic given by the open f-file, as well as that knight on g3, which generally is not considered such a strong piece. That knight on g3 will fly to h5, perhaps f5 as well.
Cristian, as you were talking, Alireza played this queen f3 that engine really hated.
Very strange move, because right now knight to d7 is a big money move. Knight to d7, you're allowing bishop takes d6, but this just simply does not work. Because after bishop to d6, knight d to e5, you have to take on e5, and now you have to defend the bishop on c4. But how do you do that? After knight to e5, queen to e2, bishop to g4 is coming, and there's no more alternatives to keep the queen connected to the bishop on c4. So you're in big, big trouble.
Queen f3
right
looks
now.
like a
You're just
blunder.
losing the bishop on c4 here.
Yeah, queen f3 looks like a blunder.
Huge, huge blunder right now. If Ivan finds the move knight to d7, which of course he's focused on. After bishop takes d6, of course, that would be blundering a piece. You have to accept minor defeat in this position and just simply go back to e2 with a queen, perhaps to e3 as well. But you basically just gave me 2 extra tempes for nothing. Knight e7, I'm planting that knight in the middle of the board. I have a great position with the black pieces.
Absolutely a huge mistake. Good news. We're going to have a special guest joining us very shortly.
Let's take a look. I think we have a graph. A very special guest, Giri Kasparov, who is in Croatia with the players, and he will be joining us on the show. We can't wait.
Nice, nice. Looking forward to it. But this move, Queen F3, by our 2-time Grand Chess Tour champion, Alireza, that's terrible because strategically speaking, the entire fight is over the e5 square. And if black gets to plant a knight there and take the dark square bishop as well,
and do the tempo.
He will have a huge strategic advantage. We're waiting for the wild card player Ivan Saric to find the really strong move, knight to d7.
It's a simple move, but he might not consider it because the pawn on d6 is hanging.
It's on the board.
It's on the board?
It's on the board.
And he played it fast.
Bravo, Ivan.
And this is a big problem right now for Alireza. I think he understands it.
Yeah, you see
he certainly
kind of
understands
frozen suddenly is Alireza there.
You know, Queen F3 is one of those flowing moves. You just play it because it goes towards the black king. It kind of does what you want the position to do. But then you realize that it just simply does not work from a tactical perspective.
Exactly.
97, that knight coming to e5 with a tempo on the queen. It's a huge problem for white right now. He understands it, and he needs to recalibrate. Well, from playing for an advantage to right now trying to equalize the position.
You can see he's shaking his head. He just missed this idea completely.
He sees it.
You know, when I think about first rounds, and I don't want to, overplay it, hyperbole and all of that, but this is the kind of setback you can have. White, first round against a wild card player, and something goes wrong. Remember what happened in the candidates when Sendarov won the first round from probably a much worse, if not losing
Almost
position.
lost position,
And
yes.
goodbye. That was all he needed to become challenger to the world champion. So first round, and Alireza is in trouble as we look over at this one.
We have 2 games we haven't looked at. Let's go to Nodirbek against Bogdan.
Let's do that. And again, 2 wildcard players for this one.
World number 4.
And let me just go back to the starting position on this one and just see how the players got here.
We had the Petrov opening.
Oh, really?
With kind of a strange variation that I'm not familiar with.
Okay, let's see what we got. Okay, this is the d4 line, yes. Now, back in my day, d5 was everybody's move, but knight c6 is the latest wrinkle.
And either these players have already made inaccuracies or they're just not following the theory, because I see on our screen both of them are below 95%.
Whoa, that is
checking,
surprising.
and there's no, in the current position is completely new, no games in the database.
Queen e2, knight takes c3, b takes queen d7.
I think bishop f5 was very rare. I've seen bishop g4 in that position for black.
Right here.
Yes, bishop g4 is more common.
Yeah, bishop g4, pinning the knight makes sense. Bishop f5, reinforcing the knight on e4, trying to discourage the move c2, c4 makes sense as well. So Nodirbek says, okay, this knight on e4 has got to go.
But also point out that both players are spending a lot of time. Nodirbek is already down to 16 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm looking at the bar. I don't know why, but bishop c5, this engine just didn't like it. And after bishop c5, saying white has a really good move, but queen e2 was not it. You see what was the right move according to the
it's very hard to find for humans. It was queen e1.
Queen e1.
A move that wouldn't even be a candidate move for us.
Well, in a sense, I do get it. You want to put as much pressure on the knight on e4.
I want to take it with the queen.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's just not a common move.
No, you don't really, yeah, you want to get off the first rank. You don't want to stay. You want to connect the rook. So queen e2, very human move, but maybe a missed opportunity. Now I'm assuming you should just capture, which has happened. Knight takes e3, b takes e3, and queen d7 and say, ha ha ha. I doubled, pawns, right? Yeah, I messed up your pawns.
And I think we have one more move. Nodirbek played rook d1. And Yasser, would you castle long here for black?
Yeah, I would, actually.
You're not worried about the open b file?
Exactly. I would worry about the open b file a great deal if I didn't have the good move bishop b6 to shut. You go bishop a6, and okay, well, let's just see. Like, for example, here, king b8, literally walking into the best uppercut, right? And I go bishop b6, and then I'm chill.
You have to go back.
Yeah, absolutely. So, yeah, I would say that Daniel has done great out of the opening. Queen d7, pardon me, rook d1, and I do like castles. On the other hand, why am I not happy about, short castles you may take on d5.
That's what I was worried about, the pawn on d5.
Good for you.
You taught me well. Cristian, can you catch us up with the last game? We haven't.
Yes, let's finish the rotation and see all the games. Of course, this is a big one, Prague versus the winner from Bucharest, Vincent Keymer, who has been impressing us. And I have to say, Prague is always coming up with incredible ideas out of the opening. Take a look at this. Bishop to b5, knight to d4. This is considered at the top level to be very dry. Generally, if you remember exactly what to do with the black pieces, you're going to equalize without too much trouble. Bishop to e2 coming back. Bishop takes f3, bishop to c5, and knight to a4. And this is quite an intriguing move because right now, d6 was played in the game, which is already a mistake, allowing knight takes c5 and allowing white to get the two bishops. What he had to do is not easy from a human's perspective, and this is exactly what Prague is banking on. You have to go bishop to e7, but then you see the move d4, and you start to worry in the position because after you take on d4, e5 comes, and right now you have a really bad position. You have to go all the way back to g8. As you can see, this bishop on f3 is controlling all these important squares, e4 and d5 for the knight. What black has to know in the position is that you need to strike in the center with d5, which is not a natural move. It's not something that you're looking at if you don't have prior knowledge. So that's what Prague was banking on with this move knight to a4, and it worked because he played the move d6, and now you just have a very pleasant position as white with the two bishops. I have a simple plan in the position. I just want to go f4, open up the position for my two bishops, and this is going to be an uphill battle for black to equalize in this one. So definitely the upper hand for Prague in the first round.
Thank you, Cristian. And how do these two match up in their play, Nazi?
Let's have a look. They're both quite young, but they've played already a lot of games. In rapid 4 games, 2 wins for Prague, 1 for Vincent, and 1 draw.
Wow.
So Vincent's looking for revenge, but in this position, Prague's looking pretty good.
Yeah, c4. The move f2, I find the move f2, f4 awkward. And by the way, b2, b3 was played. The reason I'm not 100% sure of f4 is like, we're just going to go back. The immediate f4 is I wasn't sure how I'm supposed to handle captures.
Because if you take with the bishop, what's the issue?
There's a check. And I'm finding
very
this
unpleasant.
Just something about this just doesn't appeal.
Maybe that's why Prague's not in a rush to play f4.
Exactly. It's the move f2 is f4 is a move I feel like I can keep in reserve for a moment. So he tries to clarify. Prague says, clarify the situation. b3, take on d3, bishop takes d3, maybe queen e2, bishop b2, and then f4 when my bishop is ready to, dare I say it, launch.
I'm really enjoying White's position here. Looks quite comfortable with the two bishops and different plans as well. And you can see his accuracy is close to 100%. Close.
Close. Nice. All right, I'm
I
going to
think
go.
we should jump back to Alireza's game. Most games are more or less balanced, with white having a little bit of an advantage, but here we have black with a huge advantage. Local GM Ivan Saric with a chance to defeat Alireza Firouzja.
Wow. Coming right out of the opening, because Alireza's idea of knight f4, followed by knight e2, followed by f4 was all prep.
Yeah, Alireza had a good position. It was just one move, queen f3. That was a big mistake.
Absolutely.
By the way, great last move by Saric, a5, setting up for this idea of knight takes c4 in the future, and then this bishop, this light square bishop, is going to jump to a6 and is going to create some havoc on that diagonal. Of course, you have to be a bit careful, because once you place this bishop on a6, this knight on g3 potentially will jump to f5. So a lot of moving pieces in this one, but a5 from a practical perspective, I feel it sets the tone and it's saying, I'm the boss right now. I have the dynamic play, I have the initiative, and I'm going to maintain it in the position exactly what you need to do if you're Ivan Saric.
Yeah, he's doing great in this game. There are 17 moves in and down, about 10 minutes on the clock. So it's also good that Ivan is keeping up on the clock, because we know Alireza can play so fast.
Yeah.
One of the best bullet players in the world.
For sure.
You don't want to be in time trouble against him.
Yeah. Just one thing just does stand out a little bit, the bishop on b4.
It looks a bit trapped.
So if we do just test the situation, he did not play the move a2, a3, by the way.
I'm guessing Ivan was playing a4.
For
Yes,
sure.
a3, a4 was a
He
huge
did
problem.
play queen c2, which kind of funnily enough, I would have provoked.
Waited for a4?
Yeah, I would have provoked. If I play a3 and you play a4 and I go queen c2, isn't it like saying from the current position, I'm forcing you to play a4?
Yeah, but maybe it's a good move. Maybe it benefits black, and that you can see Engine's not liking this either.
I don't like it for white after queen f3. I'm just saying.
You're just trying to make the best of it.
Of maybe a bad situation. But okay, a4, queen c2 on the board. I am finding myself drawn to knight takes f4. Like, just get rid of that. And rook takes f4, and I
the other
like.
bishop as well, right?
Yeah, I just like
Two bishops versus two knights.
this position for black. Statistically speaking, who's going to win this one, Nazi?
Let's have a look at the pie charts. Before the event, who's the favorite? Can you
I'm
guess?
going to say Alireza, right?
Let's say Alireza and Maxime.
Okay, well,
We're
let's...
both wrong. But not
Whoa!
too far off. MBL and Firouzja are in second and third, but it's Abdusattorov who's a favorite with 29.1%. Well,
Wow.
he is world number 4, so it shouldn't be a big surprise.
True that.
But after those 3 players,
And Cristian, jump in on this one. Did you see that coming?
Not surprised whatsoever, because
Really?
Abdusattorov had an amazing run in Hong Kong at the team's Rapid and Blitz. And I
The
think
recently
right
played
now,
it.
I'm not 100% sure, but I think right now he's somewhere in the top 3 in Blitz, Blitz and Rapid. So I will have to double check that. But the live ratings, of course, because those have not been counted for this month, I think. But Abdusattorov definitely is one of the big favorites, and he always plays with so much poise and confidence whenever he comes to the Grand Chess Tour, and especially in Rapid and Blitz. So not surprised to see that.
Wow, 29%. I find that a big percentage.
I was surprised to see that 3 players were favorites.
Yeah.
There's 29, 28, and then the rest below 6%. To put Prague and Gukesh and everyone below 6%.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, so I was expecting the favorite to have a 19%, a 20%, not a 30%. By the way, you said capturing on c4. That's a tough one for me, because I just look at this knight on e5 as a Thor, as a god of
Yeah, we're
thunder.
talking about Alireza Ivan's game, and
Yeah.
I'm with you. I love that knight on e5. It's a beautiful knight.
But
But I also want to
like
get rid of your bishop.
the bishops as well. But okay, here's the problem I'm having. If I go knight takes e4, queen takes e4, and bishop a6, I alluded to it a moment ago. The bishop on b4, it's not
Still
a 2 bishops,
uncomfortable.
but the bishop on f6, e5, g7, and I'm just loving black.
So since you pointed that out yesterday, let's take one move back
Okay.
and start with bishop d2, because we can get to
Fair.
the diagonal with the tempo.
Exactly. You are picking up a tempo on the rook. Ooh, now you're getting, I see.
I have some ideas, yeah.
I'm just having a little trouble. White is just not coordinated at all.
I just checked it. Abdusattorov is number 2 in Blitz, 28-20.
Right behind Magnus?
Right behind Magnus,
Incredible.
yes.
Wow.
Magnus had
That explains a
abysmal
lot.
performance in Hong Kong, and he's still the number 1, but Abdusattorov is pushing through the ranks right now.
Wow. Yeah, no, for sure. Magnus in Hong Kong did not play according to his standards. This rook on f4, yeah, White's position is a complete strategic mess here for Alireza. I'm sure he's thinking, I did something
He's not happy
very,
with his
very, very
position.
wrong.
We saw him shaking his head when he played queen f3 and saw knight d7, quickly responded by Ivan.
Because of that move, bishop d2, just quickly, just a different approach for a moment. Play a4 with the idea, I want to play a3, securing my bishop, right? You'll go a3 to stop me, and I'll go bishop to d2.
Ooh.
So the idea here is I'm giving back a bishop. I'm not going for the 2 bishops advantage, but I am playing for the knight. But let me
Yes, sir.
interrupt my analysis.
Yes, let's pause our analysis and go over to Maurice with a very special guest.
Thank you so much, Nazi. Well, I am with the GOAT, the inspiration to me when I was growing up as a chess player, and he continues to remain an inspiration to all the world in chess and everything else that he does. Gary, welcome to the show. You must be proud seeing this event happen again in Croatia. I heard you yesterday on stage say, there's one thing you know for sure, is that we're going to be back here in Croatia playing chess.
Yeah, I just thought it would be probably appropriate to mention that while the major sponsor is a betting company, so you can safely bet on us being next year in Croatia, but as well as in Warsaw, in Bucharest. But here in Croatia, it gave me a special joy to repeat. It's already 7th time. Yes, that my promise to the country of Croatia, the Republic of Croatia, when I received the passport, to make it a center of chess in the south of Europe, so was fulfilled.
Well, it's been an incredible run. 10 years for the Grand Chess Tour, now the 11th year. It's really an institution. The players all talk about it. Even the young players come and say, I want to be a part of this.
It is, yeah, you said correctly, it's institution. Because it's the institution survives generations. Now we could see what is already definitely 2nd generation, but you can start arguing. But we definitely have new faces. This one probably the youngest or one of the youngest tournaments. So now with Fabi is not here, Wesley is not here, Magnus is not here, Levon is not here. So and all of a sudden, I was sitting there at the opening ceremony with my wife, and she wasn't sure. Oh, Keymer? Who's a Keymer?
So these kids.
Yeah. There's the kids. They're coming in. So and that's and they're happy to play here. It's just you get some tournaments. Yeah, they're big tournaments. I grew up in a world where there were a few traditions. I think Tilburg became a tradition. So obviously Vachier-Lagrave was an old tradition. So and there were traditions. The tournaments that came and go. So. But this one is it stays, and probably it has a life of its own, because I know that many of our friends in Croatia wondered Magnus is not here, so okay, nice to have him here, because it was probably his luckiest city in the world. But even without him, it's still Grand Chess Tour.
It is still the Grand Chess Tour. We see a symbol from yesterday. You were enjoying this game, a laugh at how Giri messed up with the queen and bishop and blundered material.
Yeah, but I laughed because we had almost identical case in São Paulo.
Yes,
yeah,
Fabi.
But yes, Fabi. Yes, I don't know. They told me that Giri messed up bishop and queen. So I don't know how you can mess it up, because in São Paulo it was king and queen. I guess now we have to be very, very careful selecting the chess sets to make sure.
Yeah, these players need to know the difference between the pieces.
I reached the board and I said, "Where's the queen?" And it reminded me of this accident in São Paulo, because in São Paulo it's the guy who just who gained his queen. He was totally lost at move 9. So, I mean, he was nearly accused of cheating, but then we reconstructed the game because he was not even recording them.
That's hilarious. Well, funny things happen. They have quite a bit of fun. Yeah. Let's get to some of these games. I'm looking at the openings. We wouldn't suspect you see some of these positions from back in the day. Take a look at this one with Jorden, and we were looking at these moves. You know, he decided he did not want to avoid the opening repetition. He wanted to avoid the opening repetition. He could have easily just settled for the draw, and he decided.
I have to confess that, you know, when I saw Foreest, Giri, Dutch players, have they found a new way of repeating moves? Yeah, and I spoke to Sasha Anishuk, and how can you fight this? Because they're trying to be very creative, and all of a sudden you play King E2.
What a boss!
Yes. I don't know. It's instinctively I thought, you know, this is the black was fine, but I think he managed well. So the Queen F5, yes.
Yeah, we see these moves with the king sitting on a weird square, and we can just keep moving forward here. Doesn't look so bad for white, although white, this last move, the engine wasn't a big fan of. But it's just, okay, now it's an endgame. He's got no worries whatsoever with his king, but black does seem to have some initiative.
I would probably prefer black here, but I think it's roughly even. But there will be a lot of fight. So it's again, it's fight. That's at the end of the day, it's not about, you know, one player winning or not. So it's about, you know, having fun, and I think the players are doing a very good job.
Were you shocked by the move in Alireza's game when he allowed this knight d7 idea by Saric? Queen f3.
Yes,
we can actually jump to that.
I think that is the black position was very suspicious because he got space, and then I think Alireza played f4. I mean, he played very quickly f4 bishop. They said Queen f3. I said, knight d7. Come on, what are you doing? So it's I don't know. It's sometimes, you know, when you have space, you have to be more cautious. And by the way, he didn't do well, Saric. Actually,
yes, we do have
he didn't do well. So
he did not do well. He let his opponent back in the game.
Exactly, and you know, it's interesting because it's the knight on e5 is such a proud piece. So, and I think Saric didn't feel good about, you know, exchanging this knight for bishop on c4. Because bishop on c4 like a big pawn, but it's still bishop, and then it could create, you know, just other opportunities for black. Namely, one just, you know, to bring bishop from b4 into the game.
Yes.
Yes, this moment when you take on c4, bishop d2, and then just, you know, that's because bishop on b4 is not a piece to be proud of.
It's a big pawn, not a queen, by the way, that he might blunder.
Yes.
As well.
Yes.
Gary, I think the fans would like to know, they see you come to events like this, and it's your brainchild, this tour, but you also sound like you keep following the chess world, that you're still maybe the best chess playing fan in history.
Yeah,
the fact that you really love what's going on and seeing the developments of the young players.
Absolutely. So just it's like you know, love that will never fade away, because I can't help, you know, it's just moving the pieces on the screen. So but here it's real chess. I play once a year in St. Louis, but still here I can talk to them like last night, you know, it's to tease my brains with some ideas. So maybe it's desperate attempt to feel young.
Well, you give us all the joy and the youthfulness and the vibrancy. We always love having you. Thank you so much for everything you've done.
And
with the
I'm
chess
sure
world.
we'll see a lot of fun stuff here. So, and maybe see you tomorrow. Yes.
Yes, indeed. Thanks for joining us. Everyone, Gary Kasparov, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. Good to see Gary pushing the wood and talking about his enjoyment of chess. I'm with you all the way there, Gary. I just love watching the games these top players produce.
Absolutely, and we have big change in Alireza's game.
Tell us where we should be going. We were looking at MVL Gukesh, but where would you like to guide us?
I think there were big changes in Alireza's game against Ivan. Things have turned around. Now Alireza's a little bit better, so maybe we can catch up.
Jump to that one. Okay, I'm not going to go back. I'm just going to focus on this, because I'm looking at this move f6, and I'm saying danger, Will Robinson. There's a rook rook here, there's the captures here.
And Yasser, as you were talking about the bishop on b4, it's now completely out of play. It should be on f6.
F8, yeah, well, F6 would be ideal. I'll settle for F8. But the problem is, if you were to guide your hand to the pawn to G6, you had better be prepared to deal with the ideas of queen coming and the rook going to H4.
Looks very scary.
I would be terrified, seriously. Again, the bishop's really just simply off sides. Now, having said this, the move rook e8 by Saric was all about prepping knight takes c4 and then doubling the rooks. Maybe he thought that he could handle business like this. You know what I mean? You know, to stop the queen from getting to h6. So
Might
this
be
is
the way to go now.
this is probably what he had in mind. And Cristian, jump
Big
in.
problems for the world champion Gukesh right now, under a lot of pressure from MVL. And let's take a look at how we got to that position after this rook to b1. Of course, I'm trying to force my way on the queen side. I've attached that queen and the rook together on the c file, that rook on the b file coming to attack as well, and try to poke at your structure, create some more weaknesses. And the best move in the position right now would have been to go f5. You have the bishop. You need to open up the position. You need to do something against the king. You cannot allow white to consolidate. What he did was bishop to c6, but right now after f3, queen to e6, and perhaps this was the move that he missed, just a simple rook to b3. You are attacking both my e3 and the a2 pawn. With this move, rook to b3, I'm defending both. So it's a great move right now, and I'm consolidating my position. After knight to f4, this is what we have. Never mind. After rook f to d8, this is the position. 5 minutes for Gukesh. Knight to f4 seems to be a very natural choice for white in the position. Guess what? I'm probably going to start supporting that knight with the king coming to g3. The king is very safe on g3. It's a very unusual position. And what I'm going to do as white, at the right moment, I'm going to go e4, displace by brute force that bishop pawn c6 with d5, and just start pushing my pawns in the center, that massive pawns that's going to create huge, huge difficulties for black to keep the composure of this position together. And the only way to try to stop that, for example, would be queen to f6. No more e4, of course, because of the knight on f4. But guess what? I can poke that queen away with the move g5 as well.
Almost trapped.
Almost trapped. You have to go queen to d6. And at the right moment, maybe I'm not going to fear the endgame as white, because I do have those pawns that are going to displace that bishop on c6. I just have so much space advantage, and it just feels like you're suffocating with black.
Very uncomfortable position for
Absolutely.
Gukesh.
And there's a d4, d5 sighting as well. I mean, for white there, that just looks
He
like...
played queen to d7. He's really trying to keep that pawn on e3. He doesn't want to allow the move e4. But right now, first of all, a4 is a tremendous move. I don't think it's a very natural move. Of course, if we exchange these two pawns together, I'm breaking up your structure, I'm getting to your c7 pawn. This is bad news for you. So after a4, probably I'm going to go a5 next move. And that's just simply going to put the kibosh on your position. It's not looking good for black. He's struggling to find moves. Anything you play will be used against you. For example, if you play the move h6 to try to give yourself some space for the king, I'm going to use that as a hook at the right moment. h4 followed by g5. Of course, not h4 immediately. I have to go king to g3 first, and then h4, then g5, open up the position. And given that I have so much space, I can use that to my advantage and swing my pieces from one side to the other. I'm attacking your queen side now. I'm going to attack the king side later on in the game.
Cristian, I'm having a blind spot, so just clear the cobwebs.
Yes.
Why isn't d4, d5 for white really strong?
He just played
d4,
it.
d5, which was played in...
Oh, he
no,
played
He
it.
played a4.
He played a4. Wow.
He found the best move.
Yeah,
He's good.
No, but
These guys are
d5 for just what was the
d5 bishop to b5 seems to have...
and then a4?
a4 right now, b6.
Then you have
I have the extra
b6.
b6, yes, because now
Okay.
the bishop is not on c6.
Gotcha.
So let's just show why this doesn't work after a4, b6. The bishop on c6 is on pre.
But the trick, of course, is you couldn't capture the pawn on d5.
Correct.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Whew, for a moment there was like...
But MVL senses
A4 is a
this
nice
type of
move.
moves, this type of A4 limiting moves. And I feel he's enjoying his position
And
quite
he
a lot
should.
in this one.
Yeah, he's completely dominating now, not just in the center, but on the queen side as well. And as Cristian showed us some ideas with h4, he can also play on the king side.
Exactly. I'm going to turn our attention to our favorite tournament, statistically speaking, the tournament favorite, Nodirbek versus Daniel. And when we left it, guess what? We did see the move castles.
Long castles.
Long
did happen.
castles, but there is a poke.
And I'll
The
point
rook was
out,
driven away.
anyone who's familiar with Bogdan, we know he loves time trouble, and he has 1 minute and 6 seconds left.
I wanted to
After
ask you if
13
that was a
moves.
typo. No, he really is. He's down to 1 minute.
He is.
He spent
13 moves.
25 minutes
Yep.
on his first. Now that's bad time management.
It is. However, he does play very well when he has little time.
Yeah, forced to play with no time on his clock, he oftentimes finds the best moves.
He's not even at the board. He usually walks around and then sits down and makes a move.
And that is crazy because he's only going to get 10 seconds.
He must be the only player in the world that does that. I don't think I've seen anybody being so consistent with this practice. Just go down to your last minute and then play on increment, but also get up from the board on occasion.
And let's just pause here and we could throw it to Zagreb. Over to you, Maurice.
Thanks, Yaz. Well, this position has had me enthralled for some time. And right now, Nodirbek is staring at the board because he's trying to figure out exactly what to do after that last move, bishop to d6. And you've got to think, I mean, the pawn's under attack multiple times. And my eyes almost went out of my head when the engine suggests the move knight to d4. Is that a move we all play? Just out of nowhere, your bishop is hanging, you're pinned on the e-file, and you decide to play knight to d4? It is a completely impossible looking move, but the point is beyond belief. First of all, knight takes on d5, on d4, excuse me, you just calmly take back and give up the piece, and then you play a quiet move, rook to b1. You just lost a piece. What is this but preparing to get the queen to the b5 square and cause some trouble? This bishop is hanging. If you just drop it back, this attack proceeds like an arrow, and suddenly you're just gone. Like, how did this even happen, this attack out of nowhere? Just simply a fantastic, fantastic idea. Again, knight d4, just for me, a real shocker. The other idea is if you take immediately on this piece, knight takes, pawn takes, the queen comes in. Okay, you don't step to the b file. You go to the d file maybe. But here, the engine gives another stunner, queen to a5. Other moves as well, but this is a rook we're talking about, but the geometrics are perfect. You can't stop. Queen takes on c7, and another straightforward attack as you run for your life. King up and lines like d7, and we can already see that white has a vicious, vicious attack with that king exposed and the pawn on the d2 on the d7 square. Let's go back again. What if another fantastic line, knight d4? What if you play the move rook takes, and then knight takes and rook takes e2? You're up a pawn for the moment. You see double pawns. If you can have my bishop back, my rook's on the 7th. Well, thanks for your rook on the 7th after knight to e3. Suddenly your rook is trapped. King f1 coming. What is this? It's just like magic if you were to find this move, knight d4, and just going back to the live position. You see here, Abdusattorov has been thinking for some time. Like I said, I was looking at all these crazy variations. I wonder if he is too, because why is he spending so long on the board unless he can't come up with another move to deal with this move that's either a stunner for him, bishop d6, or a path to refutation with knight d4. If he plays knight d4, guys, I'm just gonna be mystified and in awe because these variations are absolutely incredible. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Maurice. You almost like to see them in a classical game.
Knight d4 would be a shocker.
Yeah, that would
if
be
he plays
amazing.
knight d4, I mean, chapeau to him, because it's such a difficult, especially for that second variation that Maurice showed. Rook to e5 is so simple. Knight takes f5, rook to e2, and then to go back. The problem with this position is that you don't go too deep because you have so many options. You go narrow, right? So this is the problem in the position. I'm looking at it from a human's perspective. What's the first move and the first idea that I'm thinking about? And that is rook to b1. I'm trying to get to your king. I'm trying to get that queen on b5. This is the typical way of advancing the attack. Rook to b1, knight takes e5, and queen to b5. I'm also taking into account that my opponent has 1 minute on his clock. So I need to keep the position complicated, right? I need to create some attacks against the king. So I think he's calculating right now rook to b1. At least that would be my natural choice for a route that I would have to take in the position to calculate and decide on.
And how is Black supposed to defend against that move? Because it looks...
You just have to keep calm. You play b6. You play b6 after queen to b5. You create some more weaknesses on the light squares. And of course, after queen to a6, king to b8. By the way, this looks very dangerous.
No,
right?
this queen
a5.
takes a5.
That's the problem. Yes. Knight to f3, g takes f3. And actually, I'm just simply taking the pawn on f3. I'm allowing queen takes a7. These are the type of ideas that the players are calculating right now, especially Nodirbek. He has 3 minutes and 20 seconds. His opponent, 1 minute and counting, and he's been on that 1 minute, and he's used to playing under pressure of the clock. The player
Thank you, Cristian. Another player who is in big time trouble, but also suffering on the board, it's Gukesh against MVL. I think he had to sacrifice his bishop.
He has.
Yeah, Gukesh is in big trouble, but perhaps the best practical choice to sacrifice that bishop and try to breathe some fresh air in the position.
There's some. I can play queen takes c7 and just trade queen for the 2 rooks and the knight.
Yes, queen c7
that should be an easy win.
Oh, queen takes c7. I was thinking rook d8 followed by queen c7, but the immediate queen c7 looks even stronger. You're right.
That might be the big problem in the position. That might be the big problem in the position. At the same time, look, you have a queen. That king is a bit exposed, right? You might be able to find your way to a perpetual. So at least from a practical perspective, if we do go into that endgame, let's just show everybody. Queen to c7, rook takes c7, rook to d8 check, king h7, and rook takes c7.
Let's do it on your board.
It's completely winning for white. The engine is saying that this is a +4 advantage, quite a lot. But I have the 2 pawns, I have the connected pawns, I have an exposed king that I can try to work with, and white still has to create his own threats. Of course, those threats are coming fast. Rook to c8 with rook to h8 coming, that's a checkmating threat, so you have to be careful about that. Now, let's see if he takes on c7. This is somewhat of a big moment.
I'm sure he has seen it. He's just choosing between that option and rook d8. And he's done it. Queen c7, best move.
Yeah, queen to e8.
And queen e8
not want to see that
instantly. But that's now white just wins his pawns back.
Right,
and
so now
keeps his knight, I might add.
will only have 1 pawn for the knight?
I think that's just an admission that the position is completely busted.
Exactly.
He's just hoping for some
trickies now.
Some blunder from Maxime.
Agreed.
Nodirbek has not played, by the way, knight to d4 or rook to b1. He played an inferior move, and right now he's worse.
Worse?
He played rook to e1. Oh. I mean, knight d4 was spectacular. Rook b1 would have been natural. Rook to e1.
Things are heating up on every board now. They're in time trouble. I think Ivan Saric is also in trouble against Alireza.
Things have completely switched in that game.
Just to point out the fact that you sort of have to play this move f6 right now in order to maintain an advantage in the position. Not an easy move.
For Daniel.
Daniel has to play f6, yes.
I think he's taking on e5.
He took on g5. This is also a very decent move.
And again, he got up from the board. He has 17 seconds.
But he's hovering close by.
Big moment right now, guys, because Nodirbek sort of has to realize that his goal right now is to equalize.
Oh, for sure.
Not to be better. He has to take on d6, and we go into this very, very sharp and forced line. King to b8, knight to d7, king to a8, knight to b6 check.
I think we have to switch to your board.
Yes, I am
Cristian.
following on my board right now. Knight to b6 check. A takes b6 and queen to a4.
There we go. We got
and of course, this would be
check on e.
Yes, just to show it once again for everybody that missed it. Queen to c4, king to b8, knight to d7, and the very beautiful knight to b6 check.
Yeah,
a nice geometric idea. Of course, you can also go king to b8, and that's going to force the repetition. Yes. And if you do take, we're going to go into this endgame, which is also completely equal. But big moment, because Nodirbek usually is a very ambitious player.
I was going to say, type of a player who does not like to make draws.
Yes.
Yeah, but you're right. I'm playing rook takes d6 because in my mind, I am trying to equalize as...
Yep, he's going for it.
Yeah.
I think he made the right decision.
Yes, 100%. Because he was being pinned on both
I don't know if we can see Nodirbek's face right now, because I'm sure we will see a sign of disappointment on
you know, for me, I think he's one of those poker players who really doesn't reveal himself like, well, in Hikaru Nakamura.
And by the way, Maxime has won his game against Gukesh.
Yeah, he was a full piece up, and the world champion just bad time management as well. King b8, and there you see.
They're just going to repeat. We're going to see the shake of hands in that one as well.
Between Nodirbek and Daniel. But I am seeing that Alireza's position is great, guys.
Let's just see the shake of hands in this game.
I like the fact that Daniel's letting his clock tick down underneath 10 seconds while staring down a perpetual check.
I feel like he doesn't get nervous when he has 5 seconds on the clock. He's still calm.
It is.
And there we go. We have a 3-move repetition.
Stunner.
Great save by Bogdan with only a minute on the clock.
He always does this. Yeah. He always does this, and then he plays really good chess.
Crazy. I'm jumping to the game between Alireza and Ivan Saric as I'm looking at the move G6, G5, and as white, I mean, I'm just...
Excuse me, what? What is G6, G5?
I can...
Allowing the knight to jump to F5 like this?
I can never stop myself from playing knight F5 in such positions. I mean...
Just play knight F5 and think later.
You know? Right? Like, that's just an ideal square.
That's what he did. Knight F5 and G4.
And catching up on the clock times, 3 minutes for Alireza.
1.5 for Ivan. It's strange to play for an attack with black pieces on the king side when your king side is so weak. White has a pawn on F6, right?
Yeah.
So I think he chose the wrong plan with G5, G4, but at the same time, this is rapid. And right now they're in the blitz portion, right?
Yeah.
So he just wants to complicate things on the board.
Well, I'm
this is the
looking
problem
at rook
sometimes
G3.
very dynamic players such as Saric face. They just simply cannot stand still.
No.
And sometimes you have to stand still and just, you know, play the position. But he just wanted to attack. He wanted to blow the G file open and try to get the white king. That's not happening.
But let's
You're
compare
opening the position for me right
they're
now.
minor pieces, right? White's knight on F5 and black's bishop on B4. That tells the story right there.
Does black have a minor piece?
It's the pawn on B4.
It's the pawn on B4.
Pawn on B4.
Okay.
Yes.
Somebody said that the queen and bishop, you know,
Anish
indistinguished.
confused
The pawn on bishop
final,
on. No, that bishop is so offsides. You almost think that white should be, you know, playing, you know, with an extra piece here.
And
something
I think
like
Alireza's got this. Maybe we should jump to Vincent's game. He just made a move with 2 seconds on the clock.
Oh my goodness.
Against Prague, and now it looks like Prague is about to win.
Whoa. Okay. So what was his last with?
Ooh, look at that, Queen H4, and now after King G1, Vincent's about to lose material. Knight is just dropped. You can't give up G7.
100%. I have to take
5
on
seconds.
D4. I have to take on D4.
He's done that, but even after that, it's hard to move the knight.
Knight F6. I've got Queen D4 check as a hope.
All right, let's see what he decides.
Knight E5.
Knight E5 was played.
Yeah, because again, I've got a hope
You
check.
have the A1 rook hanging.
But maybe you can checkmate me. If I take the knight,
I think so.
Queen D4 check, King H2.
And then Queen E4 or
Queen
Queen
F6.
Should be mate.
Yeah, I think it's mate.
Well, not Queen F6 because black queen is on A1, but...
No, I take on E5.
Let's show it.
Okay, I'm thinking, this
Very
is what I'm
interesting
thinking
lines.
about. And then after check, I move my king.
Oh, the pawn stays on E5, yes.
Right.
No, this looks hopeless for black.
But there is a tricky move. Queen takes E5.
And
And H4 and the rook on
Following
A1.
this line, exact position on the board,
The
will he
players
take
are
on E5?
The players are catching up to
Yasser
analysis.
does have a winning move, Queen E4.
It's completely over.
Yes.
Queen to E4
That
is
is a
an easy one
lovely-
to see.
That is a lovely winning move.
Vincent
Queen
has chosen to
E4.
go H4, and now Pragg is taking on G7, and there's going to be a mate on the board.
Yep.
Yeah, testing Pragg on these 1-2 combinations is not going
Handshake.
to end up
Big
well
win
for
for
you.
Pragg, taking down Vincent, who won the last Grandchess Tour event in Romania.
Nice victory indeed. Queen F6 by Pragg. And what's
Back to
Left.
Alireza. I
Alireza?
think he managed to win an exchange while we were checking the other game, and now he's completely winning.
Yep.
To give you a
Again.
verbal update on the other game that we still have in this one, Jorden versus Anish. Anish is starting to create a slight advantage. We don't have to move to that one. Let's just stick with the Alireza game because
Okay,
it's
apologies.
much more exciting.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that when I saw the move knight F5, I thought Ivan's position had collapsed, frankly.
You're right. Yeah, that knight became the hero.
Wow.
It had to just move twice, F5, E7, and white is winning.
Exactly. Rook takes E7, not the only move?
Queen D6.
not the only
Rook
move.
F7. Queen F5 if you don't want to trade anything.
Oh,
Everything
boy.
works, actually. in this position.
Now that you mentioned it,
Everything
what
works.
doesn't work?
Queen
there?
F5, Queen
I mean,
takes
Rook
D6,
F7, Queen
I'll
Queen
keep
F5.
the major pieces on the board because I'm playing for the checkmate. Queen F5.
Agreed.
It's somewhat of a
Agreed.
hopeless position.
Queen
After rook
F-
takes F7, the thing is that rook takes F7, rook takes F4, rook to E7. Your king is also in big danger on H8 because once I manage to get a rook on the 8th rank, that's the checkmating pattern. So you have to be careful about that as well.
By the way,
Alireza
It's a
took
bad
on
position.
D6, traded queens.
I'm
He's
proud of Alireza. He took the pawn.
Yeah, and he's a defended passer on D5.
Oh,
Seems
that,
unstoppable. Again, that bishop on B4 completely out of play.
and we are threatening rook d8 check, followed by rook takes g4, forcing the trade of the only active piece that black has. This bishop on b4 has been a bystander since the opening.
Can
Pretty
we fly it, teleport it to E5? That would be nice.
F5, the last act of desperation. Takes.
If it wasn't for white's D pawn, maybe it would be a little bit tricky to convert, but now we just have a protected pass pawn.
Rook D7, I like that move.
Rooks belong behind fast pawns, right?
Let's
Also
cut the king
maybe-
on H8.
Yeah, I
Let's
like
not
rook
allow the king to
D7.
go out. Rook to D7, also support the idea of pushing the D pawn. And then that bishop on B4, even if you want to reroute it, once you play the move bishop to D2, I'm going to take that pawn on A3, and then I'm going to threaten checkmate. So rook D7,
You
I
like
think,
that
is the
as a
most
starter.
precise move.
Yeah. You like that as a starter? No question. I'm a big fan. I just thought bring the rook behind the pass pawn.
Yeah, rook D7.
But rook d7, great move.
It's on the board. 43 seconds against 33, but it's not the time that's problem in this game.
Well, for Alireza, I mean, he wins this game. Again, it's first round, not to be overplay it, dramatic, but he had a really bad position
Was in
coming out of
trouble.
the opening. So to turn this around is simply huge.
I mean, starting with a win, of course, gives you the boost of confidence.
Absolutely. And we did see h5, d6.
H4, okay. Ivan's creating some chances on the king side, hoping for some mating nets, but I don't believe black has any serious threats.
Unfortunately, not enough. I mean, if you had the bishop coming to e5 with a check,
I think we have rook d3 on the board.
right? Yeah, I mean, if you
White's
have...
about to have a queen in 2 moves.
Exactly. If you have the rook on e1,
10 seconds for
bishop on e5,
Ivan.
king, did he
King
play
to G8, that's not going to help.
Now we just get the rook out of the way, right?
7?
Maybe,
I like rook A7 just to keep that bishop on B4, not allow it to go
precisely.
back.
I was
A5.
thinking, thinking exactly the same thing, Cristian.
But anything wins, of course. Rook E7, rook C7, you can put that rook anywhere you want.
But if I can play d7, d8 equals queen,
Rook D8.
okay, that's fair. And e7 is the pardon me,
Play
d7.
d7 and threatening rook f8 check, or we might not even need to sack the rook.
He's
to
going to go
queen.
bishop A5. and then after rook to c8, probably he's going to resign because there's no more check on c7. You have to be careful about that check on c7. Just cover that, play d8 next, pick up the bishop, and win the game.
By the
I
way,
think we're going to see a resignation now.
the players are following your top line there.
Down to
Yeah.
7 seconds now for Ivan, but I think he might give a check or two before he
Despite
resigns.
This fight check.
And there we have it.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Alireza, starting with a win.
Absolutely.
We have
We
one
could-
game left. It's two Dutchmen, Jorden and Anish.
Okay,
And
Anish is...
first sight, this king on d5.
A black looks better for
Yeah.
sure.
Anish is
it feels
definitely
promising.
pressing this one. That pawn on the b file, the b5
We have
pawn.
another bad bishop on g3.
Yeah, the bishop on
Just
g3
like in
is
the
terrible.
last game.
Yeah, the b pawn is going as well as rook b2 check and supported by the king. You're right. Bishop on g3. Well,
This one is looking,
what's the
especially
theme
from a
of the
practical
round?
perspective. Look at the clock for Jorden van Foreest. 20 seconds right now. This is not going to be an easy hold for him.
Yeah.
And it seems like earlier it was more balanced than equal, right?
Yes, yes, he was slightly better. And he was the one taking the chances.
So maybe he just got outplayed in the end game.
You did.
They repeated a couple times, but of course, Anish
Somewhat
is
of an
playing for a
important
win.
move right now, rook king to d1. If he went on b1, which looks pretty natural, that would have been bad. But king to d1, he played the right move. He's in big trouble right now. He's under a lot of pressure.
Aren't we just kind
Yeah,
of
Anish played king
He
c4.
played it, king c4, bishop
Yes.
to e1 on the board.
Very
escorted?
easy to play with black, right? It,
Oh, you know it.
moves are
when-
just coming naturally.
I would find myself
F3,
drawn
let's
to
pick
rook
up pawn.
f3.
He went a3. I think he's focused on just promoting the b pawn.
Rook a3, yes. At least right now you have the bishop covering that b4 square. What it's a nice dream, it's a beautiful dream, and a nightmare at the same time to be able to give that bishop for the two pawns of blacks. But then you're
Yeah.
going to have to defend rook and bishop versus rook
Yeah,
for a long time. So it's a nightmare at the same time.
sure. It's not fun when you realize that your best hope is rook versus rook and bishop.
I mean, he would be very
by the
happy
way,
if he got that from this position, but
Yeah,
Yes.
Jordan is down
10 seconds, yeah.
on the clock as well.
Looks like after king d3 now, he's just getting mated. Because
Say
if you
what?
give me a check, I can cover it with the bishop.
That
king
is
d3.
correct. King to d3
So we are not even pushing
objectively
the
finishes the game right now.
Yeah.
So it's almost a rook and bishop versus king and
He
rook.
played it.
Yeah.
And you've got that.
I think this
I
is game over.
Wow.
You have to get the bishop on c1, so you have to perhaps give a check first and then go bishop to d2, bishop c1,
We have a
which
check.
he's going for. Cover with the bishop on d4 right now.
And then bishop to d2.
Bishop d2, I force your bishop on c1 with rook to a1, and then I just start pushing my pawn.
Yikes.
And we expect 4 out of 5 decisive games in the first round. Great start.
It's not a whitewash. 3 white wins thus far, but Anish
Will be the
Can-
only black win, yes.
can win with the black pieces. And I like this rook a1 check.
He played rook a2,
Oh, he
bishop
played rook
c1,
a2.
and took the pawn on h2.
Wow.
I feel bishop went to c1, not e1.
Oh, sorry.
But I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
it feels like every move here for black is winning. You can't mess this up.
Well, where there's a will.
And,
And by the way, that was it.
Yeah.
great start for Anish, winning with the black pieces. And the first round is over.
Yeah, a little bit of a hat tip there to Jordy, not to play for the win, not to allow the perpetual that could have occurred out of the opening.
Yeah,
I think that's a very good point. You have the white pieces, you're playing in your first Grand Chess Tour as a full tour participant.
Right.
You have to take chances.
Exactly.
And I think this is something that even Gary was very appreciative of, right?
Right.
He came to the show, he said, maybe this one is going to be a quick draw. No. And
look,
I guarantee you, the result probably people will not remember at the end of the day, but his spirit, definitely, you know, the organizers as well, next year they're going to be looking at who is the most combative player.
Exactly.
Maybe Jorden, right?
Yeah. This is-
Yeah, we
He
all
wants to win. He
appreciate
took some chances.
that he kept on playing. But Let's take a quick break.
Okay.
And as we go on break, you're going to see one-on-one with Vincent Keymer. Take a look and we'll be right back.
When you visit someone in Croatia, you'll always be welcomed with the warmest hospitality, because that's the kind of hosts we are. What's ours instantly becomes yours. And everything that makes life more beautiful, we love to share with you. The finest local food, our stories and traditions, our customs, and our homes. The hidden beauties of the country, known only to locals. Experiences, memories, and images. Sounds, colors, and flavors. An authentic, welcoming, and unique holiday experience in Croatia. Choose accommodation with the local host label and discover the true Croatian experience. Visit croatia.hr for even more unforgettable experiences.
Vincent Keymer, welcome to the Grand Chess Tour here in Zagreb. How excited are you to be playing in this event?
Very much. It's actually my first time playing the Grand Chess Tour in Zagreb. My second Rapid Blitz already, because I got a wild card for 2024 Warsaw. But still, it's always special. And you also know that I started the Grand Chess Tour so well. Of course, I have my ambitions to, continue playing well and make it to the final.
Your first time as a full tour participant, you came right out the gate and won. How does that feel, looking back on that special moment?
Yeah, that's still something I'm proud of. I think it's still the strongest tournament win I ever had, at least in classical chess if we exclude freestyle. So yeah, that has been a very important point both for this year, but of course also in general in my career.
Germany hasn't won a world championship in chess since 1921, going all the way back to Emanuel Lasker. What would it mean for you to take the title home for your country?
Really, really a lot. But it's a tough journey, and I never really worked under such goals that, that's the only thing I'm working for. I don't believe that it helps me to say, okay, now I want to become world champion. Of course, I'm going to try and get as far as I can, but what I actually need to do in order to get there is just play good chess. So that's what I'm trying to do.
The title of world champion, it seems funny now looking at all these titles. I mean, you've got freestyle champion, you've got esports World Cup, you've got World Rapid Blitz, now you're getting total chess world champion. Is it the same to you? Young life still, but is it the same to you, or is there a dilution of title significance these days?
I wouldn't say so. I would just say that not every world championship title is worth the same. That's at least my feeling. I would still consider the classical world champion title to be the most important one, and I do believe that many other players see it the same way, and that's what they're focusing on. I would rather see it as there are many new formats, and I don't feel like it's so important what it's called. I mean, if you have a great tournament with great players and making it very attractive for spectators, that's a great thing. So yeah, I don't see it as a big problem, although of course I understand that maybe for some spectators it can be difficult to assess how important which title is.
What about the Grand Chess Tour title? I mean, that one you must have been watching as a young player for years and years, and now here you are playing in this tour.
Yeah, I guess it's also a very underrated one, because I mean, if you don't know much about chess, you might think, okay, it doesn't say a lot to you, right? But actually, I mean, if you look at the lineup of the full tour players, you realize it's maybe the strongest series of tournaments in the world, and therefore, of course, that title is, is worth a lot.
Are these titles the most important thing, or maybe the biggest title of all is world #1, and there's one guy standing there? How do you feel about the journey to having that title?
I think it's maybe less the actual FIDE standing, but more like the respect from the space that you actually are number one, right? Because you know what Magnus has done for the past 10 years, that is if you perform at such a high level for so long, people start to respect you as the number one, truly. I think if, let's say, someone jumps into number one spot for like 1 month, drops back and so on, that doesn't really give you the feeling, okay, I am number one in the world. But, you know, to solidify that position, that is what truly matters. And I do believe that it's hard to say, but that, of course, also is really worth a lot. Yeah.
And is it your aspiration to become the number one player in the world?
I'm working on it.
Magnus seems to be having some difficulties now. We've seen him lose games even in a row that we would never have suspected. How do you contextualize his role in chess and this time in his career?
Well, I have to say I don't know too much about it. I still think that he's an extremely strong player, and I do believe that if he put more focus and work back into chess, he could still perform at an extremely high level. What we see now is that I guess he's a bit out of practice. He doesn't work on chess as much, and you know, fully relying on his class, even though there's a lot of class to his play, it's not always enough to play so well. I guess that's the reason that I'm seeing, but of course I could be wrong about that.
And finally, you have rivals, obviously, of this young generation in terms of people like Pragg or Nodirbek or Gukesh as champion, Sindarov. How do you feel you're going to separate yourself from this incredible group of young players and the young ones who are coming, even younger?
Yeah, no, I think it's not easy to call us the young generation anymore. I do feel like I'm not sure any of us is actually going to separate. You know, it's we had this quite clear hierarchy with Magnus, but then, you know, Fabi also for a long time was number two. Like, the way I see it right now, it changes up a lot. I mean, Sindarov, of course, obviously has the best run out of all of us in the recent, 6 months, more or less. Well, not, let's call it 10 months, yeah? But before that, he was not even having such a high rating. So it clearly shows his incredible potential and what he's capable of. But we see other players like Pragg who've been at the top for, I don't know, 3 years already. They have had 2790 and then he just drops back. It doesn't mean he's a bad player suddenly, right? We saw him winning Norway chess, and I guess that's the same with everyone, right? It's very easy to lose rating and then, you know, slowly they come back because they are so strong. And since we see all these changes and up and downs in who is winning tournaments and who is in a good form, right now I do feel like it's very hard to say.
Well, thank you so much and good luck in this event.
Thank you.
And we're back. Before we jump into round 2 games, let's take a look at the standings after a very exciting round 1. We had 4 decisive games, only 1 draw. Let's take a look who were the winners. Alireza, Firouzja, Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, both Frenchmen start with a win. Then Anish, Giri won against his countryman, and Praggnanandhaa, beautiful victory against Vincent, Keymer. The draw was between Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, and Bogdan-Daniel, Deac.
And that could have gone either way as well. Tell us about the pairings for round 2, which is about to begin.
Let's have a look. We will probably focus, I mean, it's rapid, so we will check all the games, but marquee matchups will be between the leaders. And I'm talking about Maxime, Vachier-Lagrave, and Praggnanandhaa. But let's have a look at all the boards. It's Gukesh against Ivan Saric, both players looking for their first win. Anish, Giri against our predicted winner, Nodirbek, right?
Right.
Then we have Vincent against Jorden, Maxime against Pragg, and Bogdan against Alireza.
Nice to see MVL and Pragg.
And we're seeing everything up to this point, and it's only after round 1, right? We saw 5 decisive games, 4 decisive games,
1 draw.
and of course, a draw where we least expected it. Nodirbek with the white pieces against Bogdan-Daniel Deac. That was quite an imbalanced game, of course, on paper at least. But Bogdan against with his marquee way of playing chess, getting down to his last minute and then getting up from the board and then finding the best moves in the position. Just an incredible display for Bogdan. And of course, Nodirbek must be slightly disappointed. Nevertheless, it's so early in the tournament.
When the players go over the game and they see knight d4, they're going to be shocked.
Yes, it's such a difficult move to see, and I think Maurice painted a beautiful picture why that is, because there's two main reasons in that one. A very tactical one that we've seen, knight takes d4, and then just picking up the extra piece, understanding that you have enough compensation, just give up the piece, but you have that block of pawns and the attack coming on the queen side. Not easy to understand that, not easy to go for it, right, in such a short game. And of course, the easier one to calculate for Bogdan was that rook takes c5 and just going into the end game and seeing that you're going to trap that rook in white's camp on e2 with knight e3. Not easy with such low time on the clock. So definitely nothing to blame Nodirbek for.
Yeah. Yesterday, there was the opening ceremonies, which, of course, the Croatians really did very well. Let's have a look.
Tuesday marked the official start of the 2026 Rapid & Blitz Croatia as players gathered for the opening ceremony, kicking off the next stop on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour.
Since 2019, we have been a proud partner of the Grand Chess Tour, helping to bring the world's best players to Croatia, Poland, Brazil, and Romania. Over the past 7 years, we have invested nearly 14 billion in chess because of what the game develops: patience, resilience, and the ability to think several moves ahead.
I've been here so many times. Always a pleasure, and it's always kind of remarkable because it's all kind of the same, but I'm always also very different. So we'll see what this year all has in store for us.
You're here. We saw you won the Norway Chess, beating twice in the same tournament world #1 Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations.
Yeah, it was a great tournament for me. It gave me a lot of confidence. But saying that this is a completely different format, so it's going to be interesting, and I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you and good luck.
It's a Rapid & Blitz event, and since all the other previous pitches could be qualified as Rapid, I'll be Blitz. I used to be a very creative chess player, so when I played professional chess. And now it's my 6th year here, being part of the opening ceremony in Zagreb. It's actually 11 years for our Grand Chess Tour. But maybe it's good, because we live in a world that is full of events and we don't know what will happen. While world is full of uncertainties and is plenty of room for bettings, you can safely bet on one thing, that next year we'll be here again. I'm sure that lack of my creativity will be fully compensated by the great ideas presented by the players. Thank you.
The stage is set for another unforgettable chapter on this year's tour.
That looked like a beautiful opening ceremony.
It really, really was.
We're sad we missed it.
Yeah, I love the interview with Vincent, and I was just writing down some names as Vincent was saying in his interview with Maurice, how he's in this class of group of players, which is an extraordinary graduation class. Vincent, Pragg, Gukesh, Zagreb, Nodirbek, Arjun, Alireza, all 19 to 22-year-olds. And he's saying, I'm not sure if any of us are going to break out. Isn't that the most extraordinary group of players that you can think of?
Absolutely. I mean, they're basically will be replacing Magnus and Hikaru and Fabi and Wesley in that generation, right?
Right. But this group is just extraordinary, and they're so accomplished already. When we think of Alireza as 22 years young, and a 2-time Grand Chess Tour champion.
Or like Vincent
Gukesh,
mentioned,
world champion.
Of course. And then Pragg's been on top for at least 3 years now.
Right.
He's also like 21.
And Zagreb, for me, he came out of nowhere. Nodirbek was getting all of the attention, right? And now...
And he said something quite interesting as well, right, about the new generation. He said that he feels like probably nobody is going to dominate chess as Magnus Carlsen did for the last 20 years or so, right? At the same time, singing the eulogy for Magnus's career is also not right. The guy is still
35 and going
he's still
strong.
winning like what, 22 world championships or something like that, two in the past year only. So definitely a guy that sure is having a bit of a rough time right now. He just had a kid. He just had a kid. I can tell you from my own experience. The first year is not that easy. Don't sleep that much. So definitely don't write Magnus off, and I'm sure he isn't. he said something interesting about his style of play. He said he's relying a little bit too much on what he already has, right? The power
He's
that
got
he
his
already
own
acquired
muscle. Yeah.
throughout the years, and he's perhaps not putting as much effort into reviewing his openings, getting new ideas in the opening phase, relying on class. He has a lot of class.
Right.
But of course, right now, with the new openings, with the new engines, it's much more difficult to create that separation that's going to allow you to play with that class. So Magnus, again, don't sing his eulogy just yet. He's still right there as the top player in the world.
In fact, we would say back in my day that he's still peaking.
Yes.
You know, he's got next 5 years. Once again, let's take a look at the standings after a very eventful round one.
Absolutely. We wish and hope that every round is as exciting as that first one.
Absolutely.
There you go. There's a tie for first place. 4 players, Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa, Alireza, and NBL all sharing first place. And a reminder that in rapid portion, for a win, you get 2 points. So if you have a winning streak here, you really saturate yourself and have good chances to win overall event.
Yeah, as we've seen in a lot of the Rapid and Blitz over the years, those players who come out of the Rapid with...
usually win the whole event,
yeah,
yes.
as leaders. I mean,
unless you have Magnus playing. Remember, he did 9-0 in Blitz.
That was just amazing. And our schedule.
Right, today's day first, we'll have 3 rapid games, 3 days of rapid chess. Then on the weekend, we move on to the Blitz. 9 games per day. It's a lot of chess coming up, and we even hope for the playoffs. We had some of those in the previous Grand Chess Tours.
Love them.
Very exciting always.
Absolutely. For those in the Central West End, Friday and Saturday, the club will be closed as we will be celebrating our 4th of July Independence Day, and there'll be fireworks galore.
We'll be in the studio watching
Nicely.
players.
A big round coming up, and I am looking forward to the matchup between MBL and Prague, 2 of the players who started with wins. And I've got to say, the most impressive one for me was the turnaround that Alireza had, as he had a terrible position coming out of the opening against Ivan Saric.
Yes, and speaking about Ivan Saric, he's starting with 2 black pieces.
That's always
Pretty rough
tough.
in this event. He's
Yep.
going to face world champion in the next round. And you know, Gukesh is such a fighter. He started with a loss. He wants to bounce back right away. So Ivan under a lot of pressure.
And for Anish, by the way, a victory was the first at the board. There he is.
Yeah, he had a good game. He outplayed Jorden in the end game with the black pieces.
Yeah.
And he's a full tour Grand Chess Tour player, so he is looking for those Grand Chess Tour points.
I've known Anish since he was a very young boy. When I say young boy, I'm talking about 12 years old. But when I think about his career, and he's always been there in the top 10, he's had qualified in the candidates.
4 or 5 times.
Yeah, and right now, is it fair to say that he might be at the best, the top of his game? I mean, he has become so very well-rounded, this 31-year-old.
I think he was 2,800 maybe 10 years ago, but I know what you're saying. He's even stronger now. It's just that it's hard to get that 2,800 again.
Right. By the way, on that note, isn't it a little bit strange, but are we seeing a little deflation?
Of ratings?
In the ratings? I'm just saying, if you go to the 2,700 site, you won't see those high ratings as they used to be. At one time, I think we actually had 5 players at 2,800.
Yes.
Now it's
like
just
one.
one.
We
Just
definitely
Magnus.
see a rating deflation. Yes.
Yeah.
Again, it just goes back to Vincent's point. There are so many good players nowadays, and they're so close in strength. So when you're going to play them, it's going to reverse the mean. Now, I do know that we like to make people younger on our broadcast, but I do think Anish is 32.
32.
And I think
He
it
just
was
turned
a
it.
couple of days ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So he just turned 32 years of age.
Congratulations
Too many
to you.
more, yes.
I was so delighted. Levon had come up to me and he said, Yasser, you have to return to chess. The chess world really, really insists that you return to chess. And I said, well, thank you, Levon. It's so nice of you to say, no, we need your rating points. You're sitting on your rating. There's a deflation. And we need your rating points. He was asking me to make a donation. as we're getting
Are you
ready.
considering it?
No, especially after that. I mean, no. But round two coming up as we see the players taking their seats. Again, I'm finding MVL and Prague as the first game because those two players started out with a victory, and well, there's a lot in this game.
And both of them had very confident victories. I don't think they gave their opponents any
Precisely.
chances.
Yeah. It's like sometimes you can be the accidental victor, not in their cases. And by the way, seriously, whenever you beat a world champion, I mean, that is wind in your sails. And for MVL taking down Gukesh in the first round, that A4 move, by the way, that showed real class.
So brilliant.
It really was. For a rapid.
I know, it's hard to find it in classical.
Do you guys remember what happened with Alireza in Poland? The style of his play in the opening phases.
It was terribly up and down, roller coaster ride.
It was pretty bad. It was
Yes.
pretty bad, especially in the middle of the tournament. He started off well, but he was getting lucky. He was getting lucky, piling up some points, but from lost positions. And then it caught up to him. He caught up to him. He had a really bad second and third day, and then he came back slightly in the blitz portion. Sort of the same happened in round one. From an almost losing position against Ivan Saric, turned it around and managed to win that one. So definitely some signs, perhaps, of things to follow.
MVL repeated his opening from the first game.
Which worked very nicely, this whole London with knight c3.
I think in the first game there was no c5, but Prague went for immediate.
Exactly.
C5, yeah.
Instead of the move a6. He eventually put his pawn on a6, but he did go with c5. It almost looks like a Caro Khan.
It does,
It
yes.
has that
and you can see in the
feel.
current position, there's still plenty of games in the database. As I said that after last move, it's now down to 131 games.
Still a lot.
Still a lot for this opening, yeah.
Yeah. B takes e6. I would say that Black has come out of this pretty okay. He has his fair share of the center. Pretty decent development for his pieces. And after, for example, if I play bishop d6.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, just trade off the bishops and castles. I'll aspire for the
you'll play
d5.
45, absolutely.
Yeah, and open up the bishop.
Because Maxime just played knight a4. Do you think that's indicating he wants to put the knight on c5 or he wants to
100%.
play c4? C4 is not working, right?
No, I'm 100% sure the intention behind knight a4 was to occupy.
But then your move e5 looks even better to tickle that knight on c5.
Yeah, when it
make
gets
it
there.
weaker.
Yeah, bishop d3. E5 right now, if you castle, castle, sorry, queen b4 check.
Prague started with the castle, Maxime as well. And now we might see immediately e5.
The other intention could be to play knight d7 and e5 or c5.
Very nice.
Yeah, one of those two.
None
a5.
of this was played, yeah, a5 instead. Maybe he's looking to trade the bishops.
Very, very sensible. And this position, again, I would say that Prague will be satisfied with the outcome of the opening. Cristian, of
Both
the
of
four,
them playing fast as well.
yeah, and we're still in theory, or yeah, we still got some games I can see on the right side of our screen.
It does still seem
There's
that
only
we're in
one game, and
some
after bishop
theory.
a6 now, that was a novelty.
The most natural move in the position.
That's
Getting
how
a
it
King's
goes.
Indian in Vincent versus Jorden van Foreest, perhaps that's one to follow as well.
Okay, I'm going to switch as the players are settling in to what looks to be like a technical position now.
Much more dry,
yeah.
this one.
I'm switching to the game between Vincent and Jorden van Foreest. Jorden coming off a loss. The first game is white.
Both of them coming off a loss.
Right.
Vincent also lost against Prague, I believe.
Prague, yes. A King's Indian defense, an old Indian defense, I should say. I remember reading as a kid Theory and Practice by David Bronstein. And he had this amazing ability in his writings to make you feel like you were responsible for the moves. And I really enjoyed his writings. Rook E8.
They're very early in the opening, as you can see, still in theory, almost 3,000 games. Neither of them had a chance to even make inaccurate moves, both at 100%. Let's see. If
But Rook to E8 is somewhat of a sideline.
it is?
Yeah.
Yeah, somewhat of a sideline. By far, the main line is C6.
Yes.
In this position, you're trying to also strike in the center potentially with D5, especially after taking on D4, and then at the right moment, D5. And another way to play this one is to take first on D4. Rook to E8, this is a bit of a wrinkle, but we've seen it at the top level as well, and White has so many ways of playing the position. After Rook to E8, I do believe
Now
we
B6,
still have
now
some
that
moves.
is a
Yes,
very
Bishop to
big
E3
surprise.
and B6, yes.
Wow.
And this is some really new stuff.
Wow.
This B6 is really new stuff. Only played 3 times. And by the way, this seems to have been a match between Ju and June and Anastasiya Avramidou, perhaps online. I don't know exactly where these players met 3 times, but I'm seeing 3 games between these 2 players. So quite an interesting position. Let's see.
You know.
I see.
I'm going to say
Black
White
winning.
won. Black won.
Yes, Black won.
Wow.
No, Black won and lost 2.
There
so 2-1
we go.
for White.
Whew.
2-1 for White.
I was going to say that as a King's Indian player, I would find the move D4, D5 irresistible. Just shutting down.
We need to pull up your board, Yasser.
Okay.
There we go.
I would find the move D4, D5 irresistible because, as we know in King's Indians, you aspire, especially as F5, with the move Rook E8 included.
You're not looking for F5 as much.
No. And the move B6, as Cristian would tell us, comes with a hook. It means when I play B4 followed by C5, things are definitely opening up on the queen
It's
side.
definitely a preparatory move, right? Also, after D5, you get this control over the C5 square, so perhaps you can plant a knight on C5. Of course, you have to always be careful about the move B4 later on to kick that knight away. But these are the type of ideas. It's a very prophylactic move, this move B6.
The question I would ask, does the move B6 prepare bishop B7? So, for example, if I wait as White, H2, H3, just
one of the best moves, by the way.
Taking away knight G4. If you play bishop B7, then I will play the natural move with D5, what I wanted to play, and I've lured you into playing bishop B7. Maybe that's not ideal, but what else are you supposed to do after H3? Taking on?
D4?
That looks wrong, right?
I think you have to take on D4 first.
Whoa, look
Whoa.
at that. Vincent took on E5 himself.
That was not my first consideration. Takes on E5.
Yeah, and I think now both players are maybe out of the book. Maybe not Jorden. He's still playing really fast.
Well, recapturing on E5 wasn't a hard choice.
Was knight E5 not really an option?
Both of them.
Was.
Both of them very similar in strength.
It was.
But it does seem like Jorden still knows probably what he's doing.
There was a drawback behind knight takes E5, though. Knight takes E5. If you take with a pawn, we'll trade queens, and I got knight D5.
Yeah, C7 pawns hanging, yeah.
A little bit awkward, maybe.
All right, let's check how the other co-leader
Please.
is doing. Anish Giri against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. We expect that game to be very sharp.
And guess what?
We have Greenfield.
It is.
Right?
Yes.
It looks like Greenfield, yeah. Some very rare line. Who made the first?
Inaccuracy.
Or more of like a niche choice.
Queen C2, this looks all theory.
There's only one game in the current position.
Only one?
Only one.
You know, in the
I'm not an
Grunfeld...
expert in Grunfeld. We miss Peter Svidler.
Yeah. Where's Peter when you need him? But we have Cristian, who is a bit of a Grunfeld specialist himself, and bringing back the good old days. What's the latest and greatest theory in this one, Cristian, in this
The
green
chess
felt?
engine seems to really not like this for black. It's giving accuracy 96% for black already.
As in two less than stellar moves.
Like one.
Yeah, e6 seems to have been played only once in this position and a long time ago. This was all the way in 2006 between a game between Marcin Zuba and Adam Hunt. After e6, of course, we're probably going to go with castle as white. This is a very complex position because white has a clear plan. Wants to attack on the king side. Knows that black is probably going to go short. Castle f4 will be coming. I'm going to try to entomb that dark square bishop. So for example, if you go something like castle f4, bishop to g7, I would love to be able to get something along this line.
Right.
Let me just make those moves once again. Take, and e5. If I can get this type of position with the bishop on g7
it's a
completely
dream.
locked, this would be a really bad situation
Right.
for black. So after e6 castle, you do have to take on d5. But this is such a difficult position unless you know exactly what you're doing, because I can even throw in a check, bishop to b5, take on d5. Are you going to take that pawn on d5? Most likely not.
That looks
right
risky.
now, you're just getting in tactical danger. After rook to d1, you have to go queen to e6, but then you have too many pieces on the e file. I'm going to go bishop to h6, not allow you to castle. Objectively, this one perhaps is still okay for black, but from a practical perspective, you're completely busted. You're just simply not going to find your way.
I'm shocked it's still okay. It looks
Yes. You have to go
terrible.
something like g5. You have to
very concrete,
force your way to castle, but it's not an easy one. So one thing I want to point out is that after knight to e5, bishop takes e5, queen to c2 perhaps was not the best move in the position. And in fact, it does make sense. You want to keep contact with your center. The best move would have been queen to d3. Still defending the pawn on c3, but at the same time keeping contact with your center. And I think that's quite important because, again, it's a matter of speed in the position. Will I be able to go castle f4, f5, or f4, e5 and try to break in the center, break your position apart? Or will you be able to get enough dynamic compensation before that? So this is the discussion that we're seeing, queen to c2, e6, and I don't think we have any more moves. This is the position right now. Both of the players perhaps out of book as of right now with a complicated situation.
You know, Greenfield is known for huge theory, and you expect everyone to know 30 moves
No more
deep.
theory
Not
right now,
here.
yes.
Right.
They found a line that's not very explored.
I want to turn our attention to the game of the world champion Gukesh against wildcard player Ivan Saric as they're playing a Philidor with g4 and b5.
Did you ever play this line with black, or you always played it with g6? You played
No,
it here.
I like the Philidor, but in my time, people were not
Playing
g4. What they were doing was playing bishop to c4 and a4, a5.
Right, more positional, classical play.
Exactly. Now here, I would have
Mess on the board.
I would have never given up the Philidor if I could always get such messes, because this it feels very strange to me that White's playing g4 while playing b5 feels very natural.
Right.
Like I want to play b5, a5, b4 and stop you from castling long. Now, if you don't castle long, you're not castling short after you play
King in
g4.
the center.
And guess what? After the move rook g1, you're definitely not. Castling is no longer allowed. It's absolutely illegal.
They're
And
playing some very interesting position.
check this
and
out.
It's brand new, no games in the database after
Wow.
F4. Very sharp.
Okay.
I
so-
would prefer white. It still feels like I have a lot of space and it looks scarier for black, even though my king is also open and vulnerable. What do you think, Yasser?
I'm just kind of, I don't have the zen of the position yet. I feel like so I'll play a5. So you tell me what the world champion's idea is. Does he want to play f5? Does he want to capture twice on e5?
I think both are good options. Maybe develop the queen and not change anything in the center too.
How?
But
Queen
you were playing
d2?
b4, right?
That's precisely the idea, is I definitely want to play b4, chase this knight away, and maybe, you know, prove that
I
the
like your
e4
a5.
pawn...
Ivan had different idea. He played knight h5. But
Knight
I'm not a
h5.
big fan of this move. It seems like you can't afford to make such moves, right?
Yeah, well, the knight's offside. Obviously, Ivan wants to force White's hand. He wants to force White,
Make a decision.
yeah, to
Right.
capture the pawn on e5.
I like f5. Maybe take on e5 first with the d pawn and then push f5. Not sure about the little details.
Okay, and you kind of I feel like the move f5 puts
I'm not too upset about this move, knight to h5.
You're not?
No, I'm not too upset about it, despite the fact that the engine is saying, sure, White is doing really well. But you do have to be very precise with White, and you have so many options. And it does feel like, at least with Black, you're playing for something, and that is to install a knight on f4, get a knight on the dark square. You have to take on e5 with the f-pawn, and then you have to throw in this move queen to f3. All of this is not easy to me. Again, you have too many options. You guys were already looking in a different direction.
Right.
You're looking towards f5. It doesn't seem to be that good. So take queen to f3. Of course, you have to
That's a
protect
mate
against
threat.
queen takes f7. You cannot play the move f6 because after knight to e6, don't allow a knight on e6
We shake
like
hands.
that.
No,
That
no,
is
no.
just bad, bad news for you. So after queen f3, you have to go bishop to f6. This knight does look a little bit off, but I am going to f4. And even perhaps I will sacrifice a pawn if necessary in those situations. Like, for example, castle right now. Now I can just even take and then queen to f4. So I have ways to stabilize my position as Black. If you try to break it apart with d5 and try to go for the pawns on the light squares, now I can try to create some chances with the move knight to f4. Again, I'm seeing the engine eval. I'm seeing the fact that White is
for
clearly
choice.
better objectively. But from a practical perspective, these are not easy positions. And Ivan is a King's Indian player, is a very dynamic player. We've talked about that in the first round as well, when he just couldn't contain his excitement. This is the type of position that definitely favors him. At the same time, Gukesh loves this type of positions also. But generally, he loves them when he has more time. Sometimes, this type of dynamic positions, he spends a bit too much time, and then we see him in time trouble. We see him struggle. So this is going to be the discussion we'll have in this one. And again, I'm liking what Ivan is doing.
And both players need a win to not stay on the bottom of the field. As you can see right now, they're sharing 7th alongside Keymer and Van Foreest. One more game we haven't looked at, it's Alireza Firouzja against Bogdan, and Alireza also started with a win. He's co-sharing first place right now.
Yeah, looks like one of those Nimzo Indian defenses where you capture and double up the pawn on the c-file and go after the pawn on c4. I notice that Bogdan has put his knight on b3, cleverly preventing the move knight a5.
I want to point out the time. Alireza still has 25 minutes on the clock against Bogdan's 12 minutes.
Okay,
By the way, Gukesh did find the best path. So
Good for him.
yes, he did take on e5 and queen f3, exactly
Maybe a
what
very
we were
sharp
showing.
game.
Yes.
By the way, I mean, something very confusing for me. Alireza's played bishop b7 followed by bishop a6, pretty okay. And the move bishop d3 to e2 would just simply never have occurred to me. Well,
Guys,
why is the bishop on e2?
sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
I
Yeah, we
think
have
we
the
need to
wrong-
go back to that one because Saric just blundered, or at least made a bad move that really puts him in a precarious position. Can we check that for one more second?
Sorry, we just left Ivan Gukesh. Okay, so Gukesh did capture and play queen f3, you suggested.
And the response was knight to f6, but now it seems that once I take this pawn, attract the queen in the middle of the board, and then I just simply go long castle. Now I have so many threats coming in the position. First of all, I'm threatening to take that pawn on a7, but also maybe bishop to d4 at the right moment, kick that
by
queen away
e5.
and target that knight with the move e5. It just doesn't seem like you're getting that knight f4 that you really wanted any longer. You don't get the pressure without the bishop pawn f6. You don't get the pressure on the dark squares. So the knight is just the wrong piece to place on f6. I feel like right now Gukesh is definitely in pole position, and it seems like he's creating the separation he needed to get decisive advantage and maybe go for his first victory.
And how serious is the advantage? Is it +2?
Close to +2, yes. Close
Wow.
to 2 points advantage. And this is typically a type of advantage that Gukesh doesn't let go.
Coming out of the opening, that's really shocking to be have such a big advantage there.
Well, yeah, when you play Philidor, you are taking a risk.
Yeah, for sure. I wanted to just come back to the game of Bogdan-Daniel and Alireza, who, according to our stats, is the favorite, almost a huge favorite. Would the move, bishop to d3 to e2, crossed your mind? I mean, like, I always thought in such positions, you know, you should be attracted to the move bishop g5. You've got the two bishops after all, put them to work, pin that knight, and follow it up with f3, f4. And
That's typically the plan, yeah.
that's what the classic players all did. Bishop e2, knight e7. Now Alireza is saying, I'm threatening to capture on d4 and capture on c4. What are you going to do about it? And Daniel's thinking, that's a very good question. He's just putting the question. Now, are we sacrificing the pawn with bishop to d4?
I think at some point you have to sacrifice pawn c4 and get an advantage on the king side, like mess up black's pawns or something like that. Because c4 pawn, you can't, after bishop e2, you can't really defend it anymore.
Right.
Could have played queen e2, for example.
Yeah, right, exactly. That was what I was thinking. So the move bishop e2, I find contrarian. I'm going to jump back to the game between two of our co-leaders, I want to say, MVL and Prague, and just to see what progress the players have made. When we left it about here, and the knight had occupied the c5 square. MVL wanted to maintain his knight on c5. As soon as I said that,
It didn't last very long.
I would have bet you dollars to donuts he was going to play a2, a3 in this position and just chill. He did not. He captured and played a3. Don't ask me why.
h5, but I think Maxime still has a small advantage even without the knight on c5. But is it enough to win this game?
I would not think so. I mean, I can imagine he's still aspiring to, to generating some kind of kingside attack. On the other hand, after, let's say, rook a7, you're probably going to have to play rook e3.
Have to defend first, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's pretty balanced. Where would you like to guide us, Nasi?
Let's jump to Anish and Nodirbek's game. That looks exciting because I see Anish's pawn is on f5. That looks like big progress.
Yeah, what Cristian was suggesting, f4 e5 or f4 f5. And guess what? Anish said, now that I can do it with the tempo, let me push my pawn to f5 and bishop to f4.
And Yasser, before we dive in, we forgot to pick favorites to win. And before we go too far into the tournament, we have to make those picks. I know we already have leaders. I'm going to go first.
Go.
I'll pick Prague. What's your pick? Who's your pick?
I like his fighting spirit. I can't go against the two-time Grand Chess Tour champion, Alireza.
Good choice. And you, Cristian?
I'm going to go with Argentina.
Argentina.
I'll take France.
I thought we were talking about the World Cup. Sorry.
I'm going with France.
We're talking about chess. Okay. Let me think.
You'll have to pick the Messi of
I'm
chess.
not going to pick Keymer. I feel like he's a bit on shaky legs coming after
because he
that
lost.
Oh, you're already...
Perhaps Anish. Anish is a very intriguing choice, but I'm going to pick Nodirbek. I feel the wild cards are doing really, really well in this tournament. Hans just won in
Right.
Poland. Sure, Vincent has won in Romania, but still the wildcards were doing quite well all the way until the end.
I remember Magnus,
Magnus
was a wild card.
Of course, he was winning.
Took 13 points.
Quite often he was taking those points. So I'm going to go with Nodirbek.
Maurice also picked Nodirbek,
Okay.
Anastasiya picked Alireza, and Var picked MVL. So we pretty much covered most of the field.
Anastasiya has
Great taste.
An inspiring choice. Queen F6, by the way, as we
So who
dive
did you
back.
pick, Yasser, in the World Cup? Did you go with France?
No, I went with Argentina.
I'm picking USA.
Nazi.
They're playing today.
USA.
Of course.
Beautiful. Of course. There we go.
Actually, we don't have any US players in the tournament.
No US players.
No, Wesley.
Yeah, for those who don't know and are asking, where is Fabi, where is Wesley? Well, in Rapid and Blitz, they only get to play 2 of those events out of 3.
That's right.
So they're sitting out this one.
Exactly. Queen F6, a very direct threat. Gift me your pawn on a C3. Should I ignore it? I would love to play 2 moves in a row. I would love to play bishop to D6 and E5, right? If I could play bishop to D6 and E5, I'd be cruising.
Oh, yeah. Then F6 probably next.
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm going to start with the move Rook D1 for
That's
Anish.
good. Bishop C6 probably.
Bishop C6 and bishop to D6.
I don't think I can stop you from playing E5.
No, Peter Svidler is so happy sacrificing exchanges. I mean, he would play Queen C3 in a snap. And
Maybe I have to, because if I let you play E5, I'm a little bit depressed.
yeah, no, there's no fun. And in chess, you should be playing for fun. And I think that actually this is a very reasonable exchange sacrifice.
I agree. That bishop's going to be fantastic. The dark square bishop on D4.
Right?
And I wish we were giving up the white square bishop for the rook, not the dark one.
Exactly. Because in these types of positions, even though, and you can throw in bishop D4 check whenever you like.
I think Anish heard you. He's just played rook D1.
Has he? And bishop C6 came very, very quickly.
I know it's still super early in the tournament, but important matchup nonetheless. Giri is already sharing first, and Nodirbek is at 50% looking for his first win.
Exactly. For those joining us late, the game that Nodirbek played in round 1 against Daniel, that was the only draw of the round, and that was a game where we thought easily both players could have won it, you know, either Daniel or Nodirbek. If he had played that move knight D4, we would have called for a wand. That would have been great. Bishop D6, well, besides bishop D6, maybe C3, C4?
Actually, he's taking on G6, including this move. So he can play bishop D6 with a tempo, but he will probably end up in a very similar situation, right? Let's take a look.
He has captured on G6 already. So we're assuming HG, yeah, or?
He's taken with the queen. Now that I was not expecting.
Okay.
It seems to be a good move.
Well, he's definitely getting off the discovered
also
attack.
on the G2 square, now that we have bishop on C6.
Okay.
Now if you play bishop D6, E4 is just hanging and you lose. So white has to spend a tempo. Unless I can play rook D6, maybe? That's an interesting sacrifice.
Let's have a look.
Because if you take queen E4, I'm planning to play bishop D3.
Queen takes E4, bishop D3. That's nasty.
That wins, yes.
That just a flat out
But
win.
you can take with the bishop on E4.
Right, that was my question. And
Yeah, black should not have many problems in this endgame.
No, because it's going to be an ending, right?
Let's see what Anish's plan was. He played bishop F3.
Okay, solid. Again, rook D6 is
But now Nodirbek has time to just play rook D8. Stop you from putting any piece on D6.
Compromise king, though. Compromise king position. Like.
Agreed. Just white needs a rook on G3. How do you get there?
How do I? Very slowly. Cristian, jump in on this round.
We
Where
could
would you
definitely
like to
go
get?
back to the Gukesh game.
Gukesh?
Because Gukesh
You
did
got
not
it.
find the best move in the position, and that was, once again, to remind everybody, taking on e5, following by long castle. And this would have given him a tremendous advantage for the simple fact that you're the first. You're the first one to attack Black's position. Black doesn't get his attack going against my king. The problem is, after this move, queen to f2, a bit of a soft move. You're allowing Black to get some attacking opportunities in the position. And he took them immediately. Ivan Saric, that is, with the move b4, opening up the position. Take on b4, this is what we have on the board. It's not that easy anymore. It's a completely wild-looking structure if we look at it. And a lot of things can change very quickly. For example, you take on e5, you take bishop to d4, we get this type of positions, in fact, which lead to an endgame. How do you assess this position from afar? Nobody knows, right?
It's a mess.
It does seem like white is doing quite well, but it's so difficult to assess it from afar because you see this very threatening rook on the second rank. You can take on c2 and then rook to c1. Of course, it is white who's creating the more threatening ideas with bishop takes f7. So this is what we have right now. I feel like Ivan has gotten his compensation in the position, and we do have this position on the board with a rook takes a7. I'm expecting rook takes b2, and it does seem like we're getting those wild situations. Still favoring, objectively, Gukesh, but taking on e5 first and then long castle would have been much, much better.
Yeah, you called the move queen f3 to f2 soft. I would just say kind of wasting a tempo and a crucial one.
Crucial
like that
tempo,
one.
yes.
I don't like this move. I feel that Gukesh is still trying to find his form early in the tournament here. And of course, Nodirbek did play rook b8 in that particular game. Oh, I should actually get to the live position here. Rook
Yeah, what
takes
a mess.
a7.
I mean, if king was on c1, I would feel safer for white.
Yeah.
Saying the obvious.
Right. Nice. Could it be that Gukesh
Not
had
really sure what
calculated rook
Ivan
takes?
is thinking about, because you do have to take that pawn on b2. If you don't take that pawn on b2, then you're in deep trouble.
Yeah. I mean, there might be a rook takes e7.
I think he's thinking about bishop to b7, and he doesn't see a good way for white to defend that pawn on b2. But guess what? After bishop b7, I have this beautiful move, bishop to c4.
Okay, that's unexpected, but very strong.
Somewhat unexpected, yes.
Yeah.
And an even more unexpected move, and perhaps even stronger after a bishop to b7, the very calm and cool king to d2.
Okay, we're not going to see that.
No, that might have been a move I'd find attractive. My tournament careers featured a lot of king d2s.
King d2. With the idea, of course, to go king to c1.
Yeah.
And if you do take on b2, I think after bishop d4, you're just completely busted.
It's a natural way of castling by hand.
Yes.
King
In
d2.
a completely open position.
Of course, of course. I'm going to go quickly to the game between MVL and Prague. Yeah, it did occur as I expected. MVL is still trying to look for some kind of kingside initiative while simultaneously keeping a watchful eye.
And Maxime definitely has pressure on Prague. Do you think at some point, instead of passive defense, Prague should try to change up the structure with e5?
Yes.
Maybe
Absolutely.
right away?
Yeah, maybe right away, in fact, just e6, e5. I'd rather have my king on g8 when I'm playing that, by the way. Wouldn't want my king to suddenly...
Just in case.
Yeah, right, just in case. Going to go to the game of Vincent and Jorden because Vincent took a very surprising approach against the move b6. I'm going to go back to that moment when Jorden played b7, b6, a very rare instance here in a King's Indian. I don't find myself drawn to the move d4 takes e5.
No, because we're hoping to play d5.
Yeah, and get that positional grip. But Vincent had a very specific idea. he wanted to take advantage of the D file and maybe double up on the D file, which he did. And he said, you're in trouble. And we're just going to catch up with the players.
Yeah, I like Jordan's maneuver with the knight. It went to e6, and here we have a couple more moves. In current position, can he go knight d4 and sacrifice a pawn just to get a very strong dark squared bishop?
Let's have a look-see.
Maybe it's not even a sacrifice. I might be getting the e4 pawn back very quickly.
Okay, show me. Takes.
Okay.
Takes.
So if I play h6...
Away I go, huh?
Knight f3. I'm afraid on c5 you might have some in-between move on my queen, you know, some knight jump.
I was going to play rook to d7.
Ah.
I mean, I was expecting you to win the exchange, but I thought that I have a pawn in my pocket, but I thought...
queen c6 after?
Yeah, I would have a superb knight.
So queen c6 looks like a blunder. Immediately engine said white wins. So I guess queen b8?
Already...
I want to play queen b8.
But you know,
so passive.
When you see a move like queen b8, you kind of stop and you go...
No, maybe queen c8 is actually a good move and just pinning you.
Queen c8 and pinning me.
Yeah, it's counterintuitive to put my queen on pre, but...
You know, it's funny because I'm a pawn grabber. And rook takes f7.
You can play king g2 and prepare that.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, we might be seeing the biggest difference on the clock being established right now. Alireza with almost 19 minutes, Bogdan-Daniel Deac with 2 minutes on the clock.
2 minutes. Well,
right
wasn't
now.
he down to 1 minute versus 20?
That's when he generally starts playing his moves.
In the first round? Okay. So when we left it, we saw the move knight e7, d5, a move I resisted, knight g6.
Look at Alireza. Alireza is just looking somewhere.
He's so chill.
In the crowd, you know.
He looks checked out.
Waving at the crowd, checked out, waiting for his opponent to make a move.
You know, sometimes when your opponent thinks so much, you kind of zone out. It's hard to stay focused when they take 15 minutes on a move.
By the way, b5 is supposedly a mistake. At the same time, it leads to such a complicated, crazy position that perhaps it shouldn't even be considered a mistake from a practical perspective, because you do complicate matters, and it's going to be an extremely difficult position to handle with only 1 minute on the clock. He took on e6, perhaps the best move. Rook takes e6. Okay, that's a move I did not expect.
Right.
I was expecting him to take with the pawn. F takes e6 and try to play for d5, try to play for initiative in the center. He decided to keep the position a bit more calm, Alireza, and play fast.
Can Daniel do a very positional thing now, take on b5, play c4, and get the knight to c3 and d5?
And that's the problem with this move, rook to e6. It makes life a bit easier for white. It makes it a bit less dynamic.
The moment I saw rook takes e6, I said, how can I occupy this square d5? And you found it right away. You go c4, and you know, it's counterintuitive to underdevelop, but the maneuver knight to
just
c3,
get the knight to d5. I mean, the position becomes much easier to handle with 1 minute, because you have some simple free moves almost, right?
Right.
You go c4, you attack the bishop, you go knight b1, knight c3, you know exactly what's coming.
He's traded bishops.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That's a surprise move.
That's a big decision.
He's still going to play c4 now and try to get the... Is it as strong?
But now you don't get it as easy, because I go queen to a6. I think it's quite an important move. And no more knight to b1. You lose the pawn on c4. You try to defend it with your queen, let's say queen to c2. So after queen to a6, perhaps we can show that.
Queen to a6.
Try to go queen to c2 to get ready for this maneuver.
Well, let's try queen e2.
Then I go knight e5.
Maybe? Yeah.
Again, I'm blocking you from achieving your goal.
And now maybe we can...
I am determined to achieve my goal.
Is it too crazy to play g5 here?
Wow.
I want to.
Wow.
But now maybe I go rook to b8. Again, knight b1. Whenever you get to c3 right now with the rook on c1, that rook is not protecting the pawn on c4.
That is true.
But look at the engine. It's saying black is winning somehow. Maybe d5. I have d5 move.
Sweet.
I didn't see that before. I could have done that
that's
before.
That's a nice idea.
Sweet.
But let's stop our analysis and check in with Maurice. Over to you.
Thanks, Nazi. Just wanted to jump in because I went into the tournament hall and everyone there is intense, of course. And you have very few players who get up during rapid games because after all, it's rapid. Every precious second counts. You see MVL from time to time get up. Anish Giri, who gets up all the time during classical games, he is actually simply trained to his seat. Like, I'm not getting up during these games for any reason, maybe if he knows he's completely winning. But Deac is the only one, even when he's down to under a minute, somehow he just cannot stay in the chair. And you can see that his opponents are just stunned by it. But they know by now that this is what he does. And if Firouzja takes a little too long, you will see him get up from that chair. Now he's seated, of course, with only 22 seconds left on his clock. But you could tell he just wants to get up. It's just what he does. How are you walking around with this time situation? And it is incredible when you're in the hall watching him do this again and again and again. As a professional, I'm flabbergasted. But somehow he makes it work for him. Maybe not against these guys, though. Alireza with a full almost 18 minutes on his clock. No way in the world you can imagine you're going to spot me 18 minutes to 22 seconds? Are you kidding me? Let's see if he can somehow pull a rabbit out of a hat. We don't expect it to happen here.
Thank you, Maurice. As we just been looking at these games, and the game between Anish and Nodirbek kind of blew up on us. Queen takes c5. A lot of trades have occurred in that game, and the players are, I would say, pretty balanced position after this whole exchange. I was expecting Anish to be able to take advantage of the king, but that doesn't
somehow this
appear to be
one
the case.
already feels extremely balanced. It feels like one of those grandmaster positions in which you don't see a lot of mistakes happen. Right?
No,
it's just too simplistic.
Gukesh, as you were saying, that game
played that move, bishop c4.
Bishop b7.
He completely missed bishop c4.
Bishop c4, really, really strong move by
and you can see it on Gukesh's body posture. You missed this one.
Yes, you did. And it actually forced Ivan into a trade of bishops. And that was actually a very poor exchange for Ivan, because the problem is there's no more pressure on b2. And
look,
that knight is stable.
Don't get me wrong. This is not over. Black still has a little bit of compensation in the position. Black can just simply castle in the position right now.
Okay. So.
Wow, I forgot that it's legal to castle. Kings have been in the center for so long.
Castles.
Yeah, actually, suddenly position changes after the castle. Now I'm worried about White's king much more than I was before.
I have to. Well, that knight on g5 fulfilled its
Don't
purpose.
I win an exchange by force? Just a second.
How do you do that?
So castles, knight f3.
Yes, knight f3 is the best move, and
give me the queen.
Probably the
if
the
you go
one
queen
move that
e6,
gives the advantage. Just queen a5, let's say.
Oh, I thought the bishop was hanging.
It is. But I have some compensation for it.
This is how I wanted to win an exchange, by the way, which is.
But I have a rook b4.
Oh, it doesn't look queen a5 is the best move, and whoa.
To be honest, if I were to predict what would happen, that variation that you just showed with the exchange sacrifice after queen
more
e6,
predictable.
Most likely to appear on the board.
What's the idea here, Cristian? After you sacrifice the piece on e7?
I guess knight takes e4.
I take on e4 with the rook.
With the rook?
With the rook.
That's so much harder to spot.
You take on e4 with the rook?
With the rook, yes.
Still looks so bad for black. You're down a full piece.
Surprisingly, it's not that bad.
Crazy.
Yes. Of course, it's crazy. It's crazy that it actually works. But at the same time, I do have a few ways to get to your king. One of them is the E file, especially after the exchange of the rooks. Another one is the A file as well. So you take on E4, rook takes E4, knight takes E4, and now you have to grovel a little bit with with a white queen. Queen to e2 seems to be the only move
Sure.
that maintains the advantage. Then I go knight to g3. I keep attacking you. Queen to d1, only move in the position.
Wow.
This is not easy, right? Where is the king going? The king suddenly doesn't have any squares in the position. I go rook to e8. It's starting to look strange for the white king, right? You have to find queen to d7. This is not natural play. This is engine play. This is what we call engine
Thank you.
We do have
Christian, sorry
castle.
to interrupt. We have a draw coming up here between MVL and Prague. They found a repetition, traded all the pieces, and fair result. I think both players played very well.
Agreed.
Castle was played, so we are headed towards that position in the game between Gukesh and Saric.
All right, knight
What a crazy
f3.
position this
Wow.
is.
Wow.
I mean,
If he finds queen a5, that's the
Yeah.
big move, I think. Because if you go queen e6, knight d4, it's a bit easy for white, right? You're going to be an exchange up, and you don't feel the brunt of that attack coming from the black side. But if he finds queen a5, the game becomes very intriguing.
I would say 3 results game.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I would also call it 2 results. I don't think a draw will happen in that one after
There.
queen
2
a5.
results, but no draw.
Somebody will win.
Someone's going to win.
Let's go back to Bogdan against Alireza. Bogdan has 24 seconds and still a complicated position, I would say.
24 seconds. We left it after the move c4, by the way.
We wanted that knight on d5.
We wanted the
White knight
black
to end up on d5.
queen on a6. Alireza retreated his queen all the way to d7 and then played queen
I think
to
white
e7.
knight just didn't end up on d5, and because of that, Alireza doesn't have any real problems. I'm not saying he's better. White still controls the b file, has more space on the queen side. But what do you think about the horses in the position?
A moment ago, you recommend, or you
G5?
suggested g5.
Queen a5 on the board, guys, in that game.
Where? Which game?
Of
We're not gonna
Gukesh
jump, but
versus
Ivan
Saric.
found the
He
best
gave
game.
the piece. He sacrificed
the
the full
piece.
piece. That one is
Ooh.
going to be explosive.
Yeah, here I was thinking that Alireza might play the move at g5 in order to,
He needs to put pressure because he has 13 minutes against 24 seconds.
yeah. The other idea, rook to g6.
Also very interesting.
Oh, well,
King h1
let's say
probably.
I'm being direct.
Very direct. I would have to go king h1
King
and
h1.
hope for the best.
Yeah, rook g6, king h1.
I mean,
queen
objectively, white is still fine, but that 24 seconds definitely makes me nervous for white.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Wow.
Should we jump back to Gukesh, Ivan? Because that game is crazy.
That one is getting funky.
Sure.
Other
Let's
games
do
are
it.
more or less balanced, so let's stay with this one.
So when we left it, it was castles, knight f3. Knight f3, drop back, attack the queen. We were expecting maybe queen e6 to keep the bishop protected.
Gukesh is absolutely shocked by this move, queen to a5. He didn't even consider that square for the queen. Of course, for good reason, because I can just simply take your bishop on e7. But then you start looking at the position and you're starting to realize that that king on e1 is really, really feeble right now, in danger.
Well, oh, sorry, that was a mouse, my mouse slip. Well, what really was shocking to me was this line with rook takes e4. You don't see that very often, right? The pattern is you're attacking a rook on e7.
So
Very,
the
very
pattern right now is that you're down a piece and you want to exchange more pieces.
Great, but let's go back to Maurice because he's with a very special guest.
Thank you, Nazi. We're here with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave after a draw against Prague. Maxime, how do you feel this start? You won a nice game in the first round, and now this draw against Praggnanandhaa.
Yeah, I prepared this line for this event and maybe some others. Like, I thought it's nice time for a change. Of course, it shocked a bit Giri when I told him I planned to play d4 and not e4. He asked me if I was getting old. I might be getting old. I'm also getting wiser.
Indeed, it did score you a very nice victory. We know there's a little bit of pressure on you in this event. Your first 2 events didn't go so well. And every year you're a part of the final. So what pressure do you feel right now in this one?
I don't want to think about the results and what I need to do. I just need to play well. I know that inevitably there's going to be a year where I don't qualify, and maybe it is that year, but of course, I'll fight my best and avoid that in the next two events here in Zagreb and then in St. Louis.
Well, obviously you're a fantastic player, but you also must be feeling really good about the result from the French team in the World Cup. A devastating result, well, a fantastic result for France, going 3-0 with some spectacular play.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been amazing to watch, and we've had the best offense by far in the World Cup. The defensive side may be a bit worrying when we get to closer matches, but right now we're looking fantastic, of course, and definitely the favorites to win it all. And it's fantastic because, I mean, we're coming back from back-to-back finals with one win in 2018 as well.
Oh, I'm sure you're proud, and Mbappe playing fantastic football. We hope you find that same spirit in chess.
Yes, but it's not about one player in football. It's never about only one player.
Yes, indeed. Well, we'll hope you do what you normally do. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you, Maurice.
Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Maurice. As we see MVL, rather buoyant mood after his draw with Prague. We do have the game between Gukesh and Ivan Saric, and this move, rook takes e4. I must say, I fancy myself as this great attacking player, obviously.
Obviously. No disputes.
But this pattern of attacking a rook on e7 with the move rook e4 is just completely alien to me.
Very unusual.
I have never seen this approach.
It's a critical moment. Ivan has to find this exact move, rook e4, or he doesn't have compensation.
Exactly. The problem is the desirable knight e4 actually does run into a bit of a problem. This rook takes e4, rook takes e4, and I've got this really nasty little move, rook to g5.
You have a check on a1, but problem is that your king side is all
Knight takes e4. He did
play it the wrong way.
Oh,
I
now
think
he's
that
just lost.
Now he's lost.
Now he's just lost.
I think this was but rook takes e4 was really confounding. I'm really surprised what might have been. But knight takes e4 was rook takes e4 was the right move.
More or
Knight
less
takes
all the legal moves right now for white that we would consider are really good, including rook takes e4.
Yep, that was
just simply give
my
up
top
the
choice.
exchange, and then rook
Gukesh
to g5.
played
Queen to e2, also very
Also
strong.
good.
Also very strong, yes. That is the problem. You just simply don't have bad moves in the position. Queen to h4, by the way, was fine as well.
Queen h4.
Which is a very weird move to
Yeah,
make.
that was the least.
You don't even consider it.
Yeah, that was.
But
that
queen
was
to
the
e2
last
right
move
now
on
is
my
just,
mind.
unfortunately, too easy.
All right, looks like Gukesh is in the driver's seat here. Let's jump back to Alireza because he's got some advantage on the board as well as on the clock that we already know. He won where did the a pawn go? Was there a pawn on a5?
Yeah, there was. And there's no time on the clock. Let me just...
10 seconds for Deac.
Is it a healthy extra pawn for black? Okay, it's temporary. Well,
C4 is hanging.
Maybe it's not so temporary.
It's definitely, it doesn't feel temporary.
Yeah, maybe just simply queen e6, and you can have the a pawn. I'll take your c pawn.
I'm just a little bit surprised there aren't ideas of knight f3, queen h3, some kinds of sacrifices over there. But there is a knight on f1, to quote Bent Larsen. Yeah.
What did he say exactly?
Well, put your knight on f1, you don't get mated.
Yeah.
Sometimes the guys were very direct, you know, like to get squares, you got to give them. You know what I mean?
Thank you,
Thank you, Bobby Fischer. Okay, well, again, it's just the clock that is attracting our attention. I wanted to go back to the game of Anish and Nodirbek.
They're all the way down to bishop endgame with only 3 pawns per side. Should be a draw, right? Does anyone have any chances? Well, maybe white,
I think white has a slight advantage. The problem is black just gets his king in the center very quickly. So you're not going to be, if you would be able to get your king to c4 as white.
That would be a dream.
That would be amazing. The problem is you're not getting there.
No. King
so let's say I
e3.
play bishop d6 and leave the bishop on the diagonal. When you go king e6, I go bishop f8.
I think we should stay with the Gukesh Saric game just because it's so much more complicated.
Okay,
right
we're going to leave this technical ending, which we pretty much consider to be a draw.
It's a full rook. It's a full extra rook for the world champion right now. And Saric's only hope is to find the check with that knight on c3, which is not going to happen.
He has sacrificed. Yeah, you would like to capture the queen. With
capture your own queen, yes, and go knight to c3.
Well,
that's just simply not going to happen.
Can he play queen to b4?
He can, but then I just take on e4 and I move my king to f2. I'm still a piece up.
That is nasty.
But that's progress. You're up a rook.
Yes, that's the good thing about being up a rook. I can give a little bit of the material back.
Yeah, 20 seconds for Ivan. But if he doesn't play queen before, it's just completely over.
Knight g3 check, rook takes g3, yeah. It's the same. Well, is it the same? Well, he did play queen before.
Best move.
So, expecting rook takes e4?
Queen to b4 was played.
Yeah, rook e4 is, I think, required.
Okay. And king f2, yeah.
Not the only move. You can even maintain the full advantage of a rook with queen to d7, but why would you do that? Just take the safe, practical approach with the rook takes e4, simplify the position, maintain your extra piece, take the game into the endgame if you can with queen to d3. And surprisingly so, the king on f2 right now is very safe.
Yeah, the knight on f3 offers great protection.
I want to go f5, f4, and do something, but
yeah,
I don't believe in it myself.
And he's going for it. Rook takes e4.
Rook takes e4.
Queen takes e4.
Easy move. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Rook.
He's going for rook g4, I think. Yes.
Yeah. Not bad.
Not a bad move.
It definitely stops, puts a kibosh on knight f4, and it does so with a gain of a tempo.
If Gukesh converts this, which is very likely, it'd be a rough start for Ivan, but let's not forget he's starting with 2 black pieces, and I believe he is the last seed by rating. So,
boy, it's a tough life, right?
It is a tough life.
First of all, you're the last seed, so you're like, come on, give me some compensation to play these monsters.
But he's generally
you get
doing
2
quite
blacks
well.
in a row.
He's generally doing quite well in this event.
Yeah.
Especially in the rapid portion. The problem is he's going to be looking at these games. He's going to see that, of course, against Alireza, he had a huge chance to win that game with the black pieces. He's going to be upset about that. Now against Gukesh, he found his way out with that move queen to a5 just to misstep with the move knight takes e4 and allow Gukesh back in the game. He knows he had chances. That's the problem. It's psychological. Will he be able to recover from that?
Yeah.
Maybe it's better if he doesn't check the games.
But he will. I know how these players operate. Immediately, they go back to the lounge, the players' lounge, and they look with their seconds or by themselves.
By the way, I noticed that Ivan really quickly moved at knight f6. He had been playing rather slowly for a while there. Suddenly realized he was down to 12 seconds. Woke up.
It happens very quickly. You think you have all the time in the world, and then, oh, I got to make a move now.
Now you have 8 seconds, and you went, what? By the way, queen e5 looks to me like Gukesh is playing really well.
Well, now you're forced to take on e5, exchange the queens, otherwise...
Wait, queen d7.
Wait, queen takes f6?
You want some check on d1?
You give 1 check.
On c2, a second check?
2 checks.
But you hide on g3,
yes.
right?
Yes. I think
queen takes f6. He's done it.
Finishes
and that's
the
it.
game.
Yeah. A spike check or 2, but that's it.
I think there's just one. After king g3, it should be a handshake.
Yep.
And there it is. Congratulations to the world champion for quickly bouncing back.
Important.
Important win, indeed. Let's go to maybe Anish and Nodirbek. That game should end in a draw very quickly because they found a way to trade the queenside pawns.
Right, and then it's 2 versus 2. We're expected to draw in this game.
Make a 3-move repetition probably.
In no time.
Not yet.
They are finding a way to get to it.
Should be 8, and that's a draw.
They found it.
Okay.
Very solid game.
I think we should go to Vincent. Vincent versus Jorden, because that one is exploding as well.
Well, the last move, especially by Vincent, F4, he's saying, look,
and it worked, because Jorden responded with a really bad move, knight h7, which now seems to be lost for
What exactly is knight h7?
Knight
Just take pawn on e5?
Which he did. Next move is e6.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
What was
You can
knight
see
h7?
Vincent
This is such a strange move.
knows this is over now.
Knight 8.
I think he was going to play knight d7 and just took it the wrong side.
Yes.
Knight h7. Now, wow.
I think if he played knight d7, he was like equal.
By the way, knight d7 is the only move. And it's not such an easy move because you do allow a queen endgame with an extra pawn for white.
Yeah, but white's king is exposed.
It is, yes.
By the way, 20 seconds for
Vincent to find e6. I'm sure it's not the only move, but it looks very strong.
It's
I don't think
easy
he's going to
play.
play it. I think he's going to go
By the way,
F1.
rook to d6.
Check, maybe.
Rook to d6 is
he's going
not
to
the-
d6.
Is not bad, right? Because
Looks good.
your next move is to go check and then e6.
But now knight g5. Let's go. Knight g5. I got my knight out.
You don't
Maybe I
have
can get
queen
that
d2
knight to e6. I feel like I'm getting some chances in the position.
Yeah, if you blockade on e6, maybe you'll hold. And I don't have queen d2. That pawn on e5 hangs. It's very annoying.
So knight g5, a5, a4, for example, knight e6, queen d2 check.
King goes back.
And I've got.
I think after a4, I would put my king on h7 first.
Ooh, but
Queen
he's putting
g5.
queen
Wait a
on
minute.
G5.
What is that move?
That is a surprising move.
E6,
E6.
quickly played by Vincent. Great move.
Well, you don't have to ask twice, right? I mean, those are double pawns, and we are threatening suddenly rook
As
to
exposed
d7.
as white's king is, there's not a single check that Jorden can find, even in two moves.
Two moves.
Yeah, this was a great move by Vincent. Queen to f4.
Do we go
Now the
forward?
rook has to come back.
Whoa, rook d7. I like that move. Does black have to take? But then white's getting it with queen.
No,
Yeah,
there's a
rook
check
d7
on g7.
Is crucial.
You can't.
You can't take. No, that's
take.
mate. Yeah.
Vincent is taking it home.
He's cruising
right now. And this would be quite a disastrous start for Jorden.
Right.
Oh, yeah, he lost the first
0
game.
out of 2. And that's not what he wants to see, especially when he's fighting for the points as a full tour participant.
Exactly.
It's not the right start.
G5, check on h8, repeat once.
Very
Does he
professional.
have to come back, queen c3, or does he have a better move?
I think queen c3 is so natural. You're defending the g3 square, which is quite crucial.
So he gained some time, but I don't know, he's spending that time.
Yeah, I don't know why he's doing
Can
that.
he take on f7?
No,
And
queen c3.
check with the. No, he didn't. He just came
Best
back.
way is to take on c7 first.
Right.
Then go back with the check, and then e5 and block the queen.
I like that.
I like that a lot.
But he has 10 seconds. Can he find it?
Take on c7.
He's okay.
Queen
First step
h8
down.
check. The knight has to drop back and then play e5, blocking the queen from access to
Knight is
g3.
already pinned, so that should be easily winning.
Right.
4 seconds. He made a move.
He's
He
finding
also
the
has-
best moves right now.
He also has
Look at that. He
g5.
found all the moves.
And he's got g5 as a threat as well. g4, g5 check, threatening to pick up a piece.
Yeah,
Ooh,
Vincent playing
18
fantastic
seconds,
chess.
best moves.
With no time on the clock. Very impressive.
That's so annoying, you know. You're such a skilled player and you're trying to get your opponent down on the clock, and then they play all the best moves when they're in time trouble.
That's why they're the best chess players.
It's
right
terrifying.
now. Vincent is the top earning player in the GCT right now with only
Yes.
one tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah,
in
well, when
Bucharest.
you win a classical,
With the bonus money also, that helped.
big time. Yeah.
Bobby's closely behind, but he already played 2 tournaments. you know?
Right.
So Vincent really played a tremendous tournament in Bucharest.
Look at that g5. And there's another game going on. Alireza is also winning against Bogdan.
Knight to e4, look at that. Look at that king on h5 getting
Well,
checkmated.
you're threatening knight f6 check, and you're picking up material
this is
with
nice.
the attack.
This is a nice move right there.
We're gonna see
Or
checkmate.
queen takes h7.
Yes, queen takes h7. Why not?
Oof, oof,
I think this is. He's almost in a Zuzwang right now. It's such a sad position.
Yeah, only the pawns can move. A and C pawns, which are useless.
I would play king h1, king g2 a couple of times just to have some fun.
Oh.
I know, that's mean.
Just to be mean.
Chess players are a bit sadistical. Okay, c5. Okay,
I see what he wants to do. That's a smart move.
Like
that's
how he
helpful.
took
Queen
the
b7
pawn
he's going to go for right now.
And then take on h7.
That's the problem.
That's
Yeah, I wouldn't play c6 and allow you queen b2. It's probably also winning because I just go knight f2, but
right.
No reason to allow any checks.
Yeah, and in fact, Jordi.
great win for Vincent. Let's jump to the only remaining game between Bogdan and Alireza.
But as we see,
Might see a sole leader emerge after this round if Alireza wins this game.
with the queen on, black's queen on e2, the last move was rook a6, and I think rook a2 is just going to be checkmate.
Seems that way.
Rook a2
There's no perpetuals. Queen f5.
is going to be met by g6, and the knight will block
Oh, very nice.
You have to
a
defend
further
with queen
check.
h3, but then I just
Queen
continue
h3,
with d4.
then yeah, d4 and promote the d pawn.
Queen f5, g6.
He includes the check first. Now I will probably see queen h3. Might as well include queen d7. I don't know.
Let's show that. Queen h3, d4. And if you try to save your bishop, maybe they're just going to play it. d4. And if you try to go bishop g1.
He's done
d4
it.
is on the board, yeah.
Well, for Alireza, by the way, if he starts 2-0,
Bishop d2. Oof.
oh,
There's another piece coming into the attack.
And what a piece it is! That is
check. Block with the knight.
We're about to
It's
see
all coming up roses
end
for
of this game.
Alireza.
Yeah, queen e4 check. Some discovery after that.
So where's the mate? Queen f3 followed by knight f2 with the idea of knight h3, but that's not the mate.
Except
That's not a
h3 is
mate, yes.
defended.
So where's the mate in the position?
You want mate only? Because you can win material with queen e4 and then taking on f4.
Yeah.
I must say, I would probably
Actually, that's
play
good
knight
play for mate.
knight f2 check and knight e4 would be my,
But yeah, so if I go queen e4,
yeah.
king
F-
g1 and knight f4, I'm threatening mate on g2.
So
and
I
rook
have
is
to
also
take,
looking. You have to
I-
take with the pawn.
Right, and then
And then
you
I
take
just
on
pick up the
b1
rook. And then d2 is hanging as well.
as well.
It's just crushing.
That is true.
25 seconds for Alireza. He's going to go for it. Yep, queen e4.
Queen e4 check.
And takes on f4.
He's done it.
Yeah, once these players get an advantage and they
The
just have
grip
to
on
do the tactics to finish it,
They
yeah,
find
do
it.
not mess it up.
No.
And we have a handshake.
And well done.
We have a
by
leader.
Alireza.
Early on.
Wow.
Alireza with 2 victories.
Another pretty decisive round, 3 victories.
Yeah.
And 2 draws. But yes,
So,
leader after 2 rounds.
Wasn't it Anastasiya who picked Alireza?
Yes, as did you.
Oh, okay. Just,
Doing good?
just saying. Okay.
Yeah, I think Prague is also doing okay.
Just to refresh, how many victories did we have in
We had
that
3
round?
victories. Gukesh defeated Saric. Keymer won a very good game against Foreest.
Yes.
And this last result, Alireza winning against Deac.
It was the MVL versus Prague game that was a draw, as well as Anish and Nodirbek.
This
Those
is
two.
not the correct standings because we know Alireza is leading. I think we're missing 1 result.
Right.
But we're going to see it. Alireza is in clear first now.
With 2 out of 4. With 2 out of 2 out of 2.
Total of
But
2,
4
4
out-
points. It is
4
a
out
bit
of-
confusing, yeah.
And by the way, our Olympic team has been announced, and let's take a look at the 2026.
Absolutely very strong USA teams for
Championship
both
teams.
men and women's. Let's have a look. We have Wesley So, Hans Niemann, Wonder Liang, Livon Aronian, and Fabiano Caruana. Wow, what a team.
2 new faces two new faces were with Hans and A Wonder Liang
The
making their
youngsters
debut
in
with
the
those
ladies.
three veterans.
As well, we have Irina, Carissa, and Alice, and Tatev, who have played at this event many times, and a new Rose Atwell, very talented player. Great
Fantastic.
addition.
By the way, nice to have Liam as our trainer as well. So great, great
We wish
Olympic
them all the
team.
best luck. We're going to take a short break, and you can listen to Irene Sukandar. She has very good stuff prepared. Enjoy, and we'll be right back.
When you visit someone in Croatia, you'll always be welcomed with the warmest hospitality, because that's the kind of hosts we are. What's ours instantly becomes yours. And everything that makes life more beautiful, we love to share with you. The finest local food, our stories and traditions, our customs, and our homes. The hidden beauties of the country, known only to locals. Experiences, memories, and images. Sounds, colors, and flavors. An authentic, welcoming, and unique holiday experience in Croatia. Choose accommodation with the local host label and discover the true Croatian experience. Visit croatia.hr for even more unforgettable experiences.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the GCT Croatia with me, Irene Sukandar, and I am going to take you to some of the highlights of today's rounds. We only played 2 rounds, but what a treat we have today. We have so many decisive games going on, but first, let's take a look at the game between Vincent Keymer, the leader of the overall GCT standing, versus Jorden van Foreest. And Jorden, by the way, is having such a tough event so far, like 2 games. He lost against Anish in the first round, and now in this moment, in this very critical moment again against Vincent Keymer, he played a very unusual type of move that is knight h7. And Cristian pointed it out, along with Nazi and Yasser, that how unusual it is, because usually you would like to put your pieces towards the center of the board, but it is not an easy position as well. So what Black must have done in this position is, since the last move was f4, trying to attack the e5 pawn, and then you cannot simply just take it because the knight is pinned and then you just lose the piece right away after g5. So in this position, you have to, whether you want it or not, you have to protect the e5 pawn by playing knight d7. But in this position, Cristian was mentioning that, well, it would be pretty hard to defend with a 1 pawn down in the queen's endgame. Turns out that queen's endgame might be a drawing result for Black, because after this, takes, okay, white is a pawn up right here, but after king h7, you have to come back to the back rank, queen c3 or queen b2, because, well, the idea for Black is simple. Black just wants to play some perpetual check, because the pawn on h4, it is such a little pawn, but it's very, very useful, this, because now it is limiting the king's activity. So that's why the king will be tied around the back rank, so that the queen cannot really have a purple check in the back rank. But regardless, after this position, queen c3, queen d1 is still a very good move, and white is kind of tight despite having an extra pawn in this endgame. And what Keymer should have also done in case this position happened on the board is, instead of taking, white must have kept the pressure on by playing knight d3. In this case, the e5 pawn is still under attack, and then Black has to really play passively, but it is still defendable. Although I'm not too sure, because with 2 minutes on the clock, it's going to be very hard to defend such a position. For example, f6, f5, g5, and in this position, white would shift his attention from the center to the queen's side by playing rook c1, and then the c6 pawn would be the target for the whole duration of the endgame. Let me take you to my favorite game of the first round, because I guess this is a perfect combination of tactical and positional play, and also a very good opening preparation by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Gukesh Dommaraju. In this game, let me take you to the first round. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, in this game, Maxime had a very interesting preparation, which he also played in the second round against Praggnanandhaa, that is the Jobava London. So for those who are the fans of London and Jobava London, you might want to see this game and also want to copy the repertoire to your own games, because I will. So after d4, knight f6, knight c3. So usually the Jobava London, you can put like in a few different order of moves. You can play bishop f4 first, but in this position, MVL already showed his intention to play the Jobava right away by playing knight c3. Because now, if you do something else like e6 or any other move like b6, the move knight c3 is already the indication that you want to play e4. And this is such a very nice move to play. You have a total control over the center. So that's why d5 is such a natural move here for black. And after this, bishop f4. And now we have the Jobava London position. And then after a6, e3, I will just play this move like g4. So this is a very, well, if you see online games, there are so many players playing this as well, especially if you play in the blitz some control. But of course, in an elite tournament like this, especially against the world champion, this is a very refreshing approach that MVL played. So I'm very happy to see this move on the board. And then let's see what's happened. So bishop b4 is a very right approach. You just want to get your pieces out, develop your pieces, and then knight g2. Still, what is the idea of knight takes g4? You have rook g1, and then soon this one will be hanging as well. Well, in this position, I think this is what MVL wanted, just to get some mud in the water kind of position so that it gets complicated. So Gukesh didn't take that. Instead, after knight e2, he played knight e4, trying to pressure on the c3. But what white did was just all the natural moves that you can make in this position. So bishop g2, when the knight is captured, you just capture it back. Bishop d6, queen d3, you just get your pieces out because you want to attack. And then the good thing about this bishop g2 is like it is like a Catalan bishop where you can attack this diagonal. That's why this pawn on c4 is a very useful pawn, because you want to break open the center and get the diagonal open for your bishop. And after castle, just take d5, and then h3, because the pawn on g4 is under attack. So everything is very natural. White didn't do anything special, but you'll see. This is why I call this is such a masterpiece by MVL in the positional play. But soon you'll also see that after a few moves here, there will be some tactical blow. So takes. So usually you would like to have a bishop over a knight in the endgame, but in this position, the knight is proven to be more dominating. And let me take you to the moment where everything happens. So after a4, this is such a good move as well. You cannot take it because rook b7, and then rook c7 is the idea. And in this position, h6 was played, and you start with d5. You cannot take it as well, because in this position, you could take it, but this is what happened in the game. And Gukesh decided to play bishop takes f3, and this is already such a good calculation by MVL. So after takes, and queen e8, and then we saw the rest of the game. What happened after this is you just want to take everything, just simply take everything, and then soon you have like back rank checkmate, or you can also play like this and then take on g7. So, and the king is very safe here. So white is very, very on track to win the game either way. So let me quickly show you what happened. And yeah, in this position, it's already almost hopeless for black because white is an extra piece, a knight up, and after knight c3, and soon you'll take the pawn on a4, and here Gukesh resigns. So this is such a good game, and hopefully we'll see more of this in the coming games, coming rounds of the rapid portion. So back to Yasser and Nazi.
Welcome back. It was a very nice presentation there by Jorden. I really enjoyed that.
Yes, thank you everyone. We're back after the break. Thank you, Irene. And let's check the standings.
Yes, by all means. I know who's leading.
We have an idea. Alireza is a clear leader with 4 points now after winning the first 2 rounds. Sharing second are 3 players, Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa, and MVL.
A few players at 50%, and the pairings for round 3, which is coming up very, very shortly.
Absolutely, we have very exciting matchups. Alireza, the leader, is playing Anish, Giri.
Table 1, that will be a huge game for sure.
Huge. Then 2 wildcards facing each other, Saric and Bogdan-Daniel Deac. Then we have 2 Indians playing each other, Prag against Gukesh. That's going to be a big fight. They always fight to the death. Then Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Vincent Keymer. Also a very exciting game. And Jorden Foreest against MVL.
Yeah, definitely keep my eye on the Alireza game, but also the 2 Indian players, Prag and Gukesh. When Gary was on and he said, yeah, these 2 Dutch players, you know, they're going to make a draw with one another in the first round. And it's very common that you would think that when 2 players from the same country play against each other, they'll have a friendly result. But I can tell you, when Alireza and MVL play, they're killing one another. Prag and Gukesh are killing one another. And it's almost like you try to destroy the other player's event.
I'll give you another one. Jorden Foreest versus MVL. Jorden is really struggling so far, but we know how dynamic and creative he gets in the opening phase. And if MVL decides to play the Najdorf, because I do think we're going to see an e4 from Jorden against the Najdorf, Jorden, I think, was the first one that played this move 6 bishop to d2, all these random ideas that throw pretty much the gauntlet in the position and says, okay, we're going to have a fight. And I think that's exactly what we're going to get in that game as well. So it seems we have a very combative tournament so far. 4 decisive games in the first round, followed by 3 decisive games in the second one. Everybody knows that piling on the points, especially in the rapid, when it counts more, it's so crucial and so important. And everybody knows that nobody is running away with the event. There's no Magnus competition. Even Fabi's not there either. Right?
I
would
say
challenge
that.
Yeah, Firouzja could run away with it.
He's getting lucky. No, seriously.
But
the first game,
he has a lack of consistency sometimes.
He turned it around. He was bad out of the opening against Ivan Saric. Actually, I think he had a bad position coming out of the game with Daniel Deac as well.
Very similar to Poland. But again, there's nobody really pressuring him right now. Even psychologically, there's nobody really on fire right now. So definitely an intriguing games coming up.
But you know, when you're on a winning streak, if no one slows him down,
keep going.
Keep
going.
And he has the white pieces in this next round.
Against Anish, Giri.
But Anish is also doing well first 2 games. First game he won with the black, and second game seemed like against Nodirbek it was a draw, but he didn't really have any chances.
Well, that was a strange game, don't you think, between Anish and Nodirbek? That was the Grunfeld, just to remind everybody, where f5 takes g6, queen takes g6, and there was an exchange sacrifice he could have played for with bishop to d6. He didn't do that. He took on g6. So I was expecting more fireworks there. It went into a peaceful draw.
And Alireza, if I'm not mistaken, had a pretty good event in Hong Kong. So definitely starting to fine-tune his instincts, I would say. Perhaps he was a little bit slow, and he didn't trust his instincts in Poland because he didn't play a lot of chess before coming to that event. But right now he's been playing event after event. He played in Poland, he followed it up immediately with Bucharest, then went on to Hong Kong. So
also Norway
he's
chess,
already
he did well.
Norway chess as well. He's warmed up, is what I'm trying to say. So I think we're seeing a warmed up Alireza making decisions quicker and better.
Yeah. What surprised me was at the start of the show we were saying he was 6 months was the required healing time for his injury.
Yeah.
That must have been a very, very serious injury for 6 months. Wow.
I still cannot believe we got Alireza playing from bed for 2 rounds.
But he was propped up.
The guy tried. The guy really tried. He was in a lot of pain.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, just really wonderful to have him on tour. Again, Alireza, a 2-time Grand Tour chess champion. Happy to have him in the competition.
He always makes the tournament exciting when he's part of it.
Yeah. And everybody's headhunting here. And even with the wild card game coming up between Daniel and Saric.
Yes, and I thought you were talking about the very strong wild card we have here, world number 4, Abdusattorov.
As well.
Who I'm sure is looking to win the event, even though he doesn't care for Grand Chess Tour points. And he's facing Keymer in the next round, coming off of a fresh win.
Lot to prove in this tournament as these young players, and there really is a separation it was especially the interview with Vincent where it really hit me how from the 19-year-old to 21-year-old, 22-year-old, there is a spectacular group of really, really talented players. I'll throw Hans Niemann in that mix as well. I guess Mishra's a little bit too young. He's
the next generation with Andy Woodward.
Andy Woodward as well.
Also extremely strong generation coming,
coming right behind them. But then you see Wesley and Fabi suddenly in that 30-year-old bracket.
30 plus.
It's like, what? They're really, really old. Really, really old. It's terrible. Terrifying.
Dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs.
In the chess world, that is considered old now.
And then
when you have 12-year-olds becoming grandmasters.
Exactly. And Vincent's sitting there saying, he feels like a veteran.
Yeah. He says we're not even the young generation anymore.
It's crazy.
In a way, he is right.
Absolutely. As we're getting ready for this round 3, we've seen a lot of fireworks already, 5 decisive games out of the 10 played, and more to come as the players are getting ready. Who is taking their seat?
I see a couple of them already on the board, maybe even more than that.
Vincent is already at his table.
And let's throw it to Zagreb and Maurice and get an update. Maurice, over to you.
Thank you, Yaz. Well, it's kind of interesting watching the players between rounds. You see, they have a player's room. Actually, they have player rooms here, and various players will go into the room. They don't mind being around each other. Some will chat with each other. But in one of the rooms, you see Gukesh off by himself. He's quiet. He doesn't necessarily want to talk to anyone else. And even though he just won his last game, he's not going to be in some jubilant mood. He wants to stay extremely focused. Alireza, our tournament leader, stayed out of either room and said, I'm leading right now. I need to keep my head clear. Now, one thing I remember is that Alireza just played in the World Bullet Championship against Nihal Sarin, and he was the reigning World Bullet Champion. And he had a disastrous finish to that tournament. He was leading in the match, 7.5, 5.5, when he proceeded to lose 10 games in a row. And it was double elimination. So he could have cleared his head and done better in the next match, except Sarin took him down again, 5 more games. 15 losses in a row. Yes, it's bullet chess. Yes, you can go on tilt. But it's Alireza Firouzja, for crying out loud. I wondered, just watching that event, how it would turn out. By the way, he ended up losing the match, obviously. How he would respond here at this one. So far, showing his incredible resilience and currently leading. Let's see if he can keep that up. It's incredible as they come from event to event, how short the professionals' memories can be. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice, as we see the players all taking their seats now, getting ready for this, the third and final game of today, keeping in mind we've played 3 games of rapid in a row, 3 more to come tomorrow and 3 on Saturday.
What I've seen as an improvement from Alireza, and not to say that before he didn't have, it's his focus. I feel like he's much more focused, and we can see that on the screen as well. He comes first to the board. He tries to stay away, tries to keep his head in the game, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now from Alireza in the first 2 rounds.
I remember Jan Timman breaking his foot at the start of a Phillips and Drew tournament, where suddenly he was focused and concentrated on the board because he couldn't get up from the board anymore.
That's exactly what happened to Alireza when he broke his ankle.
Yeah, twisted
and,
it.
twisted his ankle from the bed. I mean, he was really focused in the bed because it was very tough to get up from the bed, even go to the restroom and do basic necessities. But definitely right now, Alireza seems to be in the mood to play chess and win games.
Well, again, he's outplaying his opponent, but not from the openings. He's getting bad positions, Nazi.
Yeah, I think he's giving his opponent chances. Sometimes it's later when he strikes back. Like in the first game, we saw he was worse after that bad move, Queen F3. But, you know, he was still warming up first game. Maybe now he'll give less chances to his opponent.
And I want to say, he did get worse against Saric, but that was just because one tactical misstep. A small tactical misstep. It was really bad, and it could have went really bad. But he brought his position back to neutral after that with very, very precise moves. Against Deac was more of a feature than a bug, the fact that he was slightly worse, because he was playing on his opponent's clock. He really wanted to get Deac down to his last few minutes and put pressure there, so he was making moves fast. It's going to be a completely different story in terms of time expenditure, and I do think that we're not going to see any big missteps early on in the opening in this game.
Really, it has echoes of a Karo Khan once again. This Panov.
What is this called exactly?
I don't know, but that's a question. What is this called?
Every opening now has a name. I think it's just Trompovsky, second move, Bishop G5, right?
That's so boring. You really?
We need to come up with more names. Queen B3, they still seem to be following some line. It's not, of course, main lines, but still over 500 games in the database.
Okay. Queen B3, 500. Wow, 500. That's a lot.
And I don't think Anish is surprised.
Yeah. Well, the Trump lives. Queen B3, in the words of somebody special, gift me the pawn. Queen takes B7. Now, you can defend it.
Queen D7,
Queen
maybe?
D7. You can defend it tactically.
Knight A5 ideas?
Yes, and the idea is to kind of trap the queen suddenly.
I think it's not trapped somehow.
Oh,
yeah,
no,
I have
you're
a check,
right.
and then I run away.
You're absolutely right. You can run away. Oh, no. So you can't defend it tactically with the move A6. Well, then I guess, well, Queen D7, the problem with Queen D7 is you really aren't inviting these ideas of Knight E5 suddenly. So maybe it's time to play Queen
playable?
B6.
Yeah, I think it's playable.
Maybe it's forced.
It could be.
Playable is one thing. Where would you like to take us as the
Let's
players
check
are
in
struggling?
with Nodirbek and Vincent. That's a very interesting opening I'm looking at, and maybe already a new position.
Okay.
Who's the English, so maybe you can educate us, Yasser.
Wait, where
Nope,
are
that's
my...
an old game.
This is the old game. I've got to go down.
Cristian, maybe you can pull up Yasser's having issues. A game between Nodirbek and Vincent.
I can definitely do that. So this is what we have right now. If we move to my board, we do have quite a crazy position, by the way.
Right?
Yes, this is
this
is the position. I can show what happened from the get-go. C4, the English. That's your specialty, Yasser.
Yeah.
So definitely you should give us some insights. Knight D5, Bishop B7, Knight to F3. Nowadays, the English is such a different opening than it used to be. I feel like everything is based on the engine's recommendation.
True.
And this is what we have right now, knight to c6, a very strange situation on the queen side. Obviously, white is trying to gain more space, while black is trying to strike on the king side, trying to create some ideas against the white king. Perhaps with f4 at the right moment, opening up the light square bishop. If you do try to go d5, then of course that would be quite a bad move after a knight to e5. So these are the type of ideas that we're seeing right now. Knight to c6, Yasser, Nazi, what is your assessment?
Well, first of all, this isn't the English as I used to play.
Right.
This is like a
opening.
modern
Yes.
approach. The whole bishop b4, bishop e7 was really becoming popularized by Alexei Shirov and others. And I would take you to task and I would say, no, I would like to play the move d5. And if you played knight e5, I would play bishop b2, and I'd make the argument that my bishop on b2 is slightly better than your knight on e5. The problem I'm having is, what if you take the pawn?
I will probably take the pawn,
and just
yes.
drop the knight on d3 after I
Yes.
play a move like a3.
So I have
or
to get
queen
ready
b3.
for that. I probably have to go a3 first,
right,
and just try to slowly
But
play on that
then-
side, followed by d5.
Then I would say that
You will play d5 yourself.
Black should, in my view at least, play the move d5 with the idea of putting the bishop on e6. Basically what I'm trying to do as black is deny the bishop on c1 a good diagonal.
But I don't like positions where white has absolutely no play on the king side. We have no pieces, and I'm afraid that one day black's attack's going to come at my king, and I'm going to get checkmated.
Well, don't discount
With the pawn on e4, right?
Right. Don't discount that. I mean, f3 is legal. You know, I
It is.
can play f3, and in case you capture, I may not like the results of f3. That's a different matter. But I don't have to sit passively and watch you just build up an attack for free on the king side. But did we see the move a2, a3?
Yes.
We did.
No, that's our analysis.
That's our analysis.
Nodirbek is
Because
still thinking after knight c6.
I was thinking of the move queen b3 more than a2, a3. Queen b3 has the benefit of defending the pawn on b4. It stops d5, however, temporarily. And for example, let's say you play move king h8. I'm not saying it's a good move or a bad move. We do get back into those positions that I rather like for white. I like the two bishops.
He's played rook b1.
Rook b1.
Fine
Okay,
move.
I like
I
the
was
two
liking
bishops.
that queen b3 line.
Yeah, and I was about to play bishop to d4, maybe queen to c3.
It is somewhat strange right now, though, because after rook to b1, what if I go f4?
f4?
Straight up, yes. I just want to open the position on that side. Take advantage of the fact that the pawn on d4 is not protected. So if you take on f4, I take on d4. That might be problematic.
If I go d5?
Take on e3 first.
Then I go f3.
Oh, f3, wow.
Then I go f3, yes.
f3?
Yes.
Nice sacrifice, yeah.
Nice.
I like it.
Everything is with tempo. Everything is based on
So I take
tempos.
on c6, you take on e2, I assume.
And then I throw in a bishop g4, yes. After queen takes e2, bishop g4.
Wow,
You
that
play
is
f3 or queen e1?
that really is a pawn sacrifice then.
Neither of them look too pretty.
Well,
if I take,
take.
bishop h3.
Wow, this is such a dream.
Bishop takes f1.
With the tempo.
Bishop takes.
Your queen is hanging
Well, I guess
as
you can
well
take
on
my
e2.
rook with the and get a queen.
You can get a queen, but then I take on e2, and your queen is a bit out of play.
Very much so, yeah.
So you almost teleported your queen
From
e2 to a8.
Well, it is.
It doesn't really help.
It is a very confounding situation, right? Where you take on e2 and suddenly the white king is totally exposed.
See, this is what I was afraid of.
But f3, I said you may not like the results, but you can.
It's a very concrete line, right? And
right.
It's not easy to calculate from afar. So
well, it feels like black is the one for choice. Black is the one pushing here. F4, okay, a completely different approach for sure. King H1, just inviting you to play captures and kind of sidestepping the consequences of bishop H3, because they'll have rook G1.
Better option. But wouldn't you agree black is totally fine, maybe even better here?
Black is totally fine, 100%. No question about that. White has not emerged with an advantage at all.
Let's check how Pragg and Gukesh are doing. Pragg is sharing second place right now, doing quite well. Gukesh just had a win. And those two players, they're going to be facing each other for the next decade or so. We had some Ninso Indian.
Yeah, I'm forcibly reminded of the one and only game I played with Tigran Petrosian in our careers. And I had this beautiful setup of my queen on c3 and a bishop on b2. And
did you get to checkmate?
That was one that got away. It was a draw, and after the game, Tigran was just like shaking his head. He had very, very expressive features, but he shook his head like, he'd gone through a terror alert. B3, bishop b2 on Prague's agenda, and I think Gukesh has to be very, very careful here that he doesn't fall into some ruinous f4 attack.
What do you guys think of this endgame between Van Foreest and MVL? Because I feel like MVL is starting to have some difficulties.
Foreest and MVL.
It looked very tame at first when I started looking at it, but right now, if I play e4, it does feel like I'm starting to get a little bit of tension in the center. I'm having ideas of e5, d5 as well. So you have to be careful. And of course, I'm going to hide my king behind those pawns. I'm going to go king to d3 or king to e3 and slowly but surely expand. This type of endgames, they look like nothing is going to happen for a while, but then suddenly white's pawns start pushing the center, the majority starts to get moving, and the problems start arising. So I feel like after e4, it does feel like Jorden is going to have a two-game type of result. Two-result type of game.
We had actually a trade on c6. I liked your move e4.
He took on c6. Okay.
Yeah, because
that changes things.
Yeah, MVL recaptured with the pawn, which is a very consequent reaction. He wants to play for c6, c5, and just to trade off and equalize comfortably.
No, I think this is just very.
This is where your Grunfeld feel is.
In fact, I'm not even sure who's slightly pressing in the position. Because if you give me the B file as black, then I'm going to have some pressure coming in the position. I think he just completely underestimated b takes c6.
Yeah, b takes c6 I think is a real star move. I would capture on b8 and follow it up with king c3, but I'm not making any
try to pull the brakes
claims
as fast as possible.
Yeah, exactly. Not making any claims here.
And look, maybe this is Jordan's mentality right now coming into this game also. He just lost 2 games in a row. That's quite painful. You want to slow the tempo, slow the pace, stop the bleeding, and make a draw going to day 2 with some positive emotions.
But yeah, it's the last day of the last round of the day. I think if he was feeling more confident, he would not have traded the bishops and played for a win. But it's a good point that he just wants to make a draw and focus on the rest of the tournament.
Just going around the tournament hall at the moment, looking at the game between Ivan and Daniel, I would say that this is pretty balanced. Coming out of the opening, I'm going to go to the game between Alireza and Anish.
This looks like exchange Slav in a way, but we still have C-pawn.
And then again, I could say it's a reversed Queen's Gambit declined.
Yeah, this is a lot of different openings at
Cambridge Springs kind of a position.
But black shouldn't have any problems, right?
No.
No,
I wouldn't think so. And by the way, the move bishop to d6 is, I think, an indication from Anish that he's saying, I've got no issues.
This is a very important game for the standings. Firouzja is in clear first with 100%. Anish is hoping to slow him down, as is the rest of the field.
Yeah, but Anish has only, well, a half a point or 1 point back because of our 2-point scoring system. Bishop d6 on the board, and essentially Anish is saying, look, I'm ready to castle, maybe play for b5 and a minority attack, and who knows, if you provoke me or allow me, I may go for an initiative with g5 and knight e4. So a2, a4, stopping a minority, no.
They've made a lot of moves and simplified the position a lot.
There was.
If we go to the live position.
I was about to say, I didn't put the move king e7 on the board.
Did not happen.
No. So something happened. So a4, castle, castle. Inviting bishop takes f6. Not interested.
Denied.
Denied. Takes, takes. And a very different approach by Anish. E5, that indicates to me that, you know, he's just trying to force equality.
But I thought he was already equal.
Now, that's the thing.
Yeah. Do you think this isolated pawn is nothing to worry about?
No, I would worry about it. I actually love playing these positions for white. I mean, give me this position and I'm a happy camper. Not saying that queen b6.
Queen b6?
Just thinking about it, but there is a rook. No, rook e6. No, I wanted to take on a6. Ooh. Queen b6. Or so, yeah, I don't know. Maybe queen b4. We have a special guest in studio.
Yes, we do.
We certainly do have a special guest. Fabi, people are asking, where are you at? Why are you not playing this event? And now that you're here, I feel a bit underdressed.
It's also like 100 degrees outside. Decided to ditch the suit for tonight.
It is indeed. Tell us a little bit about, of course, we are here with Fabiano Caruana. For anybody that doesn't know him, Fabi, you live here in St. Louis. You're leaving tomorrow, in fact. Have you been following the games?
Yeah, I was following the first 2 rounds. I haven't seen much of this round yet because I was walking over. But yeah, so far it's very exciting, of course. A lot of decisive results.
Well, one player we're missing is Magnus in that event. We're also missing you and Wesley, the top 2 players in the standings as well. What's your take on the field right now, and who do you think has the best chances to win the event so far?
I think it's still too early to say. I mean, Maxime is so far in good shape. Pragg is continuing his good shape. Is Pragg 1.5 out of 2?
Yes.
And
3 out of 4 by points. Yes.
But it's 2 rounds and just too early to say. I think this rapid, it counts for a lot, but it very often doesn't decide things.
Alireza, he's in the lead. You saw him in Hong Kong as well. He was playing quite well. What's your take on his form?
Yeah, when he's playing well, then of course he can definitely clean up. I think he did really well in Hong Kong. I didn't follow exactly how well, but I mean he picked up some rating. And in rapid, I mean, yeah, when he's in good shape, he can actually dominate an event like this.
Yeah, let's talk about his game. Why don't we do that? And
can I go through the moves?
Yeah, no.
So the opening was okay. It was Trompowsky. I thought it looked like a French of some sort, like a Tarish French, but okay. People are playing very random openings in this event so far. Maxime playing the Jabava London twice. I didn't quite see that coming.
He's such a typical e4 player, but yeah, he's going for completely different things.
But this is normal for Alireza. He's just trying to get a position where he can maneuver around for a long time, eventually get into time trouble with his opponent, and then probably outplay them there. But he looks, I mean, definitely he looks a bit better now. Okay, he's perfectly safe at the very least. But how do you, because he doesn't have the e-file, how do you improve is the question. I mean, black can kind of wait around. Like bishop g4 is perfectly natural. But what does white do? I mean, I'm thinking that white would love to trade queens, but I don't see how you achieve that. Because queen b6,
trade queens, maybe get the rook on the b file.
Getting the rook without allowing rook e1 is going to be a challenge. Like bishop g4, actually, probably black doesn't mind getting that knight to d4, because then white doesn't have freedom to, okay, he plays bishop g4. Yeah, maybe this idea of putting the knight on b3 and trying to get queen c5 just like creeping in a little bit.
And why not via d4 is the question.
I think
it's the same. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. If you can get f3 without allowing queen g3, like I think after rook e8, for example, f3, I think queen g3 is just too strong. I mean, you can't allow this, right?
Yeah.
So if you could trade queens, get f3, king f2, then the e4 square is no longer available to black, and then you're really pushing. Like in endgame, you get the bishop to like b3, you start to gang up on that weak pawn, get the rook to b4, but that's still a long way away.
Knight d4.
Yeah, g6 is kind of typical. Put the king on g7, cover some light squares potentially.
Rook to e8. They're following your analysis.
So now the question is if knight b3, because I want to bishop e2. Okay.
Which is not an easy move, right?
It could come to mind. I mean, trade of bishops is favorable for black if there isn't something like knight c5. I don't know. Okay, black just sacks the b7 pawn and goes for activity. So yeah, I mean, Anish is not doing badly, you know.
I think an interesting one developing is this game, Nodirbek versus Vincent. If we could go to that one for just a second and see exactly where we stand. Of course, Nodirbek had a monstrous time in Hong Kong. I think he won about 40, 50 rating points in Blitz.
In Blitz, yeah. In Blitz, he was winning all his games.
He's now number 2 in the world in Blitz. So
not a huge surprise. I mean, if you remember, he had a rough Grand Chess Tour last year, but in the Blitz in St. Louis, he did really well. He just didn't do well in the other events. And then he got second in the World Blitz Championship. So it's kind of a continuation of form. This reminds me of a game I played a long time ago against Grishuk. I mean, from a totally different opening. But there was this, at the time I was a Grunfeld player, and Grishuk played this line against me. And okay, I achieved e5 and I was very happy. And then I played e4 and he got b4, b5, and he started to outplay me seriously on the queen side. And you can kind of see that it's the same structure you would get. Just here, white also has a bishop pair. So it's, I mean, black is perfectly solid, but it's probably a favorable position for white.
It seems it's easier to play for white, right? Black really needs to find the right way, the right construction for his attack on the queen side.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if maybe the last move, like, okay, computer's showing b5. I would have been wondering about knight b3, but maybe the knight actually doesn't want to go to d4 at all. But b5, and then I think the idea is that you take and you play c5, and you just open everything up. You sack d5, you take a6. So maybe that was a bit more accurate. But okay, this is...
So this one you feel like Nodirbek.
Okay, knight g6 is just not a move you play, I think. I mean, the idea is to get f4 in, but I mean, it doesn't really come to mind to decentralize knight. But okay, I mean, the idea of f4 at least is pretty direct.
Yes.
I would definitely be... It's just like random sacks. I mean, definitely come to mind.
Good thing about Vincent is that he's not spending that much time. He's ahead on the clock. It seems like he feels somewhat comfortable with the position.
But this is a big moment for him. He has to do something. So he doesn't want to wander endlessly. I mean, he can play king h8, but he doesn't want to like move around without an idea. So I think he'll either put the knight on g4, start to throw stuff at white's king, or maybe he'll come to this knight g6, f4 idea, which isn't the first thing you think about, but definitely can come to mind once you start to calculate.
But you think he'll spend some time at this moment?
I assume so. I mean, he's also a player who tries to go deep usually, and now is probably the moment, because of course it's like in bullet you play knight g4 and you don't really think about the consequences too much, but it's the most natural thing to do. But here, of course, if you're sacking material, you probably want to consider if white just starts taking stuff.
Battle of the Indian players right now. Pragg, who's having quite a good event so far. 3 out of 4 against Gukesh, lost the first one, won the second one against Saric. So these two players know each other so well. They've played so many times. What's your read on this one? It does feel like white has a slight advantage.
It's nasty. Because the thing is, okay, white threatens bishop c6 clearly. So logically f6,
right?
And then maybe I play like queen c2, and then do you want to play g6? You don't want to play g6 because then suddenly I have like f4 coming. I mean, you don't want this. Yeah. So then you have to play h6, and then of course you've continued to weaken your position a little bit. And white is perfectly safe. White can play like queen e2, queen f3, some kind of small probing moves, queen h5, g6. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but definitely white is pressing here.
Pragg always seems to be getting an advantage out of the opening, and he plays all this weird stuff. He played the 4 knights against Vincent, got an advantage very quickly out of the opening. What is it about his style that allows him to do that, allows him to choose openings that, sure, the engine is going to say they're most likely very balanced and black equalizes easy, but from a practical perspective, it doesn't seem like that's the case.
I think it's just modern prep. I mean, if you play the computer's first line, then you make a draw.
Yes.
Your opponent knows it, and you know it, and very often you also get caught in prep with white, where, yeah, maybe you're not risking, but your opponent's blitzing out the moves, and your chances of beating them are close to 0. So this is the modern approach to play. Actually, I didn't see the opening, but it was some kind of Nimzo, I guess, with
really
e3.
Yes.
Yeah, this is also, because it's so non-concrete, although there's a huge body of theory here, people do look in this direction. This is also like what Deac played against Alireza.
Mm-hmm.
And also Deac has been playing it against, he played it against me in Bucharest as well. So this is a rare line. But it's kind of like, Yasser will know the history better than me, but it's very similar to like this Hübner line. Mm-hmm. But isn't that like you just take and then play an IC6?
Right.
Something
Yasser,
like
join in.
Yeah, no. First of all, big welcome, Fabi. Great to have you in studio. You'd mentioned that you're going to go on the road soon. Tell our viewers where you're heading.
I'm going to Charlotte tomorrow.
Yes.
To play the Daniel Naroditsky Memorial.
Exactly.
Which I think will be a really nice event.
I've seen the list of participants, and it's like a who's who, including yourself, is showing up. It will be great.
Yeah, it's super strong. I mean, it's good to see how many really strong players have come out to
right.
the Memorial.
Yeah, wonderful, nice. You were looking at the game of Vincent just a moment ago, and I wanted to ask you, Vincent, he's the rookie. His rookie year.
He doesn't play like a rookie.
But he played great in Bucharest. What's the secret of his success?
I wouldn't call him a rookie anymore. But yeah, for the Grand Chess Tour, he's a new addition.
His first year, I meant to say.
But he's already so strong, yeah, for sure.
Right.
Already for quite a while. I first played him, was it 2019? I mean, he was a little kid. He was like
5 foot.
He was like 13 years old at most. I can't quite remember the year, but he was really young. But it was tough for him. It was a top tournament. It was the Grand Gay tournament. Magnus was playing, and a whole bunch of other top players. I had a super tough game against him, even though he was a little kid, and he was winning. Okay, I was taking maybe excessive risks. So that was the first time I played against him. But now, of course, yeah, he's just a top player.
Just a top player.
Yeah.
Fabi, thank you so much for...
Thank you for joining us. I know you have some packing to do, most likely.
I can save it longer if you want. I can go too.
It's up to you if you want to say. That's we'll
sure.
Definitely
I'll watch a bit more.
Hold on to you and perhaps go to the next game as well.
Queen D3 and the game of Prague, similar to what you were saying.
Yeah. Should we go back to this Nodirbek game?
Now it's fun.
Because now it's getting fun.
He did actually play Queen H4.
It's very tempting. Because, okay, if you take, then there's Rook F6. I mean, I don't know for sure if this is... it's not Rook F6, so it's just FG4. Okay, fair enough. And then Knight F3. And Rook F6 was also very tempting. G3, Queen... Oh, there's just G5 here, and you can't get to H6. Yeah, so white is not advised to take it. But how does black actually... Anything is like C5, I'm thinking Rook F6 is the first move that comes to mind. But there is this tactic like C6, BC, I'm wondering... F3, I mean, just too random. Like, white's moves are too random. So I think it's really tough for white here. I mean, if you're...
10 minutes only for Nodirbek.
Yeah,
he's a player that plays super fast. He's definitely not feeling comfortable right now.
Like, how do you bail out here? I'm just wondering, can you play F3? EF3, Knight F3. Like there's Rook takes E3 in the end. So you can't bail. Otherwise, it would make a lot of sense, but there's Rook E3.
Let's show everybody what they might be missing.
Yeah, and then this is disaster. So you can't bail out. You can't take on G4. You kind of, I mean, if you take on E5, I actually would like, yeah, it's just not very good, but at least you don't get mated. You just kind of get a sad position.
You think he's going to go for this?
I don't think so, but I mean, of course, 10 minutes and all the pieces getting thrown at your king, you are...
So let's try to understand, why does the engine show c5 as being such a good move?
I think to start with, maybe this engine
it's not that good.
Is not strong enough to understand because it's too complicated position. And yeah, I think rook f6 is like semi-automatic because you're just threatening like rook g6
It
and
looks
then
so dangerous.
some sack is coming, right?
Yes.
But it's like, let's just say, you know, white makes a move, rook g6, it's not like there's an immediate mate, but I guess the engine shows that, okay, you slowly remove white's defenders and bishop b5, and then once the bishop goes, knight f3 becomes a threat, and so on. But it's not like black is mating by force.
By the way, I think he did play f4.
He played f4.
Oh, he just blundered rook e3, okay. No, but that's, I think that must be a blunder, because there was also a move that came to mind, but I mean, he doesn't want to play bishop f3, right? Here you're clearly just have a rather sad position.
While he's thinking, and during the show, we just announced the American team for the Olympiad that you will once again be leading as board one, most likely. A few new faces in the team. Obviously, every 2 years, you guys are big favorites. How do you see this one playing out?
I mean, looking at last time, I wouldn't say big favorites, but we got the silver medal. I mean, okay, India just dominated. There's actually not much we could have done with how strong India played last time. The team changed slightly, but not so much. I mean, last time there was Lanier and Ray instead of Hans and a Wonder. So
I'd say that's a pretty significant change.
Yeah, 2 players is a significant change.
Change of generations, almost, it feels like.
I think last time we were super strong. Just some things didn't work out in a few matches, you know, against Ukraine, then against India later in the tournament, but it was already getting tough to fight back. This time I do feel if we're in good form, we have a good chance. I mean, everyone is very strong.
Yeah, and of course, you do guys have some serious competition. The Uzbek kids are coming. The Indians are always extremely strong. And Uzbekistan, you guys are actually meeting them in Miami later this month, if I'm not mistaken. That one is going to be quite an interesting one. Tell us a bit about the format for that one.
It's some blitz event. I don't know exactly.
I didn't want to put you on the spot.
America versus Uzbekistan.
But it's going to be a 2-day match between the United States and Uzbekistan. It's more for fun, more exhibition. You know, not quite the same as the Olympiad, but still going.
Do you feel it's going to be a preview of the match that maybe you guys will have?
I think we'll still get competitive because there was this match also last year. It was United States against India, and that was also more exhibition. It included like a streamer board, and yeah, it wasn't. It was audience was very loud. It was more like for the spectacle. But still, people were competitive and trying their hardest, and I think it won't be, quite as much like playing to the audience, but still, it's more like an exhibition event and something where we can have some fun.
Fabi, this time I will let you go. Thank you for coming, for joining us, and as always, a pleasure, and good luck in Charlotte.
Thank you.
Our good luck, absolutely. As we see that Nodirbek did recapture on f3 with the bishop because he saw that rook takes e3 line that Fabi showed. Actually, that was a very nice line. Let's look at that one again. In case Nodirbek had recaptured with the knight, this would have led to a serious problem. After knight takes,
very
rook
nice
takes.
Tactic, rook e3.
You notice that Fabi just spotted that he just inhaled it. It was just like as natural as breathing to him. He saw rook takes e3, and he said that this was a disaster, and he's absolutely right. Of course, white's a pawn down and is being attacked as well. Not the circumstance you want. So
Nodirbek had to take with the bishop
with
on
the
f3.
bishop, and then
is it so terrible?
Exactly. You would desire to leave white with a weak pawn, right? But now the question is, can you take the
I was
knight?
going to say, at some point, the knight will actually be hanging. Let's take it.
Well, let's take it. But then the pawn is going to replace the knight, at least in terms of attacking h2, right?
It is
If-
scary.
If the knight moves. Like,
Yeah,
this
I
is
think we can't
probably
move the knight.
a
We just
very
get
bad
mated.
move, right?
Knight f3, rook takes f3, right?
Yeah. Oof.
So we have to play something like e4 here and give the knight back.
And then we're in a
Take
bishops
with
of,
the rook maybe, and
bishops of opposite color. Well, again, it feels like...
black still looks better.
Right. Black is the one. I mean, white's king has less protection, let's say. Bishop to g4, and initiative still is well, yeah, I like black's initiative. This whole attack has worked out very well for Vincent, who's lurking behind our tournament leader at the moment.
Yeah, I liked when he spotted knight g4, queen h4, and just went for it.
Yeah.
He also
Fabi's.
has a time advantage as well. The other game, Jorden against MVL, seems to be headed towards a draw. It's a rook endgame that has fizzled into a very drawish endgame.
Yeah,
Yeah,
completely
that one is
fizzled
going
now.
to finish very soon.
Yeah, I think they're going to trade the e-pawn for a-pawn and shake hands.
We're going to see rook to e1.
King g2, remarkable move. I mean, I would have been playing like king g4, h4. Let's go.
I think this is a sign saying, I'm not playing for a win.
No.
Let's just make a draw.
I'm sure the players will very, very shortly.
Yeah, this will be a first half point for Jorden.
Right.
But since it's
They're
rapid,
not
he'll
even
get 1 point.
exchanging the pawns. They're just going to give perpetual check.
Very professional.
Yes.
Very professionally
Yes.
done.
Claiming a draw, and there we
The
have
first
a
result for round 3 is a
stops
draw.
the bleeding, and we hope he comes back tomorrow and gets some win.
Exactly. Just looking at the game between Prague and Gukesh, where I liked what Fabi had suggested, which was queen e2 and do a little bit more probing on the light squares. But when Prague played the move queen d6, just felt like, well, that just kind of gave up the initiative that the queen trade. I mean,
without
specifically.
the queen now, white is still a little bit better, but it's not that much.
No, it isn't. This knight, of course, needs redress. Where should it go? I don't know. I'd like to
Maybe
make
knight
room
f5.
for it. Pardon me?
Maybe knight f5
Knight f5.
and rook
Okay.
d6. We'll bring the king, king f8, king e7, and rook d6.
Isn't it?
like
It's
that.
still not pleasant for black, but it's a little bit better than
With the queen,
queens on the board,
queen
right?
trade, I think, helps.
Gukesh a little bit, just
Yeah.
to keep contact with Prague in this one.
Exactly.
Because otherwise, it just felt keep the queens on the board, get the game going all the way up
Right.
until both players have a few minutes on the clock, and then something is going to happen.
It was back here that the queen trade occurred. And by the way, I think from the position we were just looking at, your suggestion of knight f5 was approved. They received the
Yep.
world champion seal of approval. Knight f5.
Let's check in how the leader is doing, Alireza.
Indeed. We are jumping to
Is
the
sole
game
leader
between
coming into this
Alireza
round?
and Anish Giri. When we left it, I actually liked Alireza's position a lot, and Fabi was looking at how do we trade queens, and white right back here, I was thinking, well, white actually has a very, very serious, in my view, a serious strategic threat of queen f4 to trade queens. And I thought bishop g4 was forced, and then we got to the current position, catching up on the players. And I still like white's position very, very much.
Because of the isolated pawn, right, on d5.
Definitely to begin with, and now maybe thanks.
h4 as well, it's an overextended pawn.
Yeah, maybe rook h1, and Anish has two weaknesses that he's going to have to deal with.
Yeah, this looks like a technical endgame, and if it was a classical game and they had a lot of time, white would torture black here for a long, long time.
Exactly. At a certain point, usually it's hard to keep your opponent tied up, and Anish is looking for a chance to equalize. One thing here, and it's worth repeating, would you find yourself drawn to the move rook?
Absolutely.
Yeah, me too.
I like it very much.
Yeah, I like forcing the bishop back to c8. But no, I mean, Alireza did play the move bishop d3.
Logically, it makes sense. If you look at black's position, which minor piece is better? It's the bishop. It's open, it's strong, so let's trade black's maybe one good piece.
Right.
And then go back to knight c5 and rook b4 and win the pawn.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Let's go over to Maurice and hear what he has to say.
Well, my pick was Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Nodirbek has been playing fantastic chess, number 4 in the world right now, but not doing so great and not doing so great at all in the game he's playing against Vincent Keymer, who just won Romania. I got to say, I love Keymer's style. He has just this smooth way of playing. He's not afraid of a fight, of course, but he plays as though he learned from a great one, the great Peter Leko, who taught him that incredible positional style, but I think he plays with even more fire and desire, and he has a moment right now that is extremely interesting, but he could play a fantastic move. The last move played by Nodirbek was this move, queen to c3, and that's putting a lot of pressure along the long diagonal. You see the bishop and queen lined up, so that might deter any weakness or weakening along that diagonal. But just at this moment, there's the fantastic move g5. You can have your diagonal. So what? This knight on e5 is just a beast on that square and says nobody's driving me away. So your bishop is simply blunted. And in this position, if you back your bishop up, I'm going to play g4 anyway. And now your king side is falling apart. Any trade with queen d4, and now knight h5 with a knight headed into the g3 square. And white's going to need a bigger boat in order to survive this one. You can forget about it. This is just an absolutely torrid attack for black. You got to love Keymer and the way he plays, the style he has. I think it's pretty universal. Let's see whether or not he finds this fantastic attacking move and take down such a big dog. Again, my pick, but looking pretty bad for Abdusattorov right now.
Thank you, Maurice. And
G5,
you're right, he did play g5.
Yeah, he played
it. And from your lips to the chessboard, g5 followed by g4. And I'm thinking Vincent
but then just
is really
for a second, you're starting to imagine the position without a knight on e5. And then you start,
that's a fantasy.
You still play g5, right? But you still have some
g5
reluctance to go for that.
Well, it's bold, but it's so powerful. I mean, you're just blasting White's king. G5 followed by G4, and as you heard Maurice, knight H5 and knight G3, you get to play G4, and you get to play knight H5, and
I think practically right now we can speak about a winning position for black for Vincent.
Yeah.
It's just the moves flow in the position, and white is really struggling to find squares for his pieces. Bishop to e2 immediately followed by g4.
By the way, I like the move bishop e2. A lot of lectures I've made over the years, I said when your opponent is doing a pawn storm, get your pieces out of the way, because the pawns come with tempo when they're out of the way. Bishop e2, g4, there's still not a good reaction for white. I mean,
he's finding the best defensive moves right now. Queen to d4, try to set up that pin. And then, of course, knight h5. That's the big move right now. Bring another attacker into the position.
And I think that's also a lesson for when you're on the defense. Trading pawns usually is very good for the attacker because more lines are being opened.
Right.
And HG, probably knight takes g4, actually was even a much easier or stronger move. Well, actually, it didn't like it.
In this case, maybe f takes g.
F takes g.
Yeah.
I see the engines, the bar on the left of.
He's found knight h5, the best move on the board.
And it's
Vincent
all going very swimmingly now for
in this
Vincent.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody picked Vincent because we saw him lose the first game.
Yeah, that was unfair. We should have had the picks before round one it was over.
Whose fault is that? It's mine. I was supposed to ask.
I won't mention any names, Nazi, but you give me your best guess.
But this would be a complete 180 turn for Vincent after losing that first game, winning back-to-back games against such strong opposition, and in rapid when it counts so much more.
Yeah.
Double the amount of points as in Blitz. This is a huge turnaround, and
just
that's
saw
going to
him
give him
there.
momentum.
Whoa, knight
going into
Knight F3. Okay,
Yeah,
that's a
F3.
boss move. I
It
like
looks
that
good.
move. I mean, I wanted to play Knight G3, but I don't win any material by playing Knight G3.
So I have to retreat, queen where, E7, F6?
Queen anywhere, actually.
Is it?
Oh, he
Wait,
still
what?
went, what, Knight G3?
I was joking. I didn't want to trade
But
queens,
we're
actually.
trading queens when we're trying to checkmate.
That's the problem. Oops.
He's taking the pawn on c4 at the end of it, so that's his idea that he's banking on. So right now it becomes a very forced position. Knight takes h4, let's go through that variation.
That's forced.
Knight e2, king.
Presumably, I don't know.
I think you have
Maybe
to stay on the h file.
I have to go to the...
Maybe h2 or h1.
Okay.
Take on d4, and bishop takes d4, and knight takes c4. I think this is what he's going for.
Oops, sorry, that was a mouse slip.
Yep.
They're following this line?
They're following our line, king to h2.
And that's just an
Rook
extra
c1
pawn.
at the end. C7's hanging. Rook b to c1, so you can play bishop b5. Are you allowing my rook on c7?
I don't know. There is knight takes e3.
Although you do have g3 check, and that's scary.
Yeah.
It's very scary, yeah.
Could be. All right, I'm just going to go to the live position, by the way, because they have played quite a number of moves, up to and including knight takes c4, by the way. Apparently Vincent is not concerned about rook b1 to c1.
Look, maybe it's a good decision. Maybe it's
yeah.
You're still much better as black. You're playing for two results.
And no risk, yeah.
You're not risking too much. That is true. At the same time, there's elements that could go against you and allow white to equalize. There's the opposite color bishops. There's the end game factor that we're talking about.
Well, tell me how this line would go. Knight takes e3.
I think take on e3 and what we mentioned, that the g3 check really makes white's king awful. So if we take on c7,
there's a g3 check,
and then bishop b5, and
that's a tempo. You're not taking on f5. That's an alert. Whoop.
And then double rooks.
Rook to e8 is coming.
Could hurt.
I'm starting to have mating threats in the position. The bishop is just so much stronger than knight in this position. And I'm still a pawn up, so.
That is a nice finish in case of knight takes f5. But bishop b5 looks very, very promising. Did Nodirbek have to play king h1 instead of king h2?
To avoid g3 check.
To avoid g3 check? Because it's a very forcing line. And again, rook on b1 to c1, I'm sure was all
King h1 was slightly better, yes.
Yeah, okay. It was all calculated by the players.
And in fact, specifically because of this reason.
Right.
Like this whole variation that we're seeing right now, allowing g3 with check just gives black such an advantage.
So if rook bc1 is not an option, then what does Nodirbek do?
You have to defend that pawn, right? You have to defend that pawn on e3. Rook e1, rook b1, rook fe1.
Yeah, this is,
Not what I
One
wanted
of those
to
two
do.
options.
Not at all. Not at all. Oh, pardon me. He has played rook on f1 to c1.
So what's the difference if I take on e3 now?
Well, there's a difference because the rook on f1 is no longer under attack. So you, in fact, have to defend
bishop
that
b5.
Knight on c4 without the rook on f1 there's no more knight takes f5 or rook takes f5, so no pressure on the f5 pawn. Bishop b5 has to be played, and it will be played.
Yeah, I believe it's on the board. White's knight on h4, it's just so out of play. I wish we could transport it to f4 real quick.
That means the
Put it on e6.
G2, G3 kind of teleport.
That's way too slow.
Is it?
Might
G2,
still be what I
G3?
have to do.
It's not
Let's
a
say
joy.
protect the 7th rank, rook e7.
And you gave me a clue.
Just to let you
92.
guys know,
I also have
Alireza
a
is
plan.
really pressuring
Knight d2, that's
Anish
terrible.
right
Terrible.
now. Alireza is looking really good. He might be going 6 out of 6 in day 1. That would be a huge boost for his chances.
Let's
For
jump
sure.
to that game and see how that endgame's going.
Okay, bishop b5, and we think Vincent is ensuring an edge. We're jumping from the we're jumping to Alireza versus Anish.
Big time
and
advantage.
And h4 pawn is missing, by the way. That is
Yeah, he
an
managed to
alert.
take it, but he's giving up g2 for it. Unless
There's a rook
rook
g4
G4, right?
sighting,
How'd you
right?
You
get
can
out of
take on
that
g2,
pin?
but then rook g4 is coming, yes, and you might be reluctant to set up that pin for yourself.
Well,
He
Going
took
for
it.
it.
you
He had
never-
no alternatives, unfortunately, for him.
At that point, no, because if you go back with the rook g4, and you're pawn down,
So he wants to play rook g1 and knight e2 maybe and get out.
I'll take the knight.
You go king d2, I'll give you another check.
Okay,
Well, I
so
think we should
I was-
show this. King to d2, rook to
Shoot.
g2 check. Don't go to e3.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping for. Look at that checkmate.
That would be
Yeah.
one of the most painful situations that you could experience in chess.
Made in one.
So I think you have to go knight e1 after rook g1 check.
Can I run for the hills?
Knight e2. I haven't calculated the knight endgame, but it's lost.
Let me show you what you might have missed. It's lost.
So let's go for the rook endgame, or at least try to get
I
the
guess
rook
it's
endgame.
something like king here now.
Yeah, I'm not sure how
King
it's
to d2.
lost, but engine says it's over.
I think this is it. Yeah. Sorry. So what would you do after king c2?
That's a rook g2.
Rook to g2. Okay. Now how are you getting out of
Rook
the pin?
d2.
And then rook d2.
Are you so sure? Just a
No,
second.
I'm definitely not sure about anything.
Better than
I'm
the
trying to
knight
survive.
endgame.
That's what I'm doing.
That's a good point. You're just trying to survive here. I guess it's as I'm going pawn hunting.
And the question is, how do I do it right now? Do I go knight f5 followed by d4 and try to get to your position like that? Because you are taking my pawn on b7. I need to be fast to do something.
Maybe knight e3
Knight
to
e3,
c4.
knight c4, yeah. I'm having my own counterplay in the position.
It's true. That is true. It's not just play on one goal.
But let's try knight e1 after the check. Then
Okay.
I don't see how black gets out at all after rook g1, knight e1. I know I'm also using all my pieces to pin you, but
It's a case of both sides having their
Yeah.
pieces ineptly.
I want to play, let's say, f5 and f6 and maybe rook b4 and win on the queen side real quick.
F5, F6, provoking G6, and then voop, voop, voop. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, this is, I hate being inpinned. I feel like I'm being locked, handcuffed. Just,
Very interesting endgame, yeah. Maybe objectively it's closest to a draw, but practically,
easier to play for Alireza.
sure. And I'm sure he believes he should win this. And Anish doesn't look too happy with his position either.
Like many of the great players, Alireza definitely believes in his position, even when he's not objectively winning. He feels like he should win the game because he's Alireza, that type of thing. I should win. It's his often cited complaint.
Key moment after rook g1.
Absolutely.
Alireza does have options, and he can even repeat once or twice.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that the move king c2, this variation doesn't pay dividends right away, because
surprising, right?
you know, I feel like my rook is actually kind of well placed. My knight, dang,
How is that isolated pawn on d5 still alive and well?
exactly. And even if I do something incredibly inept, takes, king c5.
I'll probably, can I trade or go rook d2? I don't know.
Rook d2, b3.
No. Yeah, I'm not sure.
You know what I'm trying to do? Yeah, it still feels like white should be the one pressing. Maybe f5 as well for white. But okay, I'm going to leave it up to the players to find their path.
Let's go to Pragg and Gukesh. I think Pragg has found a way to put real pressure.
When we left,
he was always a little bit better, but now maybe it's increasing.
yeah, he had the two bishops, and he was enjoying a plus.
G4, getting more space on the king side.
I think, by the way, this move h4, I would say that this shows some kind of extreme confidence. I would play the move a4 and just shut that down and say, I don't want you having any kind of play, and then I'll go over there. But he basically says,
have some fun on the queen side.
exactly, I don't think you have anything. And he's really challenging Gukesh.
Yeah, rook d6 is interesting. Oh, I guess you have bishop d7. Okay.
d6?
Do you have bishop d7 or can I? Yeah, from afar I thought I could take the bishop and
Yeah.
then my rook's hanging on d1.
Wait a minute. What, sorry, I'm not following
He's
you
done it.
fully. Rook d6, I'll take your bishop.
And then I want to take on c6.
Yes. And a8 is hanging, right? Or is
True,
my
but
bishop on...
Rook d1?
Yeah, is my
And then we lose the...
bishop on c3?
Or at least b3 pawn.
Well, maybe the bishop is just trapped.
Yeah, I have to go to second rank. You go rook c2 and it's bad.
Isn't that weird?
It's very strange.
Bishop
but
is
Gukesh
just
did not
trapped.
play bishop d7. He went rook c8. Seems to be a bad move, but I'm not sure why.
Rook c8. Well, g5?
Maybe we just need to squeeze black because they're kind of in a zugzwang. Let's play bishop e4. What's your move?
Good point, right? I mean,
the knight moves, I win the pawn. Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you want to go f4 next. You want to open up with g5 as well. It's all about opening up those bishops in this one. And I can do it slowly. I'm not in a hurry. You're kind of tied up.
Yeah.
And in fact, if you exchange on b3, you're opening up the a file for white.
Yeah, Adrian Michael Chishan had some fantastic advice in endings. In those endings that you have a positional grip, don't rush.
Let's go back,
Yes,
guys,
that's very
to
good advice.
Abdusattorov versus Keymer, because that one is
I'm going to switch to Nodirbek.
almost over.
Ooh.
I do think Pragg has very good chances, but let's go back. Vincent put in finishing touches.
We left it after bishop b5, takes, king g3, and uh-oh, everything is going beautifully.
I mean, he's pretty much up a piece. The knight on h4 does not count.
Terrible. Offside.
Can we go g3 check?
g3 is definitely a strong one.
He doubled the rooks, which also looks good.
Sorry, rook doubles, king g1. You know it's rough when you're having to play moves like king g1 because it just feels like, aren't we encouraging?
You
knight
just
to
need to find the
G3?
finishing blow right now. Like, you're an extra pawn up. White is completely paralyzed, just playing king h2,
And
king
the
g1.
knight
The knight on h4 is completely out of play.
Can we
But
double on
where's the
second
finishing
rank?
touch?
Rook f2, rook a2, and just double on the second?
Also very, very strong. But I'm saying...
Knight g3, it does allow the move e4, right?
Sorry?
e4.
But is knight e2 check?
Sure, I'll
But then knight
allow you
f5,
that.
my
But then
knight
I
comes
will
back
go
to
with
life.
knight to f5. And finally, my knight has a
Gotcha.
place to go.
Gotcha.
Maybe
Makes
this is
sense.
what Nodirbek hopes that they will go for.
Oh, rook f2
Rook
does
f2,
wonder.
rook c7.
Well, let's start with g3 then. So your rooks never move.
Knight g3 is on the board. Now e4 has to be played.
Did allow e4, but
You could try king h2 as well, but I don't think you want to do that. Just go e4 and try to get some compensation in the position. And he goes for it.
He senses, initiative or something to improve his position, immediately goes for it.
That knight on h4 finally has a square to go to f5.
Yeah.
Even if we lose a pawn, if I manage to exchange that knight and then we are left with opposite color bishops, I have better chances.
How about rook to e4 right now?
Rook f4, probably.
Pardon me, rook to f4.
Can I take on c7 and threaten some windmill ideas?
I don't think there's a mate.
Yeah, king on h2
It looks very promising and very close to a mate, but I don't think there's a mate.
Amazing. You're right, there's no mate. Shock.
Getting down the wire, this one. 51 seconds for Abdusattorov, a minute and 40, and counting down for Vincent.
Vincent's realizing that his desired knight e2 check, rook e2, knight f5, is not the clean victory that he hoped for, and he's just
played rook e8.
Essentially taken his move back.
Yeah.
I'm sure he would rather not have played knight g3 in hindsight.
No, knight g3 was a miss, and he knows it. He knows it. You can see it on his face. He regrets that move knight to g3, because at least right now, Nodirbek has a chance.
Although I must say, I mean, still seems to me that Vincent is very much in the driver's seat on this one. Still. I mean, an extra pawn to begin with, and
of course, his position is still great. Before, just white couldn't move at all. Now
right.
At least they have some moves. Look at that, e5.
e5. Well, again, knight e2 check is an exchange sacrifice.
Why not just take the pawn?
But I can do it after taking on e5, right? So I take on e5 first, you take with the bishop, and then I go knight e2.
Makes sense. In fact, looks pretty,
pretty
darn good.
Yeah.
Against a minute and 15.
Wow, this game ended. Alireza and Anish made a draw. They found some kind of repetition, I'm guessing.
Wow.
I guess they just repeated checks, rook g1 and rook
Okay, I wasn't expecting that.
And that means Alireza is our leader going into the second day of chess tomorrow with 5 out of 6 points.
But somebody can tie him. Prague, with a victory, could win. It could tie him, right?
That is correct. At least the co-leader.
A co-leader, yes.
I think Prague might be the only one,
yeah,
right?
Prague,
that can tie
Prague
him.
can catch him.
We do have some more moves. Takes, knight e2.
Exchange up now, Vincent, but d pawn survived, so that's Nodirbek's only hope.
At a certain moment, I would like to do something with my king, get my king off the back rank, maybe.
The good news for black is that that d pawn is not going anywhere. Once you play d6, I play bishop to b5, and that pawn is not going anywhere. So that's the good news.
I see that Ivan Saric is in deep, deep trouble. In fact, he's just lost. It's about to resign.
Yeah, that one is almost over.
Which will be a first win for Bogdan.
This move
and for Ivan, that will be 3 losses.
Oof.
Rough start, yes.
Yeah, the local hero did not find his footing in day 1.
And there we have it, a handshake. Congratulations to Bogdan. We have 2 games left, both very exciting. Prague is playing for a win. Vincent is close to winning. Which game do you want to watch, Yasser?
Exactly. We saw rook c4, and I think
Let's go to Vincent once
again.
again.
Vincent, after bishop dropped back to g3, rook to c4, and that is really a powerful move. Wow.
Notice how white knight is still out of play, so it's almost like Vincent's up a full rook.
Exactly.
And he's not letting the knight come back.
No. And if you exchange the rooks, do you throw in a check on f1? If rook takes c4?
Yes.
You throw in a check.
I like that very much, actually. So
I think we have some moves, rook e1. Yes.
F8. Should Nodirbek played just d7 with the hopes to play knight f5 next move if you take.
King f7, king
Oh,
e7.
you're not even letting me do that.
No. You know, the terrible thing is, like, when these guys get, you know, a good grip on you, they just never give up. By the way, rook b1, unfortunately, doesn't even threaten b5. I
Nope,
mean,
no threats. It's
you
just
see,
a move to make.
Nodirbek is just kind of thrashing around, whereas king e8, king d7.
Let's just go rook d2, rook d1. Exchange the rooks.
No, put the king
No
on
way,
d.
it runs out of moves.
And the knight is just stuck. That's what
It's
it
been
comes
there
down.
most of the game, yeah. That's why white is losing. Rook d2 by Vincent.
Rook d2.
King h2, trying to avoid the trade of the rooks.
By the way, we're not going to switch, but Gukesh has equalized, so he's back in the game and
Whoa.
holding.
That's I find the move rook c2 to d2 surprising because I like the rook on the c file. It was kind of nice there.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was the idea behind rook d2. Just to stop
Suddenly,
the pawn,
Nodirbek
but
is up on time, so keep an eye out on that.
yeah, 8 seconds for Vincent. Rook d1 now.
Okay, he is threatening. Vincent does have rook f1,
But
rook
I'm not
h1 on his agenda.
Forced to take. Can I avoid getting checkmated?
20 seconds to 20 seconds, more or less, right?
I think we're going to see rook c5.
Rook c5.
Good guess.
I like that. Keeping that check on c8, followed by rook c7.
Well,
in the
knight
pocket.
f5 is basically a 3-alarm fire. By the way, rook e5 check. Did
Rook
Vincent
f1,
do
rook
this?
c8. There was a checkmating threat for a second there.
It still is.
King d7, check. So king is going to go back to d8, I presume.
And then bishop e5.
Okay, bishop e5.
Where's the mate, guys?
Where is the mate?
He has to find the mate.
Well, there's
He goes up to e6, rook e7.
King
in the
d5,
center.
so far following the best path. Bishop to e5, you have to escape the check.
Well, there's a threat of mate in 1.
Bishop e5 seems to be the only move, maybe.
So you've got to make
They
room
gained a lot
for
of
the
time,
king.
though. They made these moves quickly.
Bishop to e5. And now can we go piece hunting with rook h1 and rook
Apparently,
d3?
simple bishop b5 is the best, but not clear why. 10 seconds for Vincent. He does find bishop b5.
Makes
King
sense,
g3.
by the way.
Just put the bishop where it's not hanging. Also looking at d7 square as well.
Exactly.
All
just
he
in
needs to
case.
do right now, Vincent, is to exchange the rooks. If he managed to exchange a pair of
But
rooks,
how,
then
right?
Rook e1.
it's going to be
He's trying.
so much easier.
He played the other rook to e1.
Makes sense, right?
Also, when you're down to 5 seconds, he's been making moves on 5 seconds. You start seeing
Increments.
ghosts. So I think Nodirbek has a chance to survive.
Yeah, Daniel Deac, he goes down to just seconds each time on his
But
move.
he's used to it.
Yeah.
That's all he does. He's used to it.
He thrives.
He loves it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure Vincent loves it that much. Definitely not the level of Bogdan. How do you avoid the rook trade?
Okay, is D7's not really...
D7 king c4, and that's going to stop you in your tracks.
10, 9. Yeah, he doesn't want to trade
8.
rooks, but I think he has to. Bishop
I'm
f4
seeing
maybe.
4 seconds.
He needs to make knight f5.
Knight
Whoa.
f5.
Wait a minute.
Isn't that a bishop? There goes a bishop.
Knight e3 maybe is his idea. No,
D7, okay.
King
He's trying to complicate
E4,
matters.
King e4. I think that does it, doesn't it?
King e4 seems to end the game.
King e4 definitely does it, yes.
Let's make it on your boards so we can
King
catch up.
e... So, D7.
He plays rook d3 check, which also looks fine. 10 seconds, king h4. Still
But
king
king
e4.
e4, knight g3. I'm not 100% sure if
Oh,
that's...
he just takes on d7.
Okay, bishop takes d7.
King c4 is the only winning move, by the way. He finds it, of course.
Let's switch to the live board right now, if possible.
Yeah, we'll just, because the
Things
players...
are moving very quickly.
Yeah, I think we can set it on live and let's watch.
Rook to
c7.
c7 was played as well.
King.
King's
how
walking.
did how could you possibly
Not.
resist taking the?
He didn't want to give up the b7 with check.
Yeah.
It's funny, knight is finally better on f5, but it's hanging now, and you still have to go somewhere not great.
Right, knight e7.
Knight g7 maybe.
Knight g7 looks like a path to nowhere.
7 seconds
Go back
for
to
white.
g3 right now. No, king takes g4. h5 just wins the piece.
Ooh. Does it king f4?
Rook b5.
Yeah, and you just pick up more pawns.
Once I pick up the pawns on the queen side, I think it's over.
Mm-hmm.
And now the position is simple. I feel
It's harder to blunder now with black. But there's still knight on the board.
but that's I know it sounds strange to say it like you did, but that's actually a very, very good way of playing such endings is don't allow yourself even the opportunity of blundering.
Exactly.
Take the pawns with check.
Nodirbek's last move was made on 1 second, 93.
Barely made it, huh?
Yeah, almost flagged.
Well, the easiest is to just take on
I
e3.
take on e3, I do it. And I take on a5.
He hesitated and didn't take.
Okay, everything is winning, but I do think that that was
Take on
so
e3, take on
easy.
e5, everything is protected. That would have been
beautifully.
Don't take on a5 with the king.
Oof,
that's
that'd
one
be
thing
painful.
he can.
I think black's still not losing,
really mess
maybe,
it
but
up.
black might still not lose.
Yeah, it's
but
possible.
it wouldn't be fun.
Get that rook away from that knight. That's a good move. I like this.
Yeah.
Rook to d8.
Don't allow yourself to blunder.
A5 is still lost. 3 seconds. Oh, I think he flagged. He didn't make it. And Vincent wins.
Wow.
Big game, winning with the black pieces against Nodirbek.
Still one game to go, guys. Prague versus Gukesh. Let's go
We're
to that
going
one
to go
really quick.
to the game with the world champion Gukesh. When we left it, I thought he was defending. Somebody told me he had
Yeah,
equalized.
Gukesh was worse for most of the game and then managed to completely equalize. Now looks like everything's coming off. Easy draw.
Easy draw. Forced
He
trades.
saved it. He saved it. This
So
was
looks-
not an easy position. I think Fabi called it nasty.
Yeah.
Position. Nasty
Looks like
position for
Alireza
black.
will remain in sole lead because Prague was the only one who could catch.
Yes.
Yeah. Knight c4, bishop f6, and they're going to play king versus king. And there we have it, a handshake, a draw. Definitely Prague had some chances, but it was not a big advantage or winning by any means, just pressure the entire game.
You know, but I like those kinds of games where you're, and especially when you're playing against a world champion.
Of
You
course.
just, you're the one.
When you're never worried about your position.
Exactly, and you're the one pressing.
Yes, sir. We had 2 decisive results. Both games, black won. But let's go over to Maurice. He's with a guest.
Thank you, Nazi. We are with the clear leader at the moment after a day, Alireza Firouzja, having a great day. How did you feel you played today? A lot of times people see a result and they think, oh, he must have done well. But players are sometimes not satisfied with the way they play. Did you think you played well today?
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played. I think it's never easy to win against Deac, especially with black. He's very good with white. So I'm happy I got that win. I think it was a very clean game, actually.
It was interesting because you had 18 minutes and he had 22 seconds, and he was getting up from the board. You're used to seeing him do that, but it's still surprising that a guy's getting up from the board and he only has 22 seconds left.
No, I mean, I know him now for 5 years in Grand Chess Tour, 4 or 5 years, so I'm completely used to it.
You know, you had a poor result. I was watching in on you playing against Nihal Sarl in the World Bullet Championship, and it was a really crazy result, in fact, him winning all those games. And I was wondering how you would bounce back coming to this tournament. We say people must have short memories. Professionals have to have short memories. What's your feeling on that? Because you showed a lot of resilience being able to come in and do so well today.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, it's bullet, so we should not make it too big. But no, I mean, he played really well that day, and he deserved to win, of course. But yeah, I mean, it was impressive from him, and I also didn't play so great, so it was a logical result.
So you're able to shake it off and come here and just play good chess?
No, I mean, I already didn't think about it like 5 minutes after the match.
Incredible. One last question. Your foot. We saw it wasn't a great thing happening in your last event, but you're here now. How's the foot feeling?
No, it's getting better day by day. It's just about time, I think, and I'm doing all the right treatments, so now I'm able to walk at least. So I have some advantage.
Yeah, we're good to see that. We're happy to see you standing and playing good chess as well. Good luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Maurice. And indeed, a good outing for Alireza as we see our standings after the first day of Rapids.
Absolutely great start for him. He wins 2 games, draws 1, and is in solid with 5 points. Then there's 4 players chasing him, only a point behind. It's Vincent, Keymer, Anish, Giri, Praggnanandhaa, and MVL.
Real standout performance by Vincent, losing game round 1.
He
and then
hasn't made no draws.
Yeah, bouncing back with back-to-back victories. I mean, it's easy to get down on your luck when you lose the first round.
It's also surprising to see Nodirbek, our statistically predicted favorite, to be in the 8th place right now.
Exactly, 2 players at 50%, including our world champion, Gukesh. Very eventful first day of play.
Cristian, in your opinion, after first day, who's looking good besides Alireza?
Well, first of all, let's start from the beginning. It was a fantastic day of chess. I mean, we had so many decisive results. 4-3-2.
Right.
But it could have been even more, right?
Of course.
In the third round. Gukesh on the back foot against Praggnanandhaa, that could have...
Maybe Alireza.
Yes, Alireza was also, maybe not winning, but he was pressuring Anish. Alireza has been dominant in today's games, and I think we could see it from the interview with Maurice as well. He was feeling better. He was feeling better about his foot physically, but also psychologically. I feel he has the edge right now. He has the confidence. He's playing fast. He builds that time advantage on the clock, even against Anish. Of course, against Bogdan, it's easy to do so, but against Anish, not so easy. He is showing dominance after the first day. But let's go to Maurice. I think he has another guest for us.
With Vincent, in fact.
Thank you, guys. Yes, I am with Vincent Keymer. And Vincent, it was interesting to see you lose the first game. Sometimes it can spiral, but you forgot about it. We talk about resilience a lot on this show. What made you show this resilience to be able to bounce back and win against 2 very tough players?
Yeah, I think the first game, right out of the opening, it was quite unpleasant. And then I was kind of on the downside the whole time. And then when I got low on time, I made some decisive mistakes. Second round, I was much more in control, and that of course helps. If we would have gotten the crazy game I had now in the second round, I'm not so sure I would have managed to navigate as well. But there I kind of, I got to dominate the position and then slowly but surely win that game. And then the last game, I think both my game 2 and 3 were actually very good games. So yeah, I'm happy that I managed to play some good chess today after that game.
We love that moment when you played G5 against Nodirbek. You took some time before you played it. What made you pause right in this moment? Were you looking for other alternatives or just trying to get the courage up to just throw this move at him?
I mean, it's risky, no? Like you open up this diagonal with the bishop on b2 and queen on c3. So it does feel like it could also be very, very stupid and bad, right? Because not only does it weaken the diagonal, but it also means that in the future I cannot use all my pieces to attack because like one piece at least will have to block this diagonal. So I think it was reasonable to take a lot of time, and I also already saw this knight g3 trick when playing g5, which I also think is quite important. So yeah, I think if you have such an important decision to make, it's okay to take some time, even though we are playing rapid.
Your first time as a full tour participant, you won the first tournament, now not doing so badly. You feel comfortable now on the tour as one of the tour players?
Yeah, I mean, I was very happy to get that invitation to be a full tour member, and of course Bucharest was like a dream start. And yeah, here, Rapid Blitz, sometimes, as you mentioned, you can get on kind of a losing streak if things start to go wrong. So, of course, bouncing back was very important.
All right. Well, good luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Guys.
Thank you, Maurice, and good luck to you, Vincent.
Great comeback after that first loss.
Wow.
Day one is over. First 3 rounds are behind us. Tomorrow they'll come back for 3 more rounds of Rapid. We have 2 days of Rapid left and then 2 days of Blitz coming up.
Nice. So 9 decisive games or 3-2, right?
Not bad, but this trend is not looking great.
I don't like this.
But we restarted
Yeah.
tomorrow. We're
Exactly.
going again to 4-3-2.
Exactly.
Let's hope for that. Cristian, final thoughts?
Well, first of all, I do think that our production team has some graphics for us.
What a...
And, yes, okay. I had a rough last round, I have to say. But Abdusattorov,
okay?
I'm waiting for the blitz. You know?
I think you were influenced by Ben's statistics.
No, I said that before.
Even before?
I said it before, I think maybe.
Not sure.
Maybe you heard it and
It's
it
been a long
affected
day.
you without realizing.
It's been a long day.
But yeah, you and Nazi are doing great, Yasser. Great picks.
You're just saying that because you're so
Far and I are sharing second, also not so bad. But let's go back to Zagreb to hear final thoughts from Maurice and Anastasiya.
Thanks. Well, it certainly was a day of resilience in my mind. We talked about Alireza Firouzja losing a bad bullet match, but he said, man, 5 minutes later, I forgot about that match and was able to come and play really good chess today. And then it was Keymer who showed that, hey, I might lose the first game, but I'm a serious player. I'm one of the top players in the world for a reason. So I was really impressed by those players.
I absolutely agree with you, Maurice. I was at the playing venue most of the times, and I mean, was just lucky to see them playing. And as you mentioned, like Keymer looked like really, really strong. He was fighting for initiative in both last games, and actually plays quite interesting chess. It was a pleasure watching his games because like you felt that he's about to win, but also Nodirbek was defending so well, and like but he still kept trying. And of course, it's really nice to see Alireza on his feet. Ready to fight in each game, and he's back, it seems, and leading the tournament. Very impressive first day so far. We had many decisive games. I think everybody should be happy about it, and I cannot wait to see the day number 2.
Absolutely, and of course, we have a couple of other players, Keymer, MVL, Giri, Prague, all feeling like, hey, the day didn't go so badly. We'll see how resilient the other players are coming into day 2. And by the way, with a lot of excitement continuing to build here in Zagreb and Croatia in general as that big World Cup match comes up between them and Portugal. So just all a buzz. We'll be reporting all of that here from Zagreb. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much. And now over to you, Cristian, for final thoughts.
Well, I just want to complete Maurice's thoughts and analyze a few more players. And I think Prague has been showing very, very good preparation in this one. I'm expecting something similar tomorrow. He's getting advantages, but with this Mickey Mouse ideas, right, in the opening. And I think he has very good seconds. He has very good players that help him throughout the event. And I do think we're going to see a lot of that tomorrow also. I do want to see the 2 players at the bottom of the standings, Jorden van Foreest and Ivan Saric, bounce back tomorrow. Don't count them out because we know how strong they are. We know how dynamic they are. I want to see them bounce back in tomorrow's rounds.
They can become quite dangerous.
Yes.
Mickey Mouse, you're getting into trouble, you know that.
Well, we had a very exciting start of the event. Thank you everyone for watching. Join us again tomorrow at the same time for 3 more rounds of Rapid. Thank you from St. Louis.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.